Was it adequate? That's the question. Was it in self-defense? Was it a vicious intent?
Okay, we are live. We are about to get the verdict in the Karmelo Anthony murder trial. We are currently seeing some fine supporters of Karmelo Anthony out and about. So quick start, but here we are. And we are waiting. We could be finding the verdict out at any minute.
Watching what's unfolding behind you. Just describe the mood. What is going on? It seems like there's a lot of tension.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to step out of the way so that you can actually get a better view for what we are seeing here right now. We're about 20 feet away from the other camera angle that you guys have been seeing at this moment. Can you guys hear me in the studio?
Yes, we can.
Can you guys hear me back at the studio?
We can hear you.
Okay, so I'm standing about 20 feet back from where that other camera angle is, where you've been seeing some of these live pictures. So we're kind of standing behind the crowd. I can tell you that there are barricades that are lined up right at the end of this driveway that has been closed off the entire.
And now we can't hear.
That has shown up within the past few seconds.
I know. I'm trying. Everything's off right now. I'm figuring it all out.
Here in front of those barricades, I'm counting about. Looks like at least 7 or 8 uniformed officers right on the other side of that barricade, separating this crowd to the entrance of the courthouse. Of course, emotions running high as we get into now just past 2:05 p.m. when we know members of the media were going to be allowed back inside the courtroom to hear what that verdict is. You know, I can tell you when I first got here a few minutes ago, when we heard that a verdict was going to be announced, people were initially scattered out of the way.
I'm sure that there's going to be a very calm response when we get the verdict for this trial. I'm sure it's going to be a very, very respectable and organized response. I have no doubt about that. I mean, we saw New York's finest last night with, the reaction to the Knicks game, and we saw how well organized Karmelo Anthony supporters are and how, just respectful they are. I'm sure it's going to be fine. I'm sure it's going to work out just fine.
Innocence phase of this trial, then the punishment phase, the sentencing phase will begin immediately.
Yes, we were expecting that at 2:05, and it looks like the jury has reached a verdict and it's going to be announced. So we're going to bring you the details as soon as we find out what they have reached. But I think we should probably reset, if you're just joining us right now, as to what is going on right now. The jury started deliberating at 10:52 this morning, and at 2:05, they have now reached a verdict. We were waiting for that verdict to be announced. 2:07 right now. These things sometimes take some time. And things have certainly escalated outside of the Collin County Courthouse. You can see law enforcement out there trying to, keep everything calm, trying to get people away, it looks like, from the steps of the courthouse. But tensions are rising. At one point, we saw 2 people very close to each other exchanging some words, and we could hear yelling.
Jeremy Remy says, I'd rather watch this than other Jer. Rock Bottom says, did Stephen A. make a scene on ESPN today? He did. Hopefully I'll be able to cover that. Lord Botha says, these verdicts are like a hood Groundhog's Day where we wait to see if the jury tells us there'll be 6 more weeks of riots. That is the most accurate thing you have. That is so accurate. Jeremy, did you see my prediction came true and Spurs won, and Stephen A. has been crying all day like a little bitch? All hail King Trump. It has been beautiful. It has been beautiful.
They're getting arrested out there because of their emotions. These moments are very tense and very intense, but you have to control your emotions in this moment. And so we have to watch.
Impulse control? No.
Courtroom. It's going to be coming down to the jurors and back in. It could very well be that they're being polled individually, asking if the verdict is theirs and theirs alone. And then that'll be read by either the judge or the foreperson. what that verdict is.
And because this trial really has moved quickly, I kind of want to get into some of the developments that took place this morning. So the jury was able to consider manslaughter as a lesser charge to first-degree murder. Manslaughter is, just reckless killing, right? He did not arguing that Carmelo Anthony did not intend to kill someone; he just happened to kill someone. Meanwhile, murder includes the intent that this was deliberate. So the jury is having to decide between manslaughter as that lesser charge or first-degree murder. Now, as we talked about this earlier, the difference really is the maximum sentence, right? So for manslaughter, the maximum sentence is 20 years.
The fact that everything, as Lord Botha just said, but the fact that this verdict, what the verdict is, determines if we get riots or not, tells you everything you need to know. Charlie Kirk was murdered in front of the entire world. And do you know what the reaction was for people to go to church and pray? It speaks volumes. That's it.
That physical altercation there. Attorney Howard also claimed that Anthony did have the right to defend himself against somebody much bigger than him. That was something else that was brought up, was the difference in size between both of these 17-year-old boys. But prosecutor Bill Worski, he argued that Anthony showed up with a mindset that, which is why he had a knife with him. Prosecutors argued that self-defense is not a defense in this case, because Anthony provoked Austin Metcalf into pushing him when he said, "Touch me and see what happens." So the question here is, was this self-defense or was this
Yeah, I'll repeat what I said. If you are in any blue cities, if the verdict is guilty, find your safe places at bookstores and at Bass Pro Shops. Stay away from Nike stores and iPhone stores and liquor stores. Okay? Just want to repeat that one more time. Bookstores and Bass Pro Shops. You're good to go.
If you will hold ours and reserve it and wait so he could have this powerful and emotional planned close, which is what he did. That's what an attorney is supposed to do, to try to press their claim to the jurors and
find a library. That's right.
Maybe the last impression. And so we'll have to see what this jury decides. One of the interesting things, and I think we talked about it a little bit on our air, is that Bill Worski and Toby Shook have worked together.
Let's see. Storm Shadow says, I live in a red city. My auto zones are safe. Good too, because I have to make a return. Stormbreaker says, play the scene from Superman. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Little Jim's Halo says, low impulse control. You dig, Tyrone. Need new Nikes. Storm Shadow says, fire sale coming from Dallas-Fort Worth area soon. All stores. Nandy for 50 says, shoot, got an appointment at the DMV tomorrow. I guess I gotta cancel.
This case certainly got national attention. I mean, really,
dude,
from the very beginning, whether you live
the
in
DMV is the most miserable place on earth. It is such a terrible place. Nobody's happy there. Not one single person. If you want to be depressed, go to the DMV for literally 5 minutes and you will hate your life. It's the worst thing ever. 100%, Nandy. Gremlin for 20 says, quote, there's black people and then there's ninjas. And ninjas gots to go. Chris Rock. Wiser words ever said. Thank you, Gremlin. Hail to you. We could play the Chris Rock, how to not get your ass beat by the police video. Legendary video, by the way. Trish says, whatever happens, they are going to tear shit up or burn shit down. If they win or lose, it doesn't matter. It's just an excuse. Kind of like when their favorite NFL team wins, they just go riot in the streets. JWT says it was kind of the judge to offer up manslaughter. Was this because of how incompetent the defense was? The defense was so bad in this case. It's actually impressive. BMCCB for 10
Something that was interesting
gifted
to me during this
memberships.
trial
Thank you.
is, you know,
Appreciate
this
it.
seemed to have shocked
Let me
people.
title
We
this.
did not hear from Austin Metcalf's twin brother. He did
Let
not
me title
testify
this
during
the
this trial.
Carmelo
We
Anthony
also didn't
trial.
hear from
'Cause
Carmelo Anthony.
we're about to
He
get a
did
verdict
back then,
here.
and I think that was probably strategic too in terms
Let's
of
see
not having
here.
him testify.
Well, first, since you mentioned Carmelo Anthony first, let's talk about that first. You cannot hold it against me if I testify in my own defense, even if my defense is self-defense. If my attorneys feel like
Let me turn this up
I
so you guys can hear what they're saying.
prove
We are waiting any
proven our
moment now.
position
Any moment
without your
now.
testimony, because remember, anytime you take the stand, you open yourself up to cross-examination. And a skilled attorney, no matter how innocent you may be, a skilled attorney can press his claim through you. As for Austin Metcalf's twin, I don't know that they felt like they needed to bring that emotional wound to the surface to press their claim and prove their point to jurors. Through video, through tearful testimony of many of their 21 witnesses, I think folks relived that moment. We heard about how they were trying to do the chest compressions, and we heard all of that. I think they felt we don't need to bring him back through that and let him live through that moment. Remember, the family members, as the medical examiner talked, as some of that testimony went forth, the family members of Metcalf left the courtroom. So no need to put him through that trauma in front of the jury. I think they felt they were okay without that. And I think the defense felt the same thing, that they were okay without Carmelo Anthony taking the stand.
And for people who are watching and maybe wondering too, the prosecution called 21 witnesses. Initially, I believe 35 witnesses were expected, and the defense called a handful of witnesses. I think I've heard from different legal experts that the defense really doesn't even have to call witnesses in this case. All of this falls on the prosecution side in terms.
Again, thank you, BMCCB, for those 10 gifted memberships. And thank you to everybody tuning in. Smash the like button, the melee button, if you're interested. Beastie Man says, surprise, Fig Stream Tax. Still, Leg of History says, when I went to my middle school, it was mostly black, and I was 4.5 foot tall with a fake leg. I never used a weapon. I just used my leg. I was at Kata height. Packy Proton says, Trump has to learn you can't make deals with some people. Some people just want to watch the world burn and laugh while doing it. Dermy Wormy says, thinking about going to a blue city, I hear there will be great deals. Oh, there's going to be great deals indeed.
Well, this is a big moment, right? And this is going to be a moment for these jurors. They've been brought into this. It's a supercharged case. Maybe they hadn't reached conclusions, and we hope that they were honest in voir dire, that they had not come to any conclusions about this case. Certainly they heard about it to some extent. You can hear about a case and not make conclusions about it and still be a great juror. And we pray that's so, but they've been in this crucible. They know what's happening outside. They know the pressure on this. And so we'll soon hear the verdict in this case.
Any minute now, we're waiting. Any minute.
We'll soon hear the verdict.
Yes, we should. As we've talked about this, I mean, this has gotten national attention, which is why so many people have come out to protest, on whichever side that
Get
they're
the fuck
on,
out of here. They're not they're there to riot and loot. That's what they're there to do.
And so it looks like things have certainly calmed down. That was not the case when we got on about 20 minutes ago or so. So I guess that's good news there that things are starting to calm down. But we're going to see, how all of this plays out. And we'll go from there. I mean, this was a 12-person jury. 600 people were part of that initial jury selection. They narrowed it down to 12 people. And over the course of 2.5 days, the prosecution called 21 witnesses. The defense called a handful of witnesses. And so now it is this case is really in the hands of this jury. It is up to them. They have
imagine thinking that anybody, as you said, Marc-Andre Roy, no one's there to protest that a criminal may be going to jail. This is all showing you just how brainwashed people on the left are. If this was 2 white kids, nobody would care. If this was 2 black kids, no one would care. Now, I know, again, that's crazy for me to insinuate that there could be black on black crime. I know that's just a crazy thing. So I'm just using a scenario. Okay. It's a hypothetical because Lord knows there's no black on black crime in the United States of America. So I'm just using a hypothetical, but I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, if there were a black on black crime, I don't think anyone would be protesting this. But of course, we know, according to the mainstream media, the only people that are killing black people are white police officers. So I will stand corrected. I will stand corrected.
Taxing for both sides, for both families, and to just consider that a lot of these friends who are part of the track team who went to school with both students, it's got to be very emotional for them as well to be a part of this and to witness all this play out. So we will see, what the jury has decided momentarily. Again, we were expecting for that decision to be announced at 2:05. It is 2:20 right now, so they're a little bit late, right? We're a little bit 15.
In my opinion, they're waiting because they are nervous about what's about to happen, and they are trying to prepare and get as much security and law enforcement out there as possible. The same people that cried because President Trump was at the Knicks game last night and they said all those resources it takes, the same people that were crying about that are now going to be here to force them to have to use all their resources for people to cry over a potential criminal. Yeah, that's where we are. Welcome to the world of the leftists. It's crazy. Give me a second. I'm trying to set up another screen here so I can see what people in the Kick chat are saying. There we go. All right. What a ass backwards world. Munchie Ninja 450 says, God protect everyone in a blue city that might be subjected to this madness. Agreed. Again, this is why go to bookstores, go to a Bass Pro Shops, go to a library. You will be safe. Okay. You will be safe. Graptar's Hammer says, to misquote Criticalist Blaine's favorite movie, we're going to need a bigger asylum. Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
To see which way they move, if they move at all. So we don't know where they started, but we do know starting the deliberations at 10:52 and then getting.
Hey, I like that, Stormbreaker.
After one, I guess that's
good thinking, brother.
They reached a verdict. They weren't too far apart, whichever direction they're in. And they weren't too far apart. It didn't take that much longer to get there.
You're safe at Hobby Lobby. Yes.
We'll see if any of the jurors
100%.
talk after all of this 100%. Is over as well. It is 2:22 now, and we are waiting.
To be fair, you will also be safe. I agree with this, Stormbreaker. How can you become a paid protester? You need some extra cash to send super chats to D-Day Cobra. Also need some new Nikes and a new TV. Hail King Trump. Also, I will say that there's also one other place that's going to be safer than any other place. You heard it here first, okay? The safest place.
Fear maybe.
That you can go if you're in a blue city. Remember, Jeremy said it first. The safest place, go buy tickets to see The Mandalorian and Grogu. No one is there. You'll have the whole theater to yourself. Nobody else is there. Mandalorian and Grogu tickets, safest place you will find. Nobody's there, okay?
Are talking to the family members, and she believes that the attorneys are preparing the family members of the victims' families, the defendants' families, not to react to whatever that verdict might be. Judges don't like emotional outbursts in the courtroom.
Larry, the I.199 said, I'd rather get killed than watch that shit.
Down, you might imagine again, as I mentioned, sweaty palms, heart is racing, breath is short, because
Hail Hobby Lobby. What up, Dan Vask?
It's a heart-pounding moment and kind of in limbo, waiting to find out what the verdict is. It looks like we have someone joining us on Zoom, Russell Wilson.
Russell Wilson,
thank you for joining us here. We are waiting for that verdict to be announced.
Russell Wilson? Is this what happened to him since he retired? Damn. All right, Russ.
reached a decision just before 2 o'clock. Just in your experience, I mean, what do you make of them coming to this decision fairly soon?
He got old.
I think, yeah, it would be consistent with there not being much disagreement among the 12 jurors. So, it wouldn't necessarily take very long to resolve those disagreements. And so I think it was really kind of a narrow issue, if you will. There wasn't really a doubt about, who done it and how it happened or any of those types of things.
So here's some of the Carmelo Anthony supporters right here. Okay. Here we go. Now, and by the way, and this is listen, this is a serious topic. I don't want anybody memeing or anything like that. This is a serious topic. Okay? No memeing. I take this very seriously. Now, this is exclusive footage. No spoilers, but this is exclusive footage. This is a behind the scenes shot of the casting for The Odyssey. So before you complain about Lupita Nyong'o being Helen of Troy, just understand this is who she beat out for that role, okay? So while it seems bad on the premise that Lupita Nyong'o got it, this is who she beat out, okay? Suddenly it doesn't seem so bad, does it? Jeez, what are we doing, man? What are we doing?
And the judge provides the law, and the law then either affirms what your thoughts are, and so I think that was probably what was happening here. Again, in the scope of issues that cases could have, even though this is a nationally watched case, the issues are kind of narrow.
Right. And you've talked to many of your jurors, both as a prosecutor and defense attorney. Do you find they retire to that jury room and, Russell, they kind of do a straw poll to see where they are on guilt or innocence, and then they start really deliberating and look at facts or evidence or revisit testimony?
If you're just tuning in right now,
Right.
If you're tuning in right now, we are currently waiting. We were supposed to have the announcement of the verdict about 20 minutes ago, but it is being delayed. I can only assume that it's being delayed because they are anticipating that these very, very, very respectable citizens are going to be very upset. That would be my assumption, but I have no idea. But we are about 20 minutes late.
Or the reason that they feel one way or another is different. Somebody may point out something in the law or something in the evidence that might cause the person to view it a different way. And that's kind of how deliberations proceed. And there's usually a few folks that we would characterize as followers, meaning that they, based off of their disposition, are more likely to follow a person who's firm in their belief.
And
so,
this is apparently, according to this Fox channel, this is Russell Wilson. I mean, at least he's got, a Super Bowl ring, but Russell Wilson clearly has aged a lot since we saw him on the field last time. But hey, good on Russell Wilson for, having a second career. Congratulations to him for that. At least he's not doing Subway commercials.
Person's way.
Okay, so we understand now that the jurors are being brought in.
Oh,
and
here we go.
We don't have a lot of time to go into more about the minds of jurors, but you want both firm and followers on any jury.
Right.
It is a little bit glitchy.
Absolutely.
Old Epic Mike.
I guess before we go to that, I mean, we're waiting to find out what the decision is. Let's talk a little bit about this trial in terms of we did get more insight in terms of why Carmelo Anthony was under the tent, that he had a friend, that it was raining, he went for cover, but the defense never explained why he brought this pocket knife.
Along the lines of how do you find on count one, murder in the first degree, and then you're not going to hear J.D. Miles, who's sitting in the courtroom, is going to hear what that verdict is. They're likely going to ask about the count of murder. They're likely going to ask about manslaughter. Of course, if it's guilty on verdict, it would be not guilty. Manslaughter wouldn't come into play. If it's not guilty on murder, then it would come down to manslaughter. If it's not guilty on both, again, that's an acquittal, and that's the end of the story.
Yeah, we're going to hear that here in a second. We also know that the judge had given orders that if this verdict were to come in before 4 o'clock, this would move immediately into the sentencing phase. How do you anticipate that will play out? Once we know the verdict, I guess, will there be another break, another recess, and then come back for that? Or does that usually happen immediately? And again, just leaning into your experience.
Yeah, I would say generally there's a break. This judge happens to be one that keeps things moving quite quickly, so I'm afraid.
Bro, this is not going like right here. This is a little bit earlier.
Ain't nothing but air and opportunity. Do something. The same thing that you were gonna do to her. We both got our hands behind our back. Let's have a conversation. Why did you get in her face? Why did you get in her face? You did. You approached a black woman. Don't do that. That is a woman. 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 Pussy. That is a woman. Pussy. That is a woman. That is a woman. That is a woman. A mother. A sister. Okay, you can keep your homophobia. It's Pride Month. It's Pride Month, and we got hella pride. Ain't nothing.
What? Bro, that is amazing.
The sentencing phase really is just another round of arguments, another round of the closing arguments from both sides.
We have seen that too.
It could go either way. Those are the options. Yeah.
Well, we're going to be keeping a close eye on that. As you mentioned, we've got J.D. Miles inside. Andrea, you can't see this, but we're on a split screen right now. We have live aerial video coming in from outside the courthouse, where it seems that security looks to be beefing up. Looks like we've got more law enforcement boots on the ground, sort of standing shoulder by shoulder. Some more police cruisers. From what you can see, do you also get that same sense from what we're seeing from the aerial video?
So yes, they were hoping they were going to get this announced by, well, I'm guessing this on Central Time, but like 2:05, and here we are at 2:32, which is 3:30 my time. So we are waiting. We're now about 30 minutes after the initial time that they wanted to read the verdict. I think that they're beefing up security because they kind of anticipate what this verdict will be. If you've been following this case at all, I haven't been following it that closely, but the defense has pretty much had a disastrous performance in this Carmelo Anthony case. It's been a pretty bad performance from them. Almost everything that they have tried to present has backfired on them. It ain't looking good at all.
Guilty on murder.
There we go. I'm not sure if
that is the most severe.
What?
The most severe of the charges. Again, the options were murder. Guilty.
J.D. Miles inside, and we're watching everything from in the studios as well. At any moment now, we're expecting to hear
guilty.
What the
guilty
is. Okay, what is it? Go for it.
Guilty on murder.
Whoa!
Guilty on murder. Okay.
Guilty on murder.
There we go. I'm not sure if
that is the most severe. The most severe of the charges. Again, the options were murder, manslaughter, or acquittal. We have a conviction of murder, which is obviously more severe than manslaughter. This signals that we are going to go to sentencing, and again, the punishment range is 5 to 99 years. I'm going to step aside.
Oh, yeah.
I know people up there were positioned to be first to get the word, but you're getting the word first, since we have a direct connection to the courtroom, and I'm just kind of watching to see what kind of reaction we're going to get from them.
Yeah, Andrea, you're right, because I don't know that the folks that have gathered out there have found out completely, or if so, they're finding out now. There seems to be some movement out there now. Perhaps now they're finally getting word of this verdict. But if
They
you're
done
just joining
found
us right
out.
now, Karmelo
Oh,
Anthony,
shit.
19 years of age, has been found guilty by a court of law,
Ah,
by a jury
shit.
of his peers, for the charge of murder. For the charge of murder
Get
related
ready.
to the stabbing death of Austin Metcalf, took place back in April of 2025 at a track meet in Frisco. And again, Andrea, it looks like folks are now, we're getting images here. Folks are just hearing this. We're seeing what appears to be two women crying on the ground right now.
Yep, you're definitely seeing the reaction to the word coming out. A lot of the people that you're seeing, I would say there are more people here who have been supporting Karmelo Anthony than the opposite. So you're seeing their reaction. I also saw somebody just run down the courthouse step, presumably to share the news of what they heard and saw. And you're starting to see people have started to relax a bit now. You're seeing some commotion. You're seeing movement.
Oh,
security,
boy. This is about to be
positioned
bad.
Right there. You've got McKinney.
Andrea, we got a note. I'm sorry to interrupt you. We got a note that Karmelo Anthony broke down inside the courtroom and his parents walked out soon after this happened. So a lot going on inside that unfortunately we are not allowed to have video cameras or recording devices inside. But this is information that's coming to us from our crews that are positioned inside who have access to a phone or computer, telling us that Karmelo Anthony had a visible and physical breakdown inside that courtroom when the guilty verdict was read, and that his parents immediately walked out.
Yeah, crazy when you actually, murder someone, you're held accountable. What a crazy scenario we have here.
Gathered there, presumably supporters who were hoping for a different verdict, also breaking down in tears and sort of consoling themselves on the ground out there. Again, as Karmelo Anthony, the 19-year-old, right now found guilty of first-degree murder in the stabbing death of Austin Metcalf. Are you hearing anything else, seeing anything else out there, Andrea?
Thank you, Babo Yogi. Appreciate you, brother.
I'm seeing the reaction. Everybody's kind of consolidating around. I think you said you saw two women fall to the ground. We have a camera up there capturing the reaction, and then we're waiting for JD Mouse to step outside. But as you mentioned, he has communicated that Karmelo Anthony broke down in tears, and you could hear that just inside the courtroom. Everyone sitting there could hear his cries. His parents did walk out. A judge informed Anthony that his bond has been extinguished, that he will now go into the custody of the Collin County Sheriff's Office. So he will be incarcerated from this moment forward.
We just got word of that as well.
All right, so we've got Karmelo supporters start berating deputies who are making a line to protect the courthouse. Y'all gonna burn in hell.
We heard. Hey, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What the fuck you want? You need to be ashamed. You need to be ashamed. Because that's one of y'all that was in there. But you're not going to give a fuck just at your front door. And that's the sad part.
Boy, oh boy. This is going to be content gold right here. This is going to be content
Jury's
gold.
going to go out, and it's going to, this time, instead of focusing on guilt and innocence, they're going to be focused on what that sentence should be, and it could land anywhere between that 5 to 99-year range.
Right. We understand that Karmelo Anthony has been removed from the courtroom as well now, taken into the custody, remanded into the custody of local authorities, the sheriff's office as well, so that he's been removed from the courtroom. And again, Andrea, as you mentioned,
Very, I gotta say though, listen, we're memeing, we're laughing. We need to understand that when you have very respectable people in your corner, that needs to be noted. It needs to be noted. And, respectable people. You literally just got justice. You literally just got justice.
We want justice. Enough is enough.
He literally killed someone. What are you talking about? Oh my God. I don't understand how you can be so retarded, dude. Enough is enough of what? What is enough? Like, he killed someone and he's being held accountable, and you're saying enough is enough. Good God.
Obviously, found guilty of murder, and his parents left the courtroom.
What up, Gary?
As soon as the verdict was read, he burst into tears and has since been taken away by deputies.
Hey, Gary, I don't know if you saw it, but earlier I did show this, and I think that I have successfully made everybody feel better about the Odyssey. I listen, just saying, because I was playing a clip earlier of what people did not know what was actually just tryouts for Helen of Troy right here. So this is tryouts for Helen of Troy. Lupita Nyong'o doesn't seem so bad anymore, does it? Could have been worse. Now, my sources on the set of the Odyssey tell me that this young, stunning, beautiful lady, bald-headed lady with the tie-dyed shirt, she was actually the front runner for Helen of Detroit until Lupita Nyong'o blew them away in the casting meeting where she was just amazing. So that could have been your Helen of Troy, but now we have Lupita Nyong'o. Not so bad, huh? Just saying, not so bad.
It's all moving to the side of the courthouse. Now, throughout all of this, I think I've mentioned the courthouse has been blocked off from anybody recording. We haven't been allowed even on the steps right there. And a lot of people in the crowd are recording. And so they, because of that, are restricted from going onto the courthouse steps. That's why you don't see them up there. They're even blocked from entering under the little portico right there, the little covered area. And so you see them all gathered just outside that right there. And so we do have another crew up front. They are talking to people who are up there getting their reaction, but I think everybody is aware that this isn't over. We still have sentencing, and as you mentioned, with such a wide range, it's going to be a big difference depending on whether we see a 5-year sentence, a 99-year sentence, or really anything in between.
Yeah, so sentencing is going to happen, apparently. So we're going to get sentencing, which is going to send this into another level of frenzy when we get that confirmation of whatever the sentence is going to be.
In this case, Karmelo Anthony has been found guilty.
Alec Baldwin's finger just dropped 50 gifted memberships. He don't miss, ladies and gentlemen. He don't miss.
Than the judge in his circumstances. And so that's what we're going to see take place now, that it will be handed to the same jury that found him guilty of murder. That will be the same jury that hears any arguments, that hears from any additional witnesses, and makes the determination on what exactly his sentence will be. I see this group of people there. I'm not quite sure what's driving them back and forth, but they're going back and forth in front of the courthouse and keeping an eye on them. So I don't know if you can see from the chopper, but there is some movement back and forth. And, I did say earlier that it hadn't so much grown as consolidated, but we are seeing what looks like more people showing up. and headed to the front. Some of them are showing up with chairs, which indicates to me that they're coming to hang out for a while.
They're here for the long term, right? So, Andrea, and I know that you guys had discussed this earlier. For folks out there who might just be tuning in, remind folks what
Thank
the
you,
next
ABF.
step is. He's been found guilty.
All right, here we go.
now of
Listen up,
murder,
everybody,
and
for tuning
next
in.
Is the deliberation to determine the sentence? Is that beginning immediately? Is that something? I know that the judge has just ordered a short break.
This just happened.
Right. So is this, they're going to resume the deliberations now? Because ordinarily you would think at about 4 o'clock or so, if they had not reached a verdict, they would have been sent back to their hotels to pick up again tomorrow. But are they going to go through the night? Do we know?
Yep, my expectation is that just knowing this judge, that it will be, as JD's mentioned through our communication, a short break. And then when they come back, that will be the start of sentencing. And that's where we're going to see really what's going to happen. It's unclear how long it could go. Depends on how many witnesses they produce. I usually see sentencing go shorter than the actual trial, the guilt or innocent portion of the trial. But we could see testimony through the end of the day, and we could see the jurors go back to their hotel, or we could see this just be, as I've mentioned, arguments from both sides and have the jury back in deliberations before the end of the day. So I'm not sure what's going to happen, but I do know that we should learn very shortly which way it's going to go.
The jury, by the way, he's
Jay Ritzy, that one got me. Hail to you for the $20 super chat. That was good. That was good.
We got to this point quickly today.
I mean, when you consider that the jury selection process didn't even begin until 8 days ago, it really, and the start of the trial was less than a week ago. It was only about 5 days. It seems to be moving very fast.
Yeah, I think part of that is because of the judge that we have. He does call short breaks. Some judges will take an hour and a half for lunch. This one doesn't give us that long. Some of them have longer breaks throughout the day. He's kept his break short. He had the jury come back and the attorneys come back on Saturday, and we heard testimony this past Saturday, whereas some judges take the break for the weekend, completely reasonable. But that is how this judge happens to work. And then on top of that, you have the jury that came to a quick determination, and that is completely within the hands of the jury. They would have had days if they wanted to, if they felt it necessary to deliberate in this case.
So if you're just tuning in, Karmelo Anthony has been found guilty of murder. We are now waiting. I think there's a small recess, and we are going to be waiting for them to do sentencing, which I think they said could be anywhere from 5 years to 99 years. So right now you obviously have some very, very respectable citizens outside, very concerned, and being very respectful, by the way. And I want to, give complete and total credit to that. But yeah, so it's a pretty crazy situation. And I will repeat what I have said many, many times. If you are in a blue city, please, you got a few options to stay safe. Okay, you got a few options. You can go to a bookstore. You can go to a Bass Pro Shops. Okay, you can go to a library. Or you can do what I think is the safest thing you can do outside of being home, obviously. So if you are out and about, go buy tickets to The Mandalorian and Grogu, because literally no one will be in the theaters watching that dog shit. So just keep that in mind. Okay, here we go now. Time to talk about the truth, everybody. Okay, this is the truth right here.
We gotta tell our kids the truth. That this is a racist ass country.
A black kid killed a white kid, and it's a racist country because the black kid got held accountable for killing the white kid. What?
We gotta tell them the truth. Who don't get stop that cool ass shit? Nobody want to hear about what we do to each other. We talking about what they doing to us. White folks kill white folks. Mexicans kill Mexicans. We ain't trying to hear no cool shit today. Go over there with them white folks with that. This is a racist ass country. We're in a racist ass state. This is a racist ass court. There ain't nothing else to talk about. When has a white boy been before an all black jury? Tell us, media. Tell us, white folks. When has a white boy been before an all black jury? Never. This is racist. You know why?
Is he okay?
Because you know what? Whatever the verdict is, he got justice. Because he got to go before a jury of 6 or 12 instead of being buried by 6. We got to stand up. We're going to keep, that's right. You know what? Let this be over in the same. Exactly. Come on, sister. Come on, sister.
You know how libs of TikTok got famous for literally just playing videos of leftists, not adding any commentary, not adding any editing, not doing anything? That's all I have to do. I don't have to add any commentary. I just have to play the fucking video.
See, right? This is a war. This is a war. This is a war. And it's been going on. This war been going on. They never stop being racist.
Lord, this is crazy, bro.
When this happened a year ago, that that lives, just with one probably impulsive act, lives were going to be forever changed.
Oh, did you say impulsive act? News lady, did you just say this was an impulsive act? Whoa. Whoa.
Had opted that if in the event that he would be found guilty, which he has been, that a jury would determine his sentence.
Right.
So here's what the jury's looking at right now. They're looking at sentencing guidelines by the state of Texas between 5 to 99 years. My goodness, 5 to 99 years.
Right.
I mean, that is that's such a wide range.
Yeah.
Obviously, the defense is now going to try and make a case to argue for on the lesser side of things. Where that falls in between that range, who knows?
Right.
Who knows? I mean, he's 19 years old.
Right.
He was 17 when this happened, and now he's looking at a
Well, like I said, so there are people out there that I think deserve credit that are making a good case for Karmelo Anthony. And so again, I know we have a big audience here. I'm a very fair streamer. I like to show all perspectives here so that you, the wonderful audience, can be fully educated on the matter. So we've played a lot of clips of people that were memeing on this and laughing, but we need to show a respectable side of the pro Karmelo Anthony peeps out here. So here we go, right here.
The judge as well in this case that it was not a case about race, but you cannot deny that just the facts of the case and what we've seen play out since then and what we're happening now is because the defendant is black, the victim is white, and that's the bottom line. But again, this is what I alluded to when I said this has brought out what's bubbling right beneath the surface. The judge as well in this case.
He looks really upset about Karmelo Anthony. I got to say, he looks very upset. He seems very invested in what's going on with Karmelo Anthony. I got to say, I respect where he's coming from. So, yeah, great job there.
Changing by the minute.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about this right now. I feel like in the middle of this thought, as we analyze what's going on, we might get another update.
Yeah.
Again, we've got JD Miles inside. He's sending us some live updates, via text messages and some emails that we're corresponding. But again, the punishment phase, it just ended. It felt like it just started 2 minutes ago. It has now just ended. The defense only called up one witness. And that was Karmelo Anthony's mother.
So let's go back out to our Andrea Lucia, who is there on the outside of the courthouse, again, where you can see all of these people gathered, all of these people who have a vested interest in the outcome of this trial. So, Andrea, I know you're kind of at a distance from all of these people, but has it seemed like the crowd has dissipated much, or has it gotten even more congested? Oh.
No audio.
Oh, we're having some audio issue.
Out.
There you are. We can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you. Go for
Okay,
it. Yeah.
sorry, we switched to a stick mic here. No, I want to bring in Kelsey Mittauer. She is our producer, and she was actually up front while I was here keeping you updated. She was up there with the crowd. You were talking to some of the people up there and getting the reaction.
Yes, a lot of emotion.
Mandy,
a lot
you
of
are
anger
wrong for
once
that.
It was announced. People were going around yelling what the verdict was. People were very upset. There were people that fell on the ground, and then there were, it seems, supporters of different sides that were really screaming at each other. A woman and her children got caught up in it where they were trying to get away. It's a little bit of a mob mentality right now where everybody's just, you can tell emotions are running high. People are just really upset or celebrating, and those things are mixing down there.
Yeah, a lot of people had their phones out too. Do you get the sense everybody was live streaming or capturing this for social media?
Yes, I don't know if anybody was actually watching it in making eye contact, but watching it through their phones. And then it's very much, it is a mob mentality because you see
the scene where you saw those black ladies falling down and when the verdict was announced, and they're like falling down and freaking out. It reminded me of a scene in one of my favorite movies. And I know it's going to shock some of you that this is one of my favorite movies, but I am pretty respected in the black community because, you know, I got black friends. I know Ryan Kennel. We're good. But don't be a menace to South Central while drinking your juice in the hood. All right. And I'll never forget this scene in the beginning of the movie right here. I think if you don't know this scene, so this guy gets shot in the middle of the street, and this happens right here.
Oh, baby, I know you didn't do me wrong. Oh, I know he doesn't. Oh, my goodness. I nursed him with these long time. Oh,
Yo, this ain't your baby. This ain't your baby.
Ain't that some shit?
That's what that reminded me of.
Get away, but I couldn't tell if he was with them or not. But yeah, there have been several people out here. Like I said, I saw strollers. There are a lot of kids down there kind of in the middle of everything.
You said that you didn't know if it was going to become physical. You didn't know if it was going to get violent. Did you actually see, I guess, beyond the pushing, was that the extent of any kind of violence that you saw?
It's legitimately a great comedy. If you have not seen that one, it's crazy. It is wild, but you have to have a messed up sense of humor. But I love that movie so much.
Worried that was going to get physical. Like I said, people are so upset that I've just kind of let them be because nobody really wants to talk during that. But yeah, I didn't see any actual violence, just people getting, very close to one another.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. I wanted
Message.
to bring her. Has been the one up there.
So the jury has returned and they are deliberating sentencing right now. Could be between 5 and 99 years.
Are they doing a good job of keeping the crowds apart, these two sides, or are they just there in case things go south quickly?
Do you feel, sorry, she can't hear you, so I'm going to repeat.
I'm trying to keep it playing because I almost talked over the verdict reading. I had to back it up a few seconds. So I'm trying to leave the audio going so we can hear a live announcement if we get it.
To not escalate the situation. They've been very direct with people. Get out of the street or I will arrest you. And they're kind of giving some people chances over and over again because I get the sense that they don't, any kind of escalation like that is going to lead to more emotion. And so there have been a lot of them up there. When we saw the state troopers arrive, we kind of got the sense, there's a lot of Collin County Sheriff's deputies down there, but it's mostly just standing and directing people in, at one point it was like, if you're media over here, if you're everyone else, you're over here, and just trying to keep everyone settled and separated.
I know sometimes the introduction of law enforcement becomes in itself an escalation. If they were to step in and throw handcuffs on someone, it would likely trigger the crowd. And so, is that the sense that law enforcement is also using restraint in how they respond?
That's definitely what I saw. Like I said, I've seen them say a lot of warnings.
I know we're waiting, and it's going to please just for a minute. I have to show this because I fucking love the internet. You have to understand the internet if you're going to be on the internet, and Nintendo does not understand the internet. So during today's Nintendo Direct, they were doing a presentation of the new Wii Sports Resort or Switch Sports Resort. Well, the internet has responded, and they've decided to give you a green screen to this moment right here during the Nintendo Direct.
Let's have a good match.
What do you think's going to happen here?
Oh, got him right away.
2, 1.
Oh, they broke free. All right. Let's try this.
What do you think's going to happen here? This is going to be so bad. This is going to be so bad.
Oh, they broke free again. You have to keep them pinned.
All right, we're going back to this. We're going back to this.
Because we know that from the very beginning there was an issue.
We'll talk about that on Main Event tonight.
You know, we know that race played
But
a key role.
we should say that there are a lot of people of color on this jury panel, none of them African American.
African American, exactly. But that word seems to be, I heard it a lot in the early stages of this trial, and it seems to be coming up again.
Well, I mean, that was certainly the opinion of the defense they put out there. They actually wanted another lesser charge homicide, but they were denied that by the judge. So it did seem like the defense was really hoping to convince the jury to, you know, if they were going to find him guilty, to aim for a lesser charge. And they were perhaps hoping that
died down at all.
What's the saying over here?
With that, I'll send it back to you guys. That's what I'm seeing out here live.
Thank you. And again, excellent work covering this trial where our politicians are now weighing in. And, you know, typically you don't see politicians weighing in on local murder trials. You don't bring politics into this mix, but that's what we're seeing happen. State Representative Jared Patterson posting a statement on the murder conviction of Austin Metcalf's killer. There it is, as you can see it. It reads in part that the murder of Austin Metcalf was a senseless and heartbreaking tragedy that forever changed the lives of his family, friends, and community. All of that is true. Nothing can restore the life that was taken or ease the unimaginable pain of losing a child. Today's outcome of a murder conviction is justice served. And then Jeff Leach also posting on social media, on X, Karmelo Anthony guilty of murdering Austin Metcalf, the right decision, justice delivered. And so it is, I believe you said earlier, or may have been Alex who talked about this being historic. It is a sad and historic case that will always be talked about, reviewed, and looked at here in North Texas.
Absolutely. And, you know, since we've been covering this trial, obviously no cameras were allowed in the courtroom. And so we've been relying heavily on our crew. Our Lori Brown is inside of the courtroom. And so she explained, she was describing what was going on as Karmelo Anthony's mother took the stand, and she just added, you know, just kind of painting the picture of what's going on inside. And she said the mother's statements were tearful, that she was emotional. She was telling the jury to really, you know, have mercy for her son. And so that also paints the picture of just how distraught she is. And so I think you mentioned this on both sides, right?
I'll get
so
to
there's
it in a
one
minute,
side that is
though. I'll
very
get to it.
emotional, and another side that feels this was the right call, that this murder charge, this murder conviction rather, was what Karmelo Anthony deserved.
And I have to tell you, Lori Brown and Alex Boyer took us into that courtroom every single day. They were the eyes and ears of viewers here in North Texas, capturing the moments that mattered the most during the hours of testimony in that courtroom. Judges have their own discretion about whether to have cameras in the courts or not at the state level. And Collin County has limited media access, not just this trial. There have been others that have been high profile. They sometimes allowed cameras, sometimes not. Not with the same. Every judge has their own discretion. Many feel like cameras should have been in the courtroom because of the gravity of this case, both sides so divided. At any rate, Alex and Lori did a wonderful job capturing the testimony and bringing that to us.
Absolutely. So we're going to wrap up here on air, but we're going to continue our coverage over on Fox Local.
All right, so I don't know if they're cutting their feed, but we will go back to the feed we were watching. They're doing a good job of kind of keeping it updated right here on the sidebar. Jury is deliberating on the sentence. It can be anywhere from 5 to 99 years. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. June's Melody says, I hope they thought ahead and have the National Guard on standby. Probably a good idea. DJ Compass says, the Overton window is pushing me towards Clayton Bigsby. The fatigue has me tired, boss. Jay Ritzy, you're some 540 credit score energy happening outside the courthouse. Thank you for the 20. Luis says, are we getting 2 Summer 2 Love before GTA 6? That's honestly, if we do get it, if we get the second Summer of Love, that's what we're calling it. That is a perfect title. 2 Summer 2 Love. That's it right there. We can't call it Summer of Love 2.0. 2 Summer 2 Love. Let's freaking go. I love it. I love it. 2 Summer 2 Love. Thank you again, BMCCB, for those 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, Alec Baldwin's Finger, for the 50 gifted memberships. Babo Yogi with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. You guys are absolutely insane. John says, Anthony had a $700,000 GoFundMe page, but chose to have a public defender. Let's see what the update is really quick.
We were talking about in the first phase, there were 3 options, right? There was guilty of murder, guilty of manslaughter, or acquittal. Those were the 3 options. Here, you've got every number between 5 and 99 available to them. So
it wasn't a public one, says Toddy.
But then again, there's also more places to meet in the middle.
That's one way to put it. Yeah, sure. Because I mean, there's just
all right. Some people are saying he did not have a public defender. I'm not sure. They denied him a public defender. What Toddy said. Okay.
Situations like this, Andrea, where the person doesn't have a lot of priors. I mean, I would think that would weigh. It's been a rumor for the jury. They would lean toward a longer sentence. But if you're 17 years old when this happens, you were minor, and as you said, he could have been an absolute angel leading up to this. But it was that one act that changed everything. But they can go back to, how he has lived his whole life up to that point, in maybe opting for leniency.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're going to hear from the defense. The defense, when they make their argument to the jury, which we expect to be happening any moment now, for what they feel is an adequate sentence, we're going to hear some of what we heard in the first phase of trial. In opening statements to this, we heard that Karmelo Anthony was, an A student, that he held down 2 jobs, that he was elected captain of the team by his
really
teammates.
Nice guy. Okay.
We heard about his character, and we're likely going to hear about that again in these closing arguments for sentencing.
I'm sure we will.
Again, that is something that the jury can consider at this point that they could not consider in the guilt-innocence phase. We're going to hear about his character, and then from the prosecution, I expect they're going to hammer home just how serious this was. We're going to, I'm sure, hear some of the brutal details of this. The fact that Karmelo Anthony stabbed Austin Metcalf in the heart, that the injury was not survivable, and just how
straight A student, never had anything bad to say. He listened to really respectable music. He listened to country music and Christian rock. He definitely wore his pants up to his, up, off of his ass. He didn't have them down to his ass. He wore it all the way up to his waist. He actually donated to Turning Point USA. He was a Trump supporter. Shopped at Bass Pro Shops. Just a regular guy. Just a regular young black kid. Wasn't involved in anything really. So yeah, sounds about right. Think so. Carmelo Anthony had a membership to Bass Pro Shops. Yeah, he was a Dale Jr. fan. He was a big fan of the Budweiser number 8 and the National Guard 88. He big George Strait fan, big George Strait guy. Love Toby Keith, big Toby Keith fan.
As soon as this is all said and done,
I would believe, yes, that should be lifted as soon as the sentencing is over. If there had been an acquittal, I'm sure it would have been lifted as soon as that would have come down.
Keep screaming MAGA
but
country.
that gag order prevents the attorneys from the case, the witnesses in the case, from speaking publicly, from speaking to us, the media. So that's why you haven't seen us approaching the attorneys. We know they're going to say no. So yes,
Read on, Corbs.
that
Thank you
applies
for
to
the
attorneys that
52
are tied to
kicks.
the case. You have
102
heard
and then
from attorneys,
52. Let's go.
unrelated to the case. As you mentioned, other members of the legal community weighing in who have been watching it. They're not affected by any kind of gag order. So when you hear from an attorney, if you are hearing from an attorney, it is likely one that is unconnected to this case because of that. We haven't heard from the families.
Andrea,
We haven't heard from.
let me interrupt you, Andrea. Dominique Alexander.
That's his
from
attorney,
the
right?
Next Generation
That's
Action
one of
Network
his
is speaking.
attorneys,
Let's
right?
see what he
Oh,
has
who
to
is?
say.
Okay, here.
In
Uh-oh.
Collin County.
Uh-oh.
It showed us that time and time in American history, it has shown us to remove emotions from yet the law. This trial showed that it put emotions over the law. After Trayvon Martin and so many countless names, it has shown us that black life is not safe in Collin County. It showed us that they did not listen to the law. It showed clearly that a judge interfered in this process. It showed very clearly that a black boy was allowed, not one black soul on a jury. An all white jury convicted him in 2 to 3 hours. We know that they did not prove their case. They are currently sentencing Karmelo Anthony, but we know that the Next Generation Action Network put the first $10,000 towards an appellate attorney. And we will fight Collin County like hell. I respected this process. I allowed and called for peace in this process.
See what they got us.
But Black America should be very upset about what went on today. Now, before all of the internet lawyers and before all of the interpretation of the situation, I'm only an advocacy leader. I'm not an attorney. I can only help families be able to navigate these processes when they find themselves in this type of situation. I can only allow lawyers to be what they are, lawyers. I can't instruct them. I can't stop them from doing anything. I have to respect the process just like anybody else. But what we saw today was flawed, unjust, and I ask that the community continue to pray for the Anthony family. I do not speak for them, but I know that the Next Generation Action Network will be here as support. My heart hurts right now because an ignorance of the law was done here today. Clear. We posted the jury instructions, and right now what we are seeing is a travesty. It lets us know that black lives do not matter in the criminal
Andrea,
justice
this is Ken and Karen once again. We're hearing Dominique Alexander. He's speaking right now to some reporters, some folks that have gathered around him. He's calling this a travesty, saying that.
I listen. I got to be honest. Dominique Alexander makes a very compelling case. Makes a very compelling case. What's interesting about the case he's making, he seems to leave out a small detail. Small detail. I don't know if it's racist for me to bring this detail up. And I think I want to bring up this small detail that Mr. Alexander missed. So again, credit where credit's due. Really, really passionate speech that he had right there. But there was this detail that he left out that I think is kind of important. Karmelo Anthony kind of killed someone. I mean, I think that's interesting information that people might need in order to understand the ramifications of the situation. But who am I? Who am I? I'm just a grifter on the internet. But it just seems like an important detail that you might want to, insert into your speech. Very passionate speech, by the way. Very, very important.
The charge was an overcharge, that went too far, and that's something that we have heard reflected in the opinion of the protesters out here. You know, some of them felt like the prosecution went too far with that charge, but that's where the jury landed.
Yeah, and the other thing that stood out to me from the remarks made by Dominique Alexander of Next Generation Action Network, he pledged that they will go ahead and fund the first $10,000 towards any fees, legal fees for the appeal that understandably will now, and really expectedly, I mean, will take place now at this point. At some point, we're hearing that JD is going to make it out to your where you are, Andrea. So I know we've been chatting, and I know it's pretty hot out there, but we appreciate you chatting with us. And we'll all have a conversation here as soon as JD can get out from behind the courtroom.
And we do have some sound. We just listened to Dominique Alexander, who, as Andre was mentioning, has been an advocate and basically a sort of a spokesperson for the Anthony family. We also have talked to some of the supporters there for the Metcalf family, and I understand we've got some sound from them. So let's go ahead and cue that up.
I don't want to see the young man go away for his whole life. I think he's young enough that he can hopefully grow, learn something, come out and be a productive part of society. I don't even think he went there to do what happened, but that's what happened. And we don't need to be setting a precedent where if you come up and shove me, I can just pull a knife and stab you in the heart. Proportional force, right? If I come up and shove you, you shove me back, we get in a fight, but not pull a knife and stab somebody.
Yeah, no. This type of weak, liberal-minded poison bullshit is exactly why we're in the position we're in.
Family and the prosecution. Interesting, though, he did say, he didn't know that if he went there to commit the murder. He said, but that's what happened.
Exactly. Right.
So again, what you're hearing, though, is people in the legal community and now people who've been following the case, just folks who are out there hinting at this idea that maybe even they were surprised that the charge was murder. That the guilty verdict was for.
And I've been hearing
the murder charge.
I've seen a lot of people comment saying that this. They were surprised that they didn't plead out. That the Anthony family didn't accept maybe a lesser plea from the beginning. That this had to go to trial on a murder charge.
Absolutely. We heard from Metcalf, a supporter. Let's go ahead and listen to a Carmelo Anthony supporter now, who also spoke to her crew there.
Oh boy, hang on.
Nobody wins. It's a loss on both sides. For the Austin family and for the Karmelo family, man. I don't want to be in this situation.
Now let's listen to a Carmelo Anthony supporter. What do I tell my 5 boys? What do we do now? Don't murder.
What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do at this point? What?
Yeah, maybe don't murder. I mean, I know it's crazy, but
do. What do you want us to do at this point? What? I'm lost for it. I don't know what to do. I got 5 boys. I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more. You can't walk away no more.
Rest in peace, Trayvon Martin. Let me ask you this right now.
This is fucking amazing, dude.
As an adult.
Exactly.
This is amazing.
He's students, and we
This
talked
is
about that.
amazing.
He had such promise, and it's just heartbreaking all the way around.
We've got JD Miles. He has been able to make it outside of the courtroom. He is wired up now. He's got his microphone. Presumably, JD, you can hear me. You got Ken and Karen back here in the studio. Can you hear us okay, JD?
Yes, I've got you, Ken and Karen.
Okay, great. Give us.
Oh no. Oh no. The Nintendo Direct memes are insane. What are you doing, Nintendo? You can't do this on the internet.
That courtroom because of the hostility we've seen building over the last year on both sides. I remember when I saw Carmelo Anthony enter the courtroom, his lead defense attorney, Mike Howard, had his arm around him. His forehead was on Carmelo's forehead. They were in quiet conversation. It looked like that Howard was trying to console or to prepare Karmelo for what's to come, like he knew it would not be a good outcome with the jury coming back so quickly. The courtroom filled up. The judge announced that the jury had had a verdict. The jury came in. Nobody on the jury that I could see looked at the defendant when they walked in. They sat down. The judge was handed the verdict. He read, of course, guilty of first-degree murder. At that point, we looked around the room for reaction. I didn't see any reaction from the jurors. Karmelo Anthony, who I was looking at, he stood with his head partially down, his eyes closed very tightly. You could see the wrinkles on the side of his forehead. He was obviously in some kind of agony internally hearing this news. His mother, who was on the front row behind him, leaned against the railing and put her head down. We didn't hear any emotion from Karmelo Anthony, but within just a few seconds after the verdict was read, you could hear him sobbing out loud in a very quiet courtroom. It was an interesting experience to be in there. The Metcalf family, which was told by the prosecutors not to show any emotion, did just that. They were pretty stoic when this verdict came down. At that point, the judge very matter-of-factly said,
ALJMNZZ 450.
The whole time, more than a year, has been extinguished, and you are now remanded to the custody of the Collin County Sheriff's Office. And you could feel, obviously, the anxiety on his side and on his family when that was relayed to him. They took him out, took him into a side room.
I think, like, the bottom line here, because there's a lot of noise surrounding this case. The bottom line is someone lost their life. And that is a horrific tragedy. And you have a lot of race hustlers out there trying to spin this in all these different directions, primarily on the left. But a young kid lost his life. Austin Metcalf lost his life. Okay. And that is incredibly sad. And I hate that a lot of this noise has made people lose sight of that. But I go back to the Irina Zarutska, I think that's how you say her last name, situation. And I don't say this lightly. I know I meme a lot and I'm sarcastic, but I don't say this lightly, but the Irina Zarutska situation where she was this, young girl that was on a subway or whatever it was. And she's just stabbed while she's sitting there minding her business, not doing anything, by a career criminal. And I will repeat what I said in that moment, and it's not to be disrespectful to her memory or anything like that. It's just to be truthful about it. If she were racist, she'd be alive today. And that's just the painful truth of the matter right there. But when you consume liberal media and Hollywood garbage and they're not telling you the truth about anything, that's the unfortunate situation that you find yourself in. And it's really, really sad. Matt HTX says if the races were reversed, they'd be cheering or claiming it wasn't enough. Riots won't work here in Texas. Hail CobraCast. That's good news that it's in Texas, though, because you're probably right. It probably won't go over very well. Nico for $100 says Dominique Alexander is an idiot. Karmelo Anthony is an idiot. His parents are idiot. Now, all of those people that are yelling are idiots. And I am being subtle because of YouTube's chat rules. This is why I'm glad I don't live around these people. And I live in the suburbs. Hail the 199. Thank you, Nico, for the massive super chat. I really appreciate it, brother. Thank you so much. All right, let's hear if we're going to get this sentencing announcement.
Incarcerated. I don't know if at this point if that's going to be part of the sentencing. We'll find out here in a minute from the judge and the prosecutor and defense attorneys. But we fully expect this case to go to the jury here in just a few short matter of minutes or hours, and the jury will deliberate as long as they want to into the afternoon and evening. If they don't reach a decision on sentencing, they will be sequestered. and then they will come back tomorrow morning and then come back with a sentence again of either 5 to 99 years in prison. In the case of Karmelo Anthony, which has generated so much hostility, tension, conflict, not just here in North Texas, but all across the country, as we've seen.
JD, you made an observation and you presented a point that I think so many of us who have been following this case have also observed ourselves, and that is the lightning speed in which all of this has moved. I mean, from the beginning, right? They worked through the weekend, closing arguments. This went to the deliberations. Within 3 hours, we had a verdict. Then it was read, and here we are. It's not even 4 o'clock right now. What do you make of all of this, the speed of it all? I mean, is that just the style of this judge? Is that because, you've been watching, you've been sitting in there. Is it because evidence was overwhelming? I mean, why so fast? What makes this so different than other cases and trials?
I mean, pretty much because it was an open and shut case. There was really nothing to debate. It's pretty much a done deal.
Trials under his watch for the last 20 years. He is very meticulously organized in terms of getting this done. That's why we had a testimony on Saturday. We're going to have testimony as long as we had to on Saturdays. He runs a very tight court, and he doesn't tolerate anything other than what's necessary. I know it doesn't sit well, though, with a lot of people out here around me you can see and hear, or people out there in the social media universe who think this was some kind of a railroad, that somehow that Karmelo Anthony didn't get a fair trial. That's certainly going to be something in the social media blogosphere, whatnot, that it's going to fuel that feeling, because this is going so fast, whether it's legitimate or not. If you live in Collin County, if you cover Collin County like I have, I mean, it's very conservative. People get acquitted here very rarely, and they get the maximum punishment very often. So it's something that is not.
We got this right here. A number of black nationalists have been showing up outside of the or Anthony Karmelo murder. You mean Karmelo Anthony? Trial in Texas. Here we go, right here.
Cast it out. Come on, man. Cast it. Give me a hug because all that pain. Because racism holds a heavy weight. Heavy. No, I'm not done.
Whew.
I'm not done.
Whoa. Okay, give her the Oscar. This is a behind the scenes footage of the Odyssey. This is Lupita Nyong'o as Helen of Troy right here.
Cast it out. Come on, man. Cast it. Give me a hug because all that pain. Because racism holds a heavy weight. Heavy. No, I'm not done. I'm not done. Because ain't nobody gonna stop me. Not on one stop. You better stand with us. Because if he falls even deeper into hell. Because y'all want to keep sacrificing that baby. I promise you, I'm gonna wake you all. And I'm gonna make y'all respect. And I'm gonna make you clean. You better cast it. Because baby wanna cast it, but she don't know what I'm talking about. Cast your shit. You gotta cast it out. Come on, man.
I need to see more. Give me more video of this. That was damn good right there.
For sentencing, JD, I guess don't go too far, because we might be getting word here on the sentencing sometime here shortly. For now, though, JD, let's go ahead and take a break. We'll visit with you in a bit. We
Give me more.
I'm watching with us here on the air on CBS.
I gotta
News
find
Texas.
More video of that woman.
And break away from the on-air programming right now, but we will continue our coverage on the CBS News Texas stream. You can find us there. So we're going to take a quick pause to transition.
This is great. I'm trying to find more video of that right now. So give me a minute here. That was damn good entertainment, man. We got to see more of that. If we can find more video of that she deserves the Oscar. That's some of the greatest acting I've ever seen right there. So We will
welcome back in, everyone, on the CBS
keep our
News
eye on
Texas
that
stream
one
as we continue to cover the verdict of the Karmelo Anthony trial. Again, he has been found guilty on the charge of murder. And right now, the last check is that the jury has now gone into deliberations after receiving instructions from the judge where they will deliberate now the sentencing and all of this. We are in the sentencing phase of it all.
Right. And right now, we understand that they have been told that they can sentence him anywhere between 5 and 99 years in prison. And this has all moved so quickly. They deliberated for less than 3 hours and coming up with a guilty verdict on they could have gone with manslaughter, but they opted for murder. Again, less than 3 hours. And as JD was saying, I mean, everything's been lightning fast. When they began the sentencing phase, they said, it could take anywhere 1 to 2 days for all of this. It took an hour,
maybe. I mean, I
all told.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and it's so they basically they waived their opening statements. We heard from one person, and that was Karmelo Anthony's mother. That the defense
I have
called
not,
the
Maximus
prosecution
Americans.
rested its
I have
case
not
right
seen
away.
that.
The defense called Karmelo Anthony's mother. She
I have
spoke
not.
very briefly.
Sounds crazy.
And then
Sith Lord,
the
thank
judge
you.
went and issued the charge documents for the jury, and basically saying, okay, here's what you have before you, and this is what you must choose, somewhere between 5 and 99
This
years.
trial, Karen, has brought out all kind of debate, all kind of opinion, and really people who have faced off physically in front of that courthouse throughout the trial. It happened today. It happened soon after that verdict was read. We want to play you a couple of sound bites that we were able to get for you from supporters of both sides of this trial. Anthony supporters and Metcalf supporters as well. Let's go ahead and play that for you right now. Have a listen to what some of the folks who have been monitoring the trial from outside the courthouse
monitoring
had to
the
say
situation
shortly after this guilty verdict came down. Have a listen.
Nobody wins. It's a loss on both sides. For the Austin family and for the Karmelo family, man. I don't want to be in this situation.
And we also have some sound from a Metcalf supporter that hopefully we can go ahead and cue up for you.
I don't want to see the young man go away for his whole life. I think he's young enough that he can hopefully grow, learn something.
This is a weak liberal-minded bullshit right here. It's really that simple, man. It's just pathetic.
Precedent where if you come up and shove me, I can just pull a knife and stab you in the heart. Proportional force, right? If I come up and shove you, you shove me back, we get in a fight, but not pull a knife and stab somebody in the heart. For Christ's sake, man.
I don't care who it is. If you murder someone, you deserve to go away forever. Simple as that. There's no debate here. I don't care if you murder someone, you do not deserve any leniency whatsoever. Period. There's no debate. End of discussion. And this weak, liberal-minded bullshit where people can turn their life around, no, you can't. If you kill someone, if you murder someone, if you're found guilty, you don't get the opportunity to turn your life around because the person you killed doesn't get the opportunity to turn their life around. Fuck off with that bullshit.
We thank you so much for following along with us and getting up to date with us here on everything that's been happening with this trial. We will see you again in about 30 minutes at 4 o'clock over on the air on CBS News.
That's just ridiculous, man. Absolutely ridiculous. Let's see here. Munchie Ninja says nobody is happier about the verdict than these disgusting race hustlers because they know now more have job security. Correct. Are we about to get it right here? Is this live?
Right. I think this is the first time that he's being spotted in the courtroom. We've heard his name a lot. This is the victim, Austin Metcalf's twin brother, Hunter. We heard testimony about him being there when his
This
brother...
earlier. It says earlier today. Okay, so that's not live. I got very confused on that for a minute. Don't forget, we do have Tuesday night's main event that is happening on the main Geeks and Gamers channel at 6 p.m. Eastern, which is about an hour and a half from now. Pyro Fusion Dancer says, I remember the OJ verdict. I was 19 at the time. I didn't understand why so many people celebrated it. Unfortunately, I understand it now all too well. Yeah, they stopped school. and played the OJ verdict when I was in school. They turned the TV on and we watched the OJ verdict live while I was in school. It was absolutely crazy. Old Salty Dog says, I just got here. You snuck one in on me. Hey, barely got it live. I didn't even, I think this was only, the link was created like 5 minutes before I went live. Daniel says, oh snap, it's about to look like NYC last night. Ben says, a job center will be a safe as well, Jer. Graham Robbins says, Jeremy, I think the 9-volt battery section of the hardware store, kid support office, and car insurance agencies will also be safe places. Joshua says, the only white on black media won't cover is when Jer beats his own meat. Hail the 199. John Jones says, keep in mind it's an election year. Is it Chome Band says low impulse control tax. Manly AF movie says I'm on the scene. John Jones says there needs to be a serious conversation about the demographic issues in our country right now. Grapthar Sammer says I have hella pride in Jeremy. Lapco says hopefully I can still make it to Barnes and Nobles tonight before the looters strike. A big Bennis says I'm worried about the library because they usually sell drugs behind it. Grapthar Sammer says more distractions from Breaking Guthrie. By the way, there was something about Breaking Guthrie that I saw today where apparently YouTubers are being arrested outside of her residence. Oh, it's the first thing that I've seen about that in forever, but outside of Nancy Guthrie's home, apparently several YouTubers have been arrested because they are set up outside of her house. So that's crazy. So yeah, right here it is. Several true crime YouTubers have been arrested near Nancy Guthrie's home while covering her disappearance. Police say the creators blocked roads, trespassed, and disrupted the area, leading to complaints from neighbors. So the beautiful thing here is that YouTubers are being arrested for covering it, but they still have no idea who took this old woman. That is wild. What a twist. Hey guys, we still haven't figured out what happened here, but we're going to arrest you for trying to figure out what happened here. Just good Lord, man. What a complete shit show that is. Storm Shadow says, is Karmelo going to celebrate Pride in prison soon? Keglord says, could the defense fail be a scam for retrial? Doesn't look like it. Mike Middleton says, get Rittenhouse at the ready. Madney says, shit. Godzilla's Greaser says, it's times like this I'm glad us Texans have strong law enforcement. Southeastern Kaiju says, no OJ celebration this time, folks. Justice. Crew Kid says, amazing that the murderer was convicted of murder. An absolute novel concept. It is pretty crazy that way, isn't it? Jeremy Wormy says, I'm so happy that I got to hear the verdict while watching The King Grifter. Also hail the 199. So if you are tuning in, we are currently in a holding pattern right now as we are waiting for more details in the Karmelo Anthony trial. Currently, they are deliberating on sentencing right now. That's all we have. And I am seeing that there's a pretty big story that's happening in Belfast with the protests. So I'm trying to look into that. There's just so much going on right now. And so we are currently waiting for all of that. We could get a sentencing in a few minutes. It could be a while from now. Let me see right here. What are they saying?
Number 3, reasonable belief from Worski. A reasonable person would not have plunged a knife into Austin Metcalf. Number 4, immediately necessary. Deadly force must be immediately necessary. Worski argued there was not immediate necessity to plunge a knife into an unarmed man. In addition, in Texas, a person who does not need to intend to kill someone for it to still be murder. If someone intended to cause serious bodily injury, that is murder according to jury instructions.
Yeah, no, I would tend to agree with those.
This is from earlier, right?
As you prepare your closing statements now before this jury, let's first talk about the defense. He's guilty, okay, of murder.
Okay,
what do you say now in this moment? There's really no need to talk about
it. I think you depending on what your demeanor was during voir dire, I mean, I think you thank them for their time and their service, and you get right down to your issue. And I was saying, I don't know that you need 30 minutes.
While we're waiting on this,
to give the mitigation.
I'm just hearing about this Belfast stuff. So right here, this is breaking on this GBN news channel right here.
Welcome back to Britain's newsroom. Now, a man is seriously injured in hospital after being stabbed repeatedly in the neck in North Belfast late last night.
Police were called at around 10:30, where officers arrested another man in connection with the incident. Sir Keir Starmer's intervened, saying, "I've no tolerance for abhorrent scenes of violence like this on our streets."
Well, let's speak to GB News' Northern Ireland reporter, Doogie Beattie. Doogie, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Some horrific speculation about this attack, some people calling it an attempted beheading.
Well, I was probably the only mainstream media crew on the ground here last night. I arrived at just about 11 o'clock. That attack took place at 10:25, and I can tell you the scenes here were chaotic at that stage. What the ambulance service had to deal with at that point must have been quite disturbing. I'm sure that most of us have watched those videos and realised exactly what is happening and what was going on. Those videos very much mirrored what was going on here when I arrived. And Nigel Farage has tweeted out probably the most sensible thing, that really the police need to come forward now and say exactly what happened here, because this area of Belfast is very socially deprived. It's seen the worst of the troubles here. I mean, this.
So I do want to say, like, I'm gonna catch up on that because that's crazy, but I do not want to miss the sentencing announcement. So crazy stuff right now. I'm glad Keir Starmer is involved, because clearly that will definitely get the criminals in line when Keir Starmer says something really, really aggressive on Twitter. I'm sure they're scared for their life. So I want to keep an eye out for this while we're waiting for this sentencing to happen. Also, I got to say, I'm going to have to retract my previous statement, because I said that, if you kill someone, you obviously should go away forever. However, Keys brings up an interesting point here. I don't support this. This is too far. Keys says he will be sentenced to 15 years of watching quartering videos. I do not support that at all. There's no crime that is worth that punishment. That's a little too far in my book. So I just want to be on record. I disavow this type of punishment. That is no one should have to deal with that. So let's dial it back a little bit. Okay. Let's dial it back. That's a little too far. Mar Millen says, stream chat Griff tax. I see what you're doing. Just get in as soon as possible to get more money out of me, since I complained about vacations yesterday. I have no idea what you're talking about, Mar Millen. I would never, ever try to grift you. I would never try to do that. It's just not in my nature, brother. Thank you for the super chat.
Politicians come out and praise one verdict and then condemn another. If that promotes respect for our jury system or not.
That's my point.
So I'm not.
All right, we've been listening in to Fox 4 Dallas's coverage as we have just learned moments ago that Karmelo Anthony was found guilty of murder. We do have to slide away for a quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox, but if that coverage is continuing on the other side, we'll head right back out to it. I'm your host, Anna Marsick. Stay close. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay, so they are on a commercial break. I'll catch up on Supers. We will keep it here to make sure we get the live reaction when the verdict is released. Valiant Renegade says, you catch the Dominique Alexander response after the verdict. We'll tag you. Yes, I reacted to that live. That was absolutely nuts. What's up, Valiant Renegade? Hail to you, brother. So we'll keep it here just in case they cut in, because I do want to hear the sentencing, because that's going to determine just how much rioting we have. Because listen, I appreciate the pro Karmelo Anthony side. So here's from the way I understand it, okay? If Karmelo Anthony gets sentenced to 5 years, they're probably going to loot a Nike store. I get it, I get it. But if it goes over 10 years, then they're going to loot not only the Nike store, okay, but they're probably going to have to hit a GameStop or two, because of course they are, you know. So we got to hit a GameStop, got to hit the Nike store. If we get over 50 years though, Apple stores are on the menus, boys. Okay. So that's from what I understand. Okay. From what I understand, that is what the plan is. Okay. So we'll see what happens. The Best Buy, honestly, Best Buy used to be part of it, but now they don't really carry much physical media anymore. And Best Buy has a lot of like home appliances. They're not interested in, you know, looting Best Buy anymore too much. You know, they don't have a lot of physical media anymore. And TVs are so cheap, so it's really not worth it going to get those. So, let's see. Where did I leave off? Blast Radius says lies. Black jurors were all racially biased towards Karmelo, and it wasn't an all-white jury. Black Karmelo supporters continue to be outrageous. Lies while pretending to be victims.
We learned that there was a guilty verdict in the Karmelo Anthony trial. This post coming from Brooke Taylor, who is Fox 4 Dallas's reporter, who has been on the ground there reporting as we were just listening into Fox 4's coverage. She said, our reporter inside the courtroom tells us Karmelo Anthony was crying and shaking when that guilty murder verdict was read. Bond was revoked and he was taken into custody. Now the sentencing phase begins, where the same jury decides his sentencing. They will call character witnesses. Karmelo Anthony's mom took the stand. She says, he is my oldest, my firstborn, my baby. I love him very much. His mom had mascara running down her face while she cried and asked the jury to please have mercy on her son. That coming from Fox 4's Brooke Taylor. A live look right now outside the...
Here we go. Let's get some more reaction right here. Here we go.
To protect black people. Anytime a white man or a white child can go and put their hands aggressively on anybody and something like this occur, it's self-defense. It's self-defense. You put your hand on me and see how I respond. Beat your motherfucking ass.
The chick in the back threatening violence. Holy shit, you can't make this up. Oh my God.
Like this occur, it's self-defense. It's self-defense. You put your hand on me and see how I respond. Beat your motherfucking ass. What will the Anthony family? What will the people that's standing behind the Anthony family do? That's the question you should ask. We're gonna stand behind them and we're gonna fight. That's what's gonna happen.
What is your relationship with him?
I have no relationship. We're brothers. We're black. We're brothers and sisters. We're blacks. We're the indigenous people of this earth. Ain't nobody out here killing them, bitch. We black. It's a repeat. Black people, black sisters and brothers, black kings and queens, we gotta stick together. This makes no goddamn sense. That young boy, he was defending his goddamn self.
Donald Trump is a goddamn bully. Donald
We
Trump
gotta
is.
stick together.
It's Trump's fault. It's Trump's fault.
That young boy, he was defending his goddamn self.
Donald Trump is a goddamn bully. Donald
We
Trump
gotta
is.
stick together. We gotta stop hurting one another. Y'all don't see what's going on? Just like they doing this to Karmelo, guess what? It could be your child, little kids out here, it could be you. And I'll be out here for y'all. We gotta fight for one another. It's us. We all we got. They say that it's not about race, but there was not one goddamn black person on that jury. It was automatically about race. I don't want to hear that bullshit. Straight up.
Woo!
Looking at a very large police presence outside of the Collin County Courthouse, certainly a very charged atmosphere, lots of reactions to the verdict today. But in terms of the crowd and the people who were there, the spectators, lots of conversation, lots of discussion, sometimes heated.
Yes.
But
peaceful.
Very peaceful, yeah. And we've seen people for and against who are holding up the signs, who are doing the protests,
Stop it, Nandy.
supporting it or speaking out against it. But Sean, no violence.
No, and that's what it should be.
Yeah.
That's what our First Amendment, that should happen. That should happen. We should let our passions be known and express ourselves, but without assaulting one another.
Right.
Let me ask you real quick, Russell. I'm not sure on this, but in deciding
crazy.
punishment, is the jury required to be unanimous, or it's not unanimous for punishment?
No, it has to be unanimous as well.
Okay.
So you've got to have an agreement of all 12.
Okay.
So
under prison sentence. Okay. I wasn't sure on that part.
Exactly, old salty dog. Like, you're literally showing how biased you are, how you're not actually. The point of a jury is to gather a group of peers that are not going to be biased towards the situation. And you're going to get there in front of the media and go, we got to stick together. Why are no blacks on the jury? Like, what? It's the craziest shit I've ever fucking seen in my life. It's so unbelievable. What the hell are we even doing, man? Good Lord. Dom says Jeremy the little racist. Excuse me, Dom. Let me explain something to you, Dom. Okay. Where's it at right now? Where is it at? I don't know if I can highlight your comment. Chat's moving too fast. But I'll have you know, I was not a racist until I worked retail. And then it just happened naturally. Okay. So there you have it. Okay.
Yeah, you rarely have jurors that look forward to sequestration.
Right.
That's true.
You know, so I think if we start by 4, particularly if we're just doing closing arguments, if there's 15 minutes aside, you'll probably see the prosecution will pass again, or be an argument about who goes first and who goes last. But if the state goes last, they'll let the defense go, and then
yeah, like all these clowns, like they get so sensitive over shit. Like, who else do I call out consistently? Woke liberal white women. I often say that the most dangerous demographic in the United States of America are woke white women. Nobody gets offended. Nobody says, oh my God, I can't believe you're saying racially insensitive things, Jeremy, because it's the truth. The truth is the truth. Woke white women are the single most dangerous demographic in this country.
Continue our coverage right after this.
All right, so we've been listening into Fox 4 Dallas's coverage of the Karmelo Anthony case. As they slide away for a commercial break, we are also going to take this opportunity to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. I'm your host, Anna Marsick. We'll be right back.
That was they were replaying from earlier, so if you heard them talking about like that things as though it was behind, it's because it was. Epic Reader says 11% representation. School's almost out. What's up, Epic Reader? Thank you for hanging out. Let me see. Let me go back up here. Well, I live in Frisco. Might not go out to eat tonight. Also, Interstellar ending sucked. You can be as incorrect as you want. But as a father to a daughter, Interstellar's ending is perfect. Let's see here. Bright Matt says more trouble here in the UK. This time in Belfast, Northern Ireland, a guy was fatally stabbed by an illegal migrant and is in critical condition. Protests are happening right now in London and Belfast. Let's see. Gandalf Sweaty Balrog says Dave the Cheeseburger Crackhead in Don't Be a Menace to Gonna Be Karmelo after a week in prison. Holy shit, that's a run-on sentence. Holy shit. There we have it right there. Heel Rep says, get ready with the popcorn. You're damn right. Fatally stabbed in critical condition. I know that's an interesting scenario there. Eric John Pizza Artist says that Melo guilty, not a good 24 hours for Knicks fans. Luis says the fate of the summer. Russian bot says that they're super good at protesting because all of it involves shouting the same thing over and over, comes naturally. Grapthar's Hammer says, now I want a Karmelo underrated candy bar. Old Salty Dog says, riots in Texas sounds fun. It will be if it happens. Daniel says, is White Boy Summer back? Benjamin says, did you see what happened in Northern Ireland? I'm aware of it now. Kevin Spears says, I can't believe that many black people got that close to the court since 80% have warrants. Cindy Biscuit says, what's up, Figs? Just got back from work. Swig of water for the working woman. Double Hawk says, you and Kirsha should stream together so I don't have to keep swapping between you two. Kirsha's awesome. Peter says that she's a little top heavy. Daniel says, let's see, where is that one? 36. I'm not even going to read that shit, but there you go. Grapthar's Hammer says, if you want to be safe, go to Hobby Lobby, Chick-fil-A. If you want your money to be safe, use Rumble Wallet. Look at there. A little Rumble Wallet plug. Vic Chavez, are the engineers and doctors gathering? Taco Woman Sandy Ravage says, just want to legalize killing white people. That's what they want. Gremlin says, wait, he only called his mother to testify. I thought he was in the tent with friends. It's pretty interesting how that's all that they said. Brighton says, I retract the word fatally in my first super chat. It's all good, bro. It's all good. John Jones says, are they going to make pineapple Kool-Aid Molotovs? Uper Viking says, playing catch up. How long did the jury deliberate? Not long. Not very long at all. Fantastic Knox says, so I guess the big Bertha in the Black Panther shirt is the muscle, since the two skinnies there are standing trying to look tough ain't going to do too much. Mr. E says, made it to Florida for vacation, first time heading to Culver's. Any other recommendations? Heard the pork chop sandwich is a must. Hail the 199. Butter burger. That's it. Butter burger. Elite Goose +1 says, honk, first time watching Covercast during the Floyd riots. Ah, shit, here we go again. Yep. Once again.
To some degree, in the minds of...
All right, so this has got to be a little bit earlier, this feed. I want to make sure that I'm caught up and I'm not behind on anything. This is all earlier today, so they have not cut in over here either. So jury is still under deliberation. Is it going to take them longer to deliberate the sentencing than the verdict? That's what it seems like. But again, I don't know for sure. If somebody can confirm to me, how long were they in deliberation for the verdict? Because it didn't seem like that was that long at all. Graptar Sammer says Gary should be on to explain guilty verdicts to us. Suggan says it didn't do nothing tax. John Orchard says, here is my being wrong tax. Apologies. All good. Marlon Stevo says, I should have known better than to have a Cobra Cast stream be the first thing to test my new TV soundbar. Thanks, Jeremy. Haha. You are welcome. Roland the Wretched whining because I missed his member message says, did read my member chat, Fig. Shame, shame, shame. Proud of you, Jeremy. Ultimate grifting for the riots. You are an evil YouTuber after my own heart. Can't wait to catch up in Vegas. Don't fondle me this time. I'll try not to. But yes, Vegas, August 6th. It's going to be fun. I will be driving because I'm not getting on a damn airplane. So we'll see. It will be fun, though. Fantastic Knox says, it's not me but the knives fault tax. Let's see. Mello finna get served up in prison. It wasn't an all-white jury. There were just no black people on the jury because they were the only ones who couldn't see past race and be objective. I don't know where we got that idea from, that they just can't be objective about this. That's crazy. That's just a crazy thought, isn't it? How on earth did we come to that conclusion? The race card is all but completely used up. We were told to judge a person's character, and there's our garbage. Yeah, I mean, it's just, people are just sick and tired of this victim narrative, man. Just call things like you see it. Call balls and strikes. But this whole like mentality, identity politics, woke nonsense, people are just sick and tired of this shit, man. Like, that is not how normal people operate. Normal people do not judge just on, like, we don't care what you do. We don't care what your sexuality is. Just be a decent person. That's it. Simple as that. Nobody cares. This whole, like, push to worry about what everybody else is, like, what their mental illness is or what their sexual preference is or whatever, or what their identity is. Nobody fucking cares. Nobody. And as I've said many times, like, social media has warped the world's view of things. People have this view of things because of social media. If you're out in the real world, and I judge this on, if you have a real job, unlike me, I have a fake job, but if you have a real job, when's the last time that you were talking to just a group of coworkers and you're like, yeah, I want to go see this movie on Friday. And somebody was like, well, I need to see what the diversity breakdown in the movie is before I determine. No one talks like that. No one fucking cares. No one in the real world cares about this shit. They just want to see good entertainment. Nobody cares. And then you have this social media push for diversity, and diversity is our strength and all that bullshit. We're sick and tired of it. Blast Radio says, blacks are the only group to cry racism after committing a murder. Gangs fan says, I got to go to Hartford tonight trying to find the closest library to park and then Uber. Bob says, wasn't he suspended over violence? They are really running defense for him on his channel. JRL says that 2 Summer 2 Love, we was guilty as shit. Also 2 Summer 2 Love, impulse control. Fantastic Knox says it's the knives fault that did the stab tax. Clever Luther says toughest kid at my school were the high honor roll kids. They hit the books like they hit the streets. You mean? Fantastic Knox says those witnesses, the lawyers had to defend Karmelo, testified against Karmelo. It's a clear cut as it can be. This advocacy dude didn't mention that. No, he left key parts out. Very key parts. All right, no update there.
Character witnesses. Karmelo Anthony's mom took the stand and she said,
Yeah, you're just replaying old stuff, so we still don't have any update on that. Site team says, I'm going to say it. Bibby says, why are they interviewing Dominique Baby Shaker Alexander? Bob says his heart hurts. How about the Metcalf's heart? Zenny Biscuit says, I know a guy who went to prison for ending someone. He found God and changed his life. I think very highly of him. I pray Anthony can do the same. I mean, I know someone that, committed the ultimate act and put away from prison and never spoke with them again because you take a life. I just don't have use for you whatsoever. And if you do end up finding God, that's between you and God. That has nothing to do with me. Kind of like what Denzel said in Man on Fire. Forgiveness is between them and God. Now Denzel said it's up for him to arrange the meeting. I'm not saying that, but I personally will not have any contact with you if you ever commit a crime of that level. I don't care who you are. I don't care if I know you or what. I won't have any contact with you whatsoever. But if you turn your life over to God and find God, that's great. I won't have anything to do with you, but hopefully you and God get that worked out. But yeah, let's see. That's a fucking banana. I'm not even gonna say the rest. Blast Radio says CBS almost sounds sad about the verdict. Third JRH says, as a black man who refuses the tribalism, I get ostracized. Fine, I won't drink the pineapple Kool-Aid, and my kids won't ever be in this position. Good attitude. Blast Radio says, let's see if Karmelo tries that touch me and find out in jail to one of his people. Bright Matt says Belfast is on fire. Protesters, rioters are setting cars and bins on fire. This is what happens when the government ignores working class people. Eheb says riots all across the UK due to an attempted public decapitation. Vault 199 says media mad because the case was short. Minimal grift time. Beastie Man says, and cut from that one lady talking nonsense if you read this later. The Skeleton King says that they think they're part of history and the same as that was in the 50s, but it's not. They're treated equal and few lack accountability. CA says, I know, hang on, I got an argument, Lying Dog Face Pony Soldier with a gift of membership. Lapco says, if you were paying attention and trapped in a Walmart, quickly run to the stationery department and hunker down by the Father's Day cards. Phil says, what is the orange jumpsuit for tax? Jason J says, but remember, only government can kill innocent people and never go to prison. Kent State, Waco, Ruby Ridge, Bundy Ranch, Jeremy. John says, where's Barack? Yeah, where's Barack Hussein Obama? Anybody know?
Decision was read. On your screen right now is an aerial shot that we're getting outside the Collin County Courthouse right now. Let's just lift up the audio and see if we can hear anything.
Well, there you go. Apparently not. Apparently we don't hear anything.
All right, so it sounds like we are not hearing anything necessarily, and it is just the aerial shot that we're getting as that drops off your screen. Another live look right now as we can see officers outside the Collin County Courthouse there as they have been patrolling the area, and we did learn that many people did show up outside the courthouse there following that guilty verdict being read. So, of course, we have been bringing you extensive coverage of this. And in a moment here, we will be going to Fox 4 Dallas's coverage of this as they are covering this in their newscast that is currently live right now. So we do see that feed coming into our news.
Uper Viking on Rumble for $50 says, thank you for covering this. Hail the 199. Thank you for the support on Rumble. As always, greatly appreciate it. Whether you're supporting on YouTube, Rumble, or Kick, I appreciate it. Wherever you choose to follow is really, really appreciated. And like I said, Kick, I think, is the best for notifications. So even if you don't want to use Kick, and for those that don't know what Kick is essentially a Twitch alternative, just a better version of Twitch. And but I stream over there and on Rumble and here on YouTube.
The law enforcement presence that you were just seeing from Sky 4 on the ground. You can see at the moment kind of a casual stance that they were all certainly lined up and a lot more active when that sentencing, or I should say verdict, first came down. Now as we await what the sentencing will be for Karmelo Anthony, the fate, they are kind of more at ease, but keeping an eye on the crowd here, which again has remained relatively peaceful throughout the entire time that I have been here. Back to you.
It's good to know that things have been
Very, very well said, Marmillon. Texas finds out stabbing someone in the heart is now no reason is in fact murder. Now, this is where we are in society. People shocked by this verdict are targeted beyond help. Well said indeed. Miniature Von Think says, and I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling kids in them laws and school rules and eyewitnesses and 4K camera footage. Bewee says, do you know ABL, Anthony Brian Logan? He's taking the side of Karmelo in self-defense. Unfreaking believable. I don't know him. I've been on one stream with him years ago, but I don't really know him. I was on me and Ryan did a stream with him and Brandon Tatum. And I mean, we actually had a good stream with those guys, but it felt very like just par for the course. Like, oh, we're just going to bring some random YouTubers in and get content. But, you know, it was like, you know, it didn't feel very organic or anything. So it was like, whatever. I never wanted to stream with them again anyway. So Bright Matt says, I retract the word fatality. I got that one. Valiant says they spent longer filling out jury forms than deliberating that verdict. Southeastern Kaiju says, can we get a split screen of the Belfast riots? I don't think I can do that with the software I'm using. So my apologies. I may have to start streaming through OBS so I can have a little bit more control. Rogue Trooper says, let's see, paramilitaries are joining the protests in Belfast, not the kind of people you want to mess with. Also, Karmelo deserves a minimum of 40 years. James Eye of the Tiger says, Masters Universe, awesome movie and lots of fun. Daniel says, swig of Henny for the non-working man. Uh-oh, what's going on here?
There is no winning on either side of this. Take a listen.
I just tell people this, man, is until you've been in this situation, you don't know how anybody's feeling. You know what I'm saying? And it's not This is a no-win situation.
The fuck does that even mean? He killed someone. He literally killed another human being. What are you talking about?
Who's going through this situation with their son, it's unfortunate.
Now we are hearing some, like Alex was talking, upset comments. We know that this trial, no cameras were allowed. It was not live streamed. It was not televised. But as someone who was in the courtroom every afternoon to hear testimony, I know that the journalists I sat next to, we were doing our best to share accurately what we were hearing and what we were seeing inside that courtroom. And the jurors were tasked to take all of the evidence that they heard in that testimony to come to this guilty murder verdict. Now, I'm not sure what people are waiting for out here. Obviously, we know that the punishment phase of the trial is going.
Ace Timanoffen. Is that how he said it? Thank you, Curio, for the $20 super
Attorneys
chat.
are going to talk. I haven't really had a chance to ask, why they are staying here. All I know is that they are, and we've just seen more people arrive to the parking lot. For now, Eden, that's what I'm seeing live out here. Back to you.
And again, we should note that Karmelo Anthony faces anywhere from 5 years to 99 years in prison. As Amelia mentioned, no cameras allowed in the courtroom. So we've had crews all over. We've had our Lori Brown inside of the courtroom. We've had Amelia Jones outside of the courthouse and Alex Boyer. So really, they have tried their best to share what both sides are arguing, what the defense is claiming, what the prosecution is claiming, and trying to paint the picture of what all is going on there. So as this case prepares for the punishment phase, Fox 4 is, of course, committed.
Jeeping Baylor says Anthony should prepare himself for unauthorized entry. Elite Neo says forgiveness is also divine, but never pay full price for a late pizza. James Eye of the Tiger says doesn't matter what color of your skin you have. If you unalive someone, you should be punished or be in trouble. Agreed. A black man's work boots says, damn, Jer, can't I already turned out 8 people. This means we can't be friends no more. Joe C says Karmelo will get along in prison with the other blacks, can extort his family for money. If not, then he will become a sister for real. Fruit of Mystery says it can't be murder. If he asked, he okay. Teresa Young says correct verdict. I'm thankful it was reached. I hope they don't riot. MAGA. The Exalted Patriarch says truth. Speak your truth. Shit. Roland Rich says Jeremy getting excited for the riots. Love you, Fig. Hey, I will grift away. Yeah, for anybody accusing me of taking advantage and grifting this, you're correct. That's what I am. I'm a YouTuber. Of course I am. Why wouldn't I cover content like this?
The judge as well in this case said it was not a case about race, but you cannot deny that just the facts of the case and what we've seen play out since then and what we're happening now is because the defendant is black, the victim is white, and that's the bottom line. But again, this is what I alluded to when I said this has brought out what's bubbling.
Jeez. Lag says it's a Texas jury. I got a feeling they were only deliberating as long as they did. So the court would provide them some lunch. Stephen Strange says, if you think that Austin Metcalf is smiling down from heaven, click the thumbs up button. You provide says, just put my shoe through my TV tax. Grego says, if you put a bunch of smoke alarms with dying batteries on every block before the sun goes down, it will confuse the riders enough that they won't know what to do. Stephen Strange says, I just heard that they are moving the riots from Dallas to Los Angeles because Texas does not play those games. East Coast Toasty Boy says some people can change and turn their lives around for the better, but not everyone will. Unfortunately, the Dems will use this to only protect the ones who won't change because they want criminals. The Bible has examples of both sides of this argument, those who do and don't change. I also noticed something else. School summer break starts in June. Maybe it isn't coincidence that the Rainbow Yahtsees chose June for this month. So if you're just tuning in, we are currently waiting for the sentencing,
testimony from
waiting patiently, and it seems like it's taking them longer to deliberate the sentencing than it is for them to come up with the guilty verdict. What is this right here? Man standing outside the courthouse where Karmelo Anthony trial was held. It's time to go home in peace. A woman in the crowd shouted, "Oh, hell no."
Done. Nothing you can do. I understand how you feel. I understand. But it's time to just go home in peace. Is that okay? Hell no! Okay,
Grab Thar's hammer for 1,000 kicks. Says witnesses were in the tent the whole time, eh? Thank you. Ethel for 500 kicks. It says it should have gave the man UPS. Thank you for the support on Kick. Oh, hell no. Hell no.
done what is done. Nothing you can do. I understand how you.
Holy shit, Mad Frog, Mad Frog, you, Mad Frog. Hang on. Mad Frog says, look at Tiger Woods trying to negotiate with Shanique. Bro, y'all are killing me in the chat.
The court has done what it's done. Nothing you can do. I understand how you feel. I understand. But it's time to just go home in peace. Is that okay? Hell no! Okay, hold on, wait.
Hell no. Hell no.
There's always responsibility to your actions. Yes.
Based on the devices that's out here, like, what do you think this contributes to like people being divided?
Honestly, I think it contributes to a lot of social media. People are really ugly on social media, and they're hiding behind their phones, and they're just.
Listen, man. I make my living on social media. Okay, social media is a fucking shit show. Okay, as long as you understand what it is, then you can have fun with it. It's a shit show. All right, social media is here to talk shit, to have fun, to make memes and roast each other. That's what it is. All right, there ain't no like real conversations going on. Yes, there might be some here and there, but I'm saying generally speaking, social media is the Thunderdome. Okay, that's what it is. You know, and so just you have to get that, man. It's a crazy, crazy world on social media.
We have this conversation a lot. We live in.
Exactly, Jessica. Why the F do you bring your kids to a protest? Why would you do that? I don't know. It makes no sense.
Or is it easier to take action? It's sad. He's young. He's young. So.
It sounds like you might have been.
But then again, the gentleman was young too that passed away. Good kids, good athletes. It's a shame.
It sounds like you were more supportive of the manslaughter charge.
I was,
than
yeah.
Murder. What do you think might
apparently this is a court TV panelist near tears by the Karmelo Anthony verdict.
But besides wow, which a lot of us are feeling, thoughts.
I was not expecting the top charge. I really was thinking that they would see manslaughter, still guilty, but manslaughter, different sentencing, but guilty of murder. So, that's heavy.
Wow.
And I hope everyone just does not seem like everyone's going to be calm. It seems like we're going to have a problem there.
Were you moved to tears when Charlie Kirk was murdered on national TV? Oh, I guess he wasn't the right color, so you can't really be outraged by that. But heaven forbid that someone that killed another human being is actually held accountable. It's just the craziest shit I've ever seen, man. Savannah Hernandez in the house asking this chick right here. Oh boy, here we go.
If evidence does come out that Karmelo was not in fact fighting for his life when he stabbed and killed Austin Metcalf, do you think that the Black community will accept that?
If evidence shows that he did not, no, we're gonna stand by ours regardless. They stand by theirs.
That Karmelo was not in fact fighting for his life when he stabbed and killed Austin Metcalf. Do you think that the Black community will accept that?
If evidence shows that he did not, no, we're gonna stand by ours regardless. They stand by theirs. We're gonna stand by ours regardless. I'm a mother first. I'm a Black mother. Let me put that on there. I'm an African American mother.
Whoa, hold on. Okay. I was not aware that she was a black woman. Now because she has told us that sorry, Queen. I wasn't aware. I am so glad that you informed us, the wonderful audio. I had no idea. Now that we know, when knowing's half the battle, now that we know, we can move forward with this interview. Okay.
We're gonna stand by ours regardless. I'm a mother first. I'm a black mother. Let me put that on there. I'm an African American mother.
Okay.
So I have to put away my color first and step into the motherhood. Nobody wants to see their child slain. So I do want to send prayers to Austin Metcalf, their family. But at the end of the day, I got to think like, okay, what did you do to them or whatever to cause this to happen, the reaction? We got to start taking accountability for our kids. Because then again, if my kid, that's why it's a catch-22. If my kid was Karmelo and I feel like his back was up against the wall, I'm going to tell you straight up, better mine than yours. Better mine than yours. So either way it go, everybody loses. A black boy allegedly murdered, and I say allegedly, heavy on the allegedly murdered somebody. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, this is about race. Because if the shoe was on the other foot, they wouldn't give a damn.
Who wouldn't give a damn?
The let me say this. Let's say the community.
So like if Karmelo Anthony was the one stabbed and
I would add commentary, but there's no commentary that I could add that would be more damning than just listening to her words.
killed by Austin Metcalf.
They wouldn't give a damn.
I come out here every Thursday and we pray for people going to court because we know this is the final frontier of racism and it's legalized here.
It was announced yesterday that there's no black.
Did this motherfucker just go Star Trek on us? The final frontier of racism.
Jurors that were chosen. What are your thoughts on that?
That's why we need God. That's why we need God, and that's why he's going to show who's in control.
And would you be open to giving us your personal insights into the Karmelo Anthony trial and what your thoughts are on it?
I just want justice done. You know, we know nobody go to a track meet to murder anybody. Okay, come on. That's an accident, self-defense.
What?
That's what it was. I'm not saying the kid should get off free, but first-degree murder? Come on. Basically, he's facing the wrong charge for the crime that was committed.
Do you think Karmelo is innocent? Do you feel like it's been an unfair response to what happened to Karmelo Anthony?
I feel that the justice system always over-respond when it comes to us. So definitely, I mean, you look at the charge. It was self-defense. He was wrestling with two guys. I don't know what the parameters of it, but it was two people.
Wait a minute, you don't know? So you don't know what happened. Okay. Thank you for establishing to us that you actually don't know what happened.
So, you know, 2 against 1, that's self-defense.
What's going on here? Police rush in. Let's see what's going on. She's got a baby. Why do you have your baby out there?
You out here with a baby, you dumb motherfucker! You
Oh no. What are we doing, man? What are we doing? It's just unfucking believable, dude. I really am blown away by this shit, dude. Okay. And again, so the woman that Savannah Hernandez interviewed, that's the same woman that we had in this wonderful soundbite right here.
What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do at this point? What? I'm lost for words. I don't know what to do. I got 5 boys. I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more. You can't walk away no more.
Rest in peace, Trayvon Martin. Let me ask you this right now. I hear.
What is to do? Not murder? Crazy, you know. Listen. That's that's my white privilege talking though. So that's my white privilege talking. So let me just, let me understand where they're all coming from. Okay. Disco Stu says, I bet those let's see, chips getting looted later will taste just like justice. Jester is a clown says, I have been on jury in that courthouse. They do bring in good lunch. Good job on the jury. Good job on the jury. Okay, they're back to the live feed right here. Let's see what they're saying.
In the Austin Metcalf murder trial, of course, as we learn what he is sentenced to, we'll be sure to bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. For now, it is time for us to get ready to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial.
I'm kind of wondering if they're not going to. I've got main event starting in 35 minutes, so we're gonna have to see what happens here. Racism, the final frontier. Let's see. Q-Tart says the internet is not real life. It was a mistake to let boomers and zoomers online. It really, the internet really is not real life. However, it's a lot of damn fun, man. It is a lot of fun. And as long as you can keep that perspective, you'll be fine. But people don't really seem to be able to keep that perspective at all. Real quick, protests are escalating across UK. So right here, this is the Belfast stuff. Hang on. Is there no audio on this? Oh, okay. No audio on this. So after an attempted beheading of a Belfast resident. So this is going on. Craziness all over right now. Man, the UK is in. Oh, that's a bus. That's a bus on fire. Holy shit. Good Lord. Yikes. So, business is picking up everywhere, to say the least. Incredible self-restraint on the part of the man to not allow himself to be baited into a physical altercation. Yes.
County.
Absolutely.
Since 2025 when this took place. Okay. And these kinds of face-to-face emotion rising, shouting matches really do no good, but we've seen them become more and more intense, even as this trial has progressed, Eden, as you were talking about, since last week. Emotions are boiling high on both sides, and these kind of verbal confrontations that we're looking at here right now, Eden, just show us really what's right under the surface that has been brought out with this particular case.
Absolutely. And I think this is probably going to paint the picture of how things are going to be once the verdict is announced, which we are waiting for at 2:05 this afternoon. So in less than 10 minutes, but we're already seeing tensions. And this is how it's been over the last couple of days. But really now we're seeing it escalate as people are facing each other, holding signs, yelling, chanting, and things appear to be getting a little hostile.
Bro, yeah, and I don't even know what this is from. I can't show you the video, but I can show you a screenshot. We need police in every city with batons, beating the shit out of these teen takers. So this is they're just beating the hell out of this guy at a Taco Bell drive-thru. I don't know where this is at. I just saw it on my feed. I don't know if it's an old video. I have no idea. But they're just beating the shit out of this dude in a Taco Bell drive-thru. It's absolutely fucking crazy, man. What the hell is happening? Let me see if I can find out where that's from. It's really bad. Meanwhile at Taco Bell, let me see. I don't have any details on the location or anything. Somebody responded with this. This motherfucker would have shut it down real quick. If you've seen the video of that one, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's crazy, man. Be safe, everybody. That's all I can say. John Wayne says that the majority of your culture talks and acts like trash. Don't be surprised when the rest of society treats you like trash. The demographic also seems to believe that being racist always demands a death sentence. Thank you, John Wayne, for the $20. Hail to you. All right, what are they saying?
Your host, Anna Marsick. Before the break, we told you that the House was voting to fund ICE and CBP, and we have learned that the House has passed the reconciliation bill to fund ICE and CBP. This ex post on your screen coming from Bill Malusian saying, breaking, the House just voted 214 to 212 to pass the Senate's reconciliation bill to fund ICE and CBP with $70 billion over the next 3 years.
That's good news.
The bill will now head to President Trump's desk for signature. Every Republican present voted yes. Every Democrat present voted no. Rep. Kevin Kiley of California, who is an independent, voted no. So after weeks of setbacks and delays, the Republican-controlled House today narrowly passing that roughly $70 billion package to fund ICE and Border Patrol through the end of President Trump's term. That vote was 214 to 212. The package, also known as the Secure America Act, did clear the Senate last week, and now it does head to the...
I just saw a post, and I am so confused. I am so confused by this post. Dexerto posted this. An Instagram comedian was arrested for stealing $200 from his former job. DeJounte Wings had reportedly been fired from Take 5 oil change 2 weeks before the alleged break-in. And then somebody said, "You're posting this knowing the comments are going to be vile and racist, by the way. I'm clocking that." So I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm very confused.
much for you here on...
Listen, make sure you follow on Rumble and Kick. All right. I'm not sure I'm going to keep this stream up on YouTube, by the way. Just saying. I'm not sure I'm keeping this stream up on YouTube, but it'll be live on Rumble and at Kick. Okay. Just saying. All right, let's see. Oh, here it goes. Breaking: President Trump strikes Iran in response to Iran downing 2 U.S. pilots that were rescued. Explosions being reported right now in Iran. CENTCOM: forces began launching self-defense strikes against Iran at 5 p.m. Eastern at the commander-in-chief's direction. There you have it.
And it has to stop. It's had to do with Lebanon.
He said he would.
We want to get it finished.
There's a report that an Army helicopter went down in the Strait. Can you give us an update on that? Are the soldiers okay?
The pilots are fine, yeah.
And what's
nobody
that,
injured.
What brought it down?
We are going to issue a report tomorrow, but the pilots are fine, yeah.
Sir, did you say 2 or 3 days or 2 or 3 weeks?
2 or 3 days.
You'll be signing a peace agreement?
No, we have a good chance of doing it. We should be able to do it in 1 hour, if you want to know the truth.
So there you have it. He's a man of his word. He's going to handle business because that's what he does. Now, we are currently waiting right now for the sentencing announcement. I don't know if we're going to get to this sentencing or not. I really don't know. Manly AF Movie says things are getting crazy. Minister Ron thinks says they love protest, but they're not protests. Steel Leg says learn to speak lady tax. Minister Ron thinks says who cares? They done. I ain't even trying to read that fucking shit. So, Heavy D says about to allegedly under my toilet. Yeah, mean. Flag Ninja says jail, the final frontier, the final voyage of Karmelo Anthony and shit. Movie Erotic says crazy. We have to fear rioting if we uphold the law. Manly AF says off to the race riots. Old Salty Dog says teen equals ninja. Gavin Freenun says mother effort looks like what happens when you press random on a character create screen. Minister Von Thing says he doesn't know what he's looking at either. Butter Framed in Gold says just voted in the South Carolina primary. I hate to break Trump's endorsement record, but I voted against Lindsey Graham. I totally understand that. Let's see. Trying to figure out how we're going to handle main event tonight because there's just too much shit happening. There's way too much stuff happening right now. I am very much feel like we're not going to get the sentencing this evening, but it is. I'm on 5:30. I got to imagine they're going to shut this down by 5 o'clock Central, right? That's what I would think. So we're waiting right now. Let me see. Focus on main event. Well, the crew will handle main event. So even if they start and then I'll have to go over there when it's done, we can do it that way. It's only 2:30 in California. Yeah, but they're on a central time zone. So right now it's 4:30 in Texas. They're not going to run this past 5, I don't think. This judge is very efficient. He might get it finished today. All right. Well, we're going to be on standby to see what happens. Let me see if there's any other feeds going on right now that I can keep an eye on it. Okay, and then the Belfast stuff is popping off. Trump's dropping bombs on Iran. Like everything is happening right now, man. This is a damn fun day. As long as all of the people that need to be safe are safe, that's all that matters. So, and here they are. They're reporting on it now.
AP saying just in the U.S. military says it is launching strikes against Iran after Trump vowed response to the downing of an American helicopter. So once again, that breaking news just coming today. And Trump had said earlier today that the U.S. must respond after Iran downed the U.S. Army helicopter near the Strait of Hormuz. He blamed Iran for downing that U.S. Army helicopter on Tuesday, and he said the United States must respond to that attack. And we're just getting this breaking news in coming from U.S. Central Command saying those forces started launching the self-defense strikes against Iran at 5 p.m. So once again, the U.S. military announced that it has started those strikes against Iran following that crash of the U.S. Army Apache helicopter off the coast of Oman. In a statement posted on social media that is on your screen right now, U.S. Central Command said those strikes would be a proportional response to unjustified Iranian aggression. That, of course, comes after President Donald Trump had blamed Iran for downing the helicopter and vowed that the U.S. would respond. This is a breaking news update. The AP's earlier story today said that President Trump blamed Iran for that shooting down of the helicopter. And Trump said in a social media post that military officials told him the Iranians shot down one of the highly sophisticated Apache helicopters. Both service members are safe and uninjured, he had added. Nevertheless, Trump said the United States must, out of necessity, respond to this attack. And soon after Trump had made that accusation, Iran's foreign minister said in a social media post that the Strait of Hormuz is thousands of miles away from U.S. shores. The downing of that helicopter further
tell me if this is true or not. I don't know if this is true. Tell me if this is true. New York had more fans arrested last night than they had points in the fourth quarter. Is this true? The Trump curse continues. If this is true, this is amazing. This would make me so happy after they booed Trump and protested Trump. That would be the coolest thing ever right there if that's true.
The U.S. has continued those strikes now. It is time for us here on Live Now from Fox to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with much more on the.
You guys take a lot of breaks. Jeffrey says, let's see. Prague is going to be Carmelo Anthony's new name. Yes, that is an Oz reference. Rookie numbers. You think so? Kind of rookie numbers. Yeah, they are. Oh, what is this right here? What is this? They found Karmelo Anthony guilty of killing that bitch ass white boy. Free Karmelo Anthony.
Sources have told me that they found Karmelo Anthony guilty of killing that bitch ass white boy. And honestly, Chad, you can't really expect much in America. I didn't think you would get found guilty, but I'm not surprised by this. When you know what the criminal justice system is and what it's really meant to do, you don't get surprised at outcomes like this. They'll let that nigga Rick Chow out, but they won't free Karmelo Anthony, a man who actually had his life threatened by two big ass white boys. It was me. I've stabbed both the niggas, but free Karmelo Anthony, man. He ain't do shit to nobody. Sources have told me that they found.
He didn't do anything to anybody. What are we talking about here, man? What are we talking about? Good Lord. If you missed it earlier, I'll show you one more time. But you got Dominique Alexander reacts after Karmelo Anthony was convicted of murder. This is what Dominique Alexander had to say.
I speak on behalf of myself, Minister Dominique Alexander. I speak on behalf of myself as president of the Next Generation Action Network. The Next Generation Action Network wanted to respect this process, to be able to make sure that nobody said that the Next Generation Action Network obstructed this process, interfered in this process. But what this process did is shown that Black lives do not matter in Collin County. It showed us that time and time in American history, it has shown us to remove emotions from yet the law. This trial showed that it put emotions over the law. After Trayvon Martin and so many countless names, it has shown us that Black life is not safe in Collin County. It showed us that they did not listen to the law. It showed clearly that a judge interfered in this process. It showed very clearly that a Black boy was allowed, not one Black soul on a jury. An all white jury convicted him in 2 to 3 hours. We know that they did not prove their case. They are currently sentencing Karmelo Anthony, but we know that the Next Generation Action Network put the first $10,000 towards an appellate attorney. And we will fight Collin County like hell. I respected this process.
Yeah, I really can't understand why there would not be like any Black jurors. I really have no idea why. Can you maybe help us out and explain why there was no Black jurors? Let's see if we can get that right quick.
To protect Black. We gotta stick together. We gotta stop hurting one another. Y'all don't see what's going on? Just like they doing this to Karmelo, guess what? It could be your child, little kids out here, it could be you. And I'll be out here for y'all. We gotta fight for one another. It's us. We all we got. They say that it's not about race, but there was not one goddamn Black person on that jury. It was automatically about race. I don't want to hear that bullshit. Straight up.
Yeah, I can't really understand why. Maybe this young lady can help us out as to why do you think there were no Black jurors?
If evidence does come out that Karmelo was not in fact fighting for his life when he stabbed and killed Austin Metcalf, do you think that the Black community will accept that?
If evidence shows that he did not, no, we're gonna stand by ours regardless. They stand by theirs. We're gonna stand by ours regardless. I'm a mother first. I'm a Black mother. Let me put that on there. I'm an African American mother. So
I really can't imagine why there were no Black jurors. I really can't figure this out. This is clearly racism. This is clearly racism. I am blown away by this. How could they do this? How could they do this to us? Unbelievable. So terrible. So awful. We can't stand for this anymore. Marmillan says it doesn't matter if it was an all-Black jury or all-white jury. If they came back with anything but not guilty, they were going to loot the nearest Nike store in honor of Anthony. Correct. Real SVT Junkie says, fatigued, fascinating behavior. Good Lord, man. What a disaster. a clown world that we're in. But I do thank all of you for hanging out with me. I do appreciate it. I was not even expecting to go live today, but when I saw that this news broke, I knew that I had to. I was planning on covering the Stephen A. Smith stuff because Stephen A. Smith actually responded to President Trump. But we'll have to save that one for another day because we've been tied up with this. But we are closing in on 5 p.m. Central, and we have nothing. However, we do currently in the house have the oldest human being on the planet speaking right now. So this is history, everyone. So the oldest human being on the planet was speaking right then.
Now, as the House just passed a $70 billion funding bill. Let's listen in live
I
right
can't
now.
rewind that. I can't rewind that. Come on. You got to let me rewind that. I guess
Immigration
it doesn't let me
enforcement. These are
rewind that.
critical
See if this one will let
agencies
me go. Can I rewind this one? No rewinding because it's just a straight
We have 3 full
live
years of
feed.
funding now, and there is not a Democrat here.
She was old. It wasn't
who
Gary.
voted to
It
support
wasn't
that.
Gary.
But what we've done now by funding it for 3 years is we've taken away their ability.
We don't care, Mike Johnson. I'm just going to be honest. We don't care. We don't like you very much. We're not big fans of you. So we don't really care what you have to say. So just kind of shut up. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, what is this right here?
Charged with 4 counts of racing on a highway, which is a second-degree felony.
And it's so unfortunate that lives were lost in all this. Thanks so much, Stephen. But we have more breaking news this time on the international front. The U.S. is launching new strikes on Iran. The U.S. military says it's in response to the downing of an American helicopter near the Strait of Hormuz. The 2-man crew on board the Apache helicopter were rescued by a Navy drone boat after it went down earlier today. No injuries were reported. President Trump has blamed Iran for the downing of this helicopter. We do not yet know the scope of this renewed round of strikes and how it might affect the fragile ceasefire in the war with Iran. Fox 4 News will be right back.
All right, so there we have it. Is that Texas Motor Speedway? That looks like Texas Motor Speedway. It is Texas Motor Speedway. Okay. I knew my Texas Motor Speedway when I saw it. That was where I believe, if I'm not mistaken, some of my NASCAR fans can correct me. Dale Earnhardt Jr. got his first ever Winston Cup Series win at Texas Motor Speedway. Am I correct about that? I think I am. I think Dale Jr.'s first ever points-paying Winston Cup victory was at Texas Motor Speedway in 2000, I think. Some of my NASCAR fans will know. So there we go. See, you guys are telling me I'm correct. There we go. I'm trying to watch NASCAR again. It's hard to get like as long as Bubba Wallace is in NASCAR, it really is just like why, you know. It's so cool that Michael Jordan is a team owner in NASCAR. It's crazy that Michael Jordan is involved in NASCAR, but the fact that Bubba Smollett is involved in it, it drives me crazy. I can't stand him. He's the worst. Let me see. Yeah, I think he may get cut from 2311. He might. He should, because he's trash. I probably right now, because obviously Kyle Busch was my driver, and rest in peace to Kyle. I still can't believe he died. I really like Carson Hocevar. He's pissing off everybody. He's wrecking people every week. He doesn't care. He's unapologetic about it. That's what we need in NASCAR. We need people that are just complete assholes, and Hocevar's doing that. I do like Blaney. Blaney's a good guy. I like Chase Elliott. I like Larson because Larson dropped the N-word a few years ago. Sparkly Tracy, thank you for the membership. We appreciate that. Did you say Kyle Busch died? Yeah. Kyle Busch died. You know about that, right? 8 o'clock says, commence Operation Cruise Ship Cookout to redirect the riots. I don't like Joey Logano. I'm not a fan of Joey Logano. Not at all. You didn't know that Kyle Busch died? Are you trolling me right now? That's crazy that you didn't know that. But yes, Kyle Busch died from sepsis. He had pneumonia and it turned into sepsis and it killed him. So this happened like 2 weeks ago. And then, yeah, Greg Biffle, his whole family died in a plane crash last year. It's awful. Tell Ripa. Yeah. Charlie says, hail Jay, hail the 199, hail chat, hail Friday Night Tights, hail Tuesday Night's Main Event, Beardo Fat. Randy says, I didn't know Kyle Busch died. RIP, that sucks. Yeah, it was wild. I couldn't believe it myself, man. Well, shit, I never heard a thing. Yeah, it happened. Yeah, he won. Kyle Busch won his truck series race the weekend before he died, which is just insane. So we're keeping an eye on these live feeds to see, but with it being like 10 minutes till 5 Central, I don't know, man. Rob Leg Patriot says, to a great Patriot for $10. Let's see. Thank you. I appreciate it. Soccer's gay. I mean, I don't watch soccer, but it is the most popular sport in the entire world. So take from that what you will. But yeah, it's the most popular sport in the world. I could never get into soccer. Not my thing. Not my thing. All right, what's she saying?
At Toyota Stadium in Frisco, where fans got their first close.
All right. Well, listen, I'm going to have to hop over to Tuesday night's main event. I don't know how much longer this is going to take. It looks like there's several people that are live right now. I don't know if there's anybody I can send you to that's going to cover this, but oh wait, hang on. Let's see. Hang on, I'm getting an update. Hang on just a minute. All right, hang on. We're going to hang for a few more minutes. We may have some information here. Hang on. Let's see what we're hearing. Okay, hang on. Let me see. Oh no, it looks like Valiant just texted me. Looks like they have adjourned to deliberate sentence. So it looks like it's going to happen tomorrow. So that's where we're at. Here we go. I've got a Valiant is texting me updates right now. That's the live blog from CBS. Okay. Nobody cares about soccer. At least nobody in my chat. Okay. I know it's worldwide. It's famous and everybody loves it, but whatever. W Valiant. So, okay. Breaking news. Supreme Court declares soccer is legally gay. Called football? No. We're in America. Okay. We're in America. All right. And in America, we call football. Okay? You can call it football wherever the fuck else you are. In America, Tom Brady played football. Joe Montana played football. Barry Sanders, Walter Payton. Okay? Mr. Nowan says justice tax. I used to like you, Jeremy. Oh, man. Breaking news. All right, nothing yet. I'm looking. All right, so Valiant, if you're still watching, can you send that to me on Twitter so I can just click that link? That would help. But I do need to get over to Tuesday night's main event. So if you guys want to find another feed that's going to cover the Karmelo Anthony stuff, you can please do that. Closing arguments over sudden passion, details in blog. I've been here the whole time and love soccer. I know, again, as I said, soccer is the most popular sport in the world. Okay? A lot of people kind of like when I talk about perspective, a lot of people lose that perspective sometimes and they get caught up in their bubble, but it is truly the most popular sport. So let's see. 3 minutes ago right here. Jury excused to deliberate. So the jury is excused to deliberate at 4:38 p.m. They will be considering sudden passion. Prosecutors argued that only a lengthy sentence is appropriate here, which would be anywhere from 5 to 99 years. The defense is asking the jury to consider a clause and law called sudden passion, which could mitigate the sentence if the decision to kill was made during the agitated state. So that's where we are right now. That was 3 minutes ago. So thank you, Valiant Renegade, for this information right here. So we're kind of just waiting. That's the most recent thing that we have right there. How about no? Yeah, 5 is not lengthy. I mean, that's where this is going to be. Dude, could you imagine if they only give this guy 5 years for killing another human being? That would be crazy. That would be absolutely nuts. But this is a good place to keep, updates on right here for now. So that's 3 minutes ago. Thank you, Valiant, for the information. Really do appreciate it. And so that's the latest thing we have right now. And my gut feeling is I think they're going to do 20 years. I think that's what they're going to do. I think they're going to give him 20 years. I think he'll end up serving about 8. That's what I believe. I'm not saying that's what I want. I think he's going to get 20 and he'll serve 8. That's what I think. Because they're scared of the social justice backlash. Yep. So, I mean, personally, he should get 99 years. But I think they're going to give him 20 and they'll have him out in 8. Dallas is pretty woke in general. Yeah, I mean, Dallas is probably the wokest, Austin's the wokest area of Texas. And then you've got, was it Dallas next? Would that be the next one? You can't start shit and then claim self-defense. He's not getting out on good behavior. Houston, yeah, I've heard Dallas is worse than Houston, but I'm not from Texas, so I don't know. Don't agree with you often, Jeremy, but yeah, you're about right on the sentencing. Well, I mean, I don't know why you're watching me if you don't agree with me, but and I'm not saying that disrespectfully. I actually appreciate that, you watch me and you don't agree with me, so thank you. I like when people disagree with me. I think disagreements are healthy. I think agreeing is gay and boring. I like fighting and arguing and all that shit, It's a lot better when people are fighting and arguing. In my humble opinion. That's why every time I get on a stream and I start some shit, because it's like, why? We're all agreeing. This is boring. Nobody wants to agree all the time. I can't stand when I watch a stream and there's a bunch of people that are all just like, oh, yeah, I agree. No, fuck you. Let's not agree. Everybody doesn't agree on shit. Let's fight. Let's argue. Okay? It's healthy. It's fun. And it's entertaining for the audience, which is the most important part of any stream, is to entertain the peeps. I agree to disagree. I agree with Jay. Let me see. Unicron's Left Nut says, I disagree with you once in a while. Yeah, you really don't like when I bring up Keno Casino. That makes you very mad. Is that why you bring Kata on Tuesday night's main event? I just, I feel bad for him. He's short. So, he's short. He doesn't have much going on. So, I feel like I need to help out the little guy. Premeditated 100%. So I'm looking at the live blog right now, and we're not seeing any more updates. We just have this 6 minutes ago now. is the most recent one. I keep refreshing to see if we have anything. So they're past 5 p.m., or at least they're about to pass 5 p.m. You would think the judge would just be like, let's take the rest of the day and then get back to this tomorrow. That would seem to be the let's see, here we go. Oh, yeah. Thank you. And again, shout out to Valiant Renegade for sending me this so that we're caught up. I'm watching the news feed too. There's no cut in on that. I'm looking at Twitter, no cut in on that. Dude, these clips of these people that are there for the Karmelo Anthony stuff are going so viral right now. Let's see. I saw one from Asmongold. What did he say? Asmongold's response. Asmongold on the news of Karmelo Anthony guilty.
It says here, Lori is telling us, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder. That is the verdict from the jurors, according to Lori Brown, who is in the courtroom.
Rip
We're hearing that
Bozo.
first, guilty
That's
of
right.
murder. We are finding that out.
That's right. That's
And I
right.
think,
Oh
with
boy.
the brevity of this deliberation, I
Damn.
don't think that's a surprise to
You
many
are
people.
done.
Well, right. So, I mean,
For
what
his
we know
whole
is,
life.
That
Now we got to talk
they
about
rejected the
capital
self-defense
punishment.
claim.
Same shirt, yeah. Well, you would think he's done, but the fact that this deliberation is going on for so long is kind of what are they deliberating on? You know? NPC here says, shouldn't American football be called handball? Just saying. I mean, probably, but who cares? The Taco Bell video is crazy. It is. I can't show it on stream, but it is pretty crazy. Pat K199 says, I'm pretty sure most of the English-speaking world, aka the first world, refers to it as soccer. It's just the gay Brits calling it football. I don't know that for sure, but I would like to know exactly what the breakdown is on that. That's very interesting right there. Tabletop Joe says, when all else fails, go for the you know what clause. Lapco says, if there had been a black juror and he was still found guilty, can you imagine how they'd be treated? Oh, yes, 100%. You know that would happen. Oh, they'd be freaking out. They'd be freaking out. 1,000%. Orange Gotten says, went from conservative College Station to living in Austin. Austin has fallen. Gig'em. Let me keep refreshing to see if we have any more blog updates, and we don't. So we are currently looking at this right now, waiting for more information. And will we or won't we get that information? I don't know. I don't have the answer to that question at all. Let's see the live feed right here. Is that live?
Today, the jury has a fairly wide range to consider when it comes to the punishment.
That's right, Doug. The jury is deliberating Karmelo Anthony's sentence after both sides gave closing arguments this afternoon. Prosecutors argued that only a, quote, lengthy prison sentence is appropriate here, which would be anywhere from 5 to 99 years. The defense, meanwhile, is asking the jury to consider a clause in the law called sudden passion, which could mitigate a sentence if the jury finds the decision to kill was made during an agitated state. While we are waiting for that jury's decision, I want to take you back through a lot of what's happened here earlier today. This case for more than a year has divided communities, lit up social media, and started conversations. It was not as much about race as it was self-defense. That's what the defense argued and tried to present evidence of. But in the end, the jury here in Collin County didn't buy it. After only 2.5 hours, convicted Karmelo Anthony of first-degree murder. Everyone could hear the 19-year-old defendant weeping in a silent courtroom shortly after the guilty verdict was read. His mother also became overcome with emotion, while the family of Austin Metcalf, including his twin brother Hunter, sat stoically.
Oh!
It marked the end of
We found more video of that chick right here. Here we go. More video. Oh, get ready, chat. Get ready.
Don't be Big Mama. If you can handle us, wise off in the world. No, no, never. No, Father, no. Because I'm going to give you your entertainment. Where y'all white people at? If you love Austin, you would be here.
I don't know if I can play that, man. I don't know if I can play that. She's very cold. I don't know if I can play that. I don't think I can play that. I really don't think I can play that. She seems very cold, okay? I think I'm going to have to hold off on that one.
Is to explain his actions. But many of those witnesses either recanted under cross-examination or were contradicted by the stadium security camera video. The jury had the option of manslaughter or finding Anthony not guilty. Now his bond has been revoked.
Where are y'all white people
in
at?
the Collin County Jail while awaiting the jury's decision. That jury, again, could come up with a sentence anywhere between 5 and 99 years. There was only one witness during the sentencing phase of this trial, that being Karmelo Anthony's mother, Kayla. She tearfully told the jury from the witness stand to have mercy on her son. It's possible the jury will consider that, along with the defendant's age and his lack of a criminal record, when they are back in the deliberating room trying to come up with a sentence that, again, could come at any moment. Live in McKinney, J.D. Miles, CBS News, Texas.
All right, JD, we appreciate that. Thanks so much. Continuing our team coverage, Andrea Lucia, there's been a sizable crowd. You've been out there outside the courthouse all afternoon. When the verdict came down, that was one thing. But what's the mood outside right now as we just hear from JD that the jury is back in the room and making their decision on punishment?
Yeah, everybody is sort of back in wait and see mode. They have once again scattered. They're all seeking shelter in the shade. When the verdict came down, though, they had all consolidated right here in front of the courthouse. They were standing out here waiting to hear what the jury's decision was. And you could see the news start to ripple through the crowd. If they didn't get it from their phones, they heard it from the guy who was running through the crowd yelling, guilty of murder, guilty of murder. And there was a big reaction. It was an emotional one. There were people who were crying. There were people yelling. There were a couple who appeared to collapse on the ground. We were speaking just a little while ago to some women who came here from around North Texas, one from South Dallas, one from DeSoto, about what brought them here. They said they were here to support the defendant, Karmelo Anthony, and his family. And they said that they were disappointed, that their hearts were broken by this verdict. They said that they didn't feel like the system worked in this case. Listen to what they had to say.
I feel like, and this is just my perspective, from everything that has been put out in regards to this case, I feel like more so with the jury that he had amongst what is supposed to be his peers, they weren't going to look at actual facts of the situation. They were going off of emotions and color. And unfortunately with that, he didn't have, he wasn't going to get a fair.
My God, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Anthony,
So I can't, when I
have
share.
in particular been upset by the absence of any black jurors in this.
Okay. So we'll go back to that here in just a minute. So let's just go to here. We have a blog update. All right. Big reaction outside of County Court after. Well, that's earlier. Let me refresh this and see what we have. Okay. All right. So that's a minute ago. 14 minutes ago. So we're just waiting. We are just currently waiting.
And CBS News Texas was one of those 9 to bring you what happened as it happened and as it continues to happen through this evening and even into tomorrow if we go that far. Make sure that you're getting the facts straight from the courtroom. Head to cbsnewstexas.com, any of our social media channels, and of course, the CBS News Texas stream, which is available for you all the time. On to First Alert Weather. Got to check things here. Meteorologist Jeff Ray, without question.
All right. Heel Ref says, leave the chart up just in case. Play the duck music. Let's see. Why wasn't she in the Woman King? Soccer was in the USA originally called football. Then in the 30s, a new league was formed in England called a soccer league. So we didn't switch back. And then please try the Summer of Love shit in Texas, please. It will be interesting to see how that all plays out. All right, I kind of want to wait, man. I don't want to miss this. This is going to be big sentencing. I don't want to miss this if possible. I really wish cameras were in court. I really do. I don't know if you guys saw, but I'm actually trying out for LawTube now. I'm going to go get some cocaine. It's going to be fun. It's going to be great. So should be good anyway. From what I understand, that's the requirement, but I don't know if that's truly the requirement, but those are the words I heard. So I'm going to try to become a LawTuber. We'll see. I think all court cases like this, like they should all be publicized. It's ridiculous that they're not. True crime is not a layer, or a true crime is your not a layer. What? Maito? What are you talking about? Tuesday night's main event is every Tuesday. This is once in a lifetime. Well, here's the deal. As long as you guys send super chats to main event, I won't show up. All right. But I may have to go over there and get the super chats rolling in. Okay. So, you know, those are the rules. Those are the rules. So if you guys send a bunch of super chats over there, I won't have to show up. But if you don't, then I'm going to have to end this stream and go over there and get things rocking and rolling over there. It's up to you, chat. Not my call. Oh, these idiots will defend him no matter what the facts say. We've already got them on record saying that. On record saying that. So. Eric says, I don't think they want you on main event. Oh, really? Then that'll give me reason to go right over there. Simple as that. Okay.
Monday around 8:45 p.m. at the intersection of West Wheatland Road and South Cedar Ridge Drive. They say two vehicles were racing on Wheatland Road when a white Chrysler.
That's crazy. Uper Viking says $20 to stop threatening to end the stream. I would never do that. I would never grift for that reason. That's just not who I am. I don't believe in grifting. I think grifting is a very bad thing and you should never do that. But I am interested to talk about what happened in the gaming world and the Nintendo Direct and all of that. It was a crazy day, but this is a big moment right here. Lil Kata's computer repair for $1. Thank you. Yeah, you got let's see, Dan's there, Krista's there, Mike, Bill, Kata, Blaine, and Beardo. They're holding it down right now. They got over 1,000 people watching. Not too bad. Has he been sentenced yet? No, we are waiting. We're literally waiting right now. So, we've been waiting for a while, and yet we're still here. Clumsy Dork says, I wasted my time on main event thinking you're there. Oh, what the hell? I'll be over there in a bit. Look what they're reacting to right now on main event.
Oh,
that
was
made
What are
so
you doing?
quick.
This is a real video of the Japanese Nintendo fella who is showing off the thumb wrestling in Wii Sports.
Oh man, Nintendo's crazy as hell, man. Let's see here. Peter says, hashtag just realized during your streaming, let's see. I just realized you're streaming over your self-tax. Hail, yeah, gay fig. Is that what you were saying? Justin says, while we're waiting, what's your take on the Ocarina remake? I am incredibly excited for this. I'm really excited for the Ocarina of Time remake. So, obviously, widely considered the greatest video game ever made. Whether you agree with that subjectively or not, it is widely considered to be the greatest game ever made. And this has been rumored for a long time. And so having that and just hearing the music that the little teases of music and that the teaser they gave us, so good. I can't wait. So I am incredibly excited, and it's happening this year. Get the hell out of here, man. A Link to the Past is better. I agree. I like A Link to the Past better myself, but Ocarina is an incredible, thing to experience. So yeah, it's going to be crazy awesome. I'm ready for Ace Combat. Blue House Scorpio says Jeremy thinks Man of Steel is the best comic book movie of all time. You finally going to get me to respond to something with that lie. Man of Steel's garbage. Although I don't hate it as much as I used to, thanks to James Gunn. But, all right, let me refresh this again. Do we have a blog update? No. So haven't had an update in 11 minutes. So we are on the live CBS News blog and we're getting nothing. Jeremy, have you played the Spyro games? I played Spyro way back in the day. I wasn't big on those games. I respect the franchise, but I was not big on those games. Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2 Remastered leak. Did you see it? I didn't hear about a leak. I've heard that people have said that was a rumor, but I haven't seen a leak about those. If we have any leaks on that, you can tag me on Twitter and we'll talk about it on Main Event tonight. Because I would still like, even if there is a leak, if it doesn't have multiplayer, I'm really not really worried about it that much. So we'll see. Thoughts on the season of Fortnite? It's really good. The little bit I've played, it's really good. I really hope this is a troll. I'm just going to assume this is a troll. You can't be that dumb. You can't be this dumb. Please tell me you're trolling before I have to respond to this. Please tell me this is a troll. Because Nolan is the reason Man of Steel was made in the first place. Christopher Nolan is probably more responsible for Man of Steel than Zack Snyder. So, yeah, that is a Christopher Nolan movie from top to bottom. Like Nolan helped write the story. He took it to Warner Brothers. He casted Henry Cavill. He picked Zack Snyder to direct the movie. And Xena Business says, I love Spyro. Dragons are like big flying dogs that breathe fire. Can't wait for the new Spyro game. And let me see here. Let me go to these live feeds. They're going to be right back right now. Random commentator dude says, when I was a little boy, my grandma told me never leave a 3,000 person stream to go to 1,000 person stream. I responded, freedom. Honestly, my grandma had the same conversation with me. It was a very, very powerful conversation. I do remember that. So, Polish Prince says, Carmelo Anthony is guilty. Death penalty now. I don't think that's going to happen. Again, I'm still, my prediction versus what I would personally like to see are two different things. My prediction, 20 years. That's my prediction. 20 years, and he'll be out in 8 to 10. That's my prediction. So, I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I am.
Live now from Fox, I'm Andy Mack. We turn our attention back to Texas as earlier on today, jurors turned back and reached a guilty verdict in the trial involving Karmelo Anthony, the teenager in the fatal stabbing of a fellow student at a high school track meet. Now the jurors going through this sentencing portion, the punishment phase of what we know is the jury, they rejected Karmelo Anthony's claims of self-defense during that confrontation. We do have a live picture, courtesy of our Sky Fox team, over this Collin County Courthouse in Texas. So we'll see what they could, as it is a between 5 to 99 years. That is the sentencing guidelines put in place by this. So we'll see what they decide, and we'll give you an update as it happens. Let's bring the conversation right now about this. Texas-based criminal defense attorney Sam Bassett. Sam, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. They returned a guilty verdict, now weighing the punishment portion. What's going through? What's happening in this jury room right now? What are they talking about?
Thank you for the 5 gifted
usually
memberships.
You have some divergent opinions on a sentencing like this. Some people might be at the lower end. Some people may be at the high end. One time I had a jury, everybody wanted an extreme sentence except for 2 jurors. And it's just a matter of the dynamics, who's being persuaded, who's not being persuaded, as to how long it might take and what the result might be.
Yeah, this trial was very expeditious. This deliberations didn't take that long. It started today and they reached that guilty verdict. I also want to ask you about a key portion. Brooke Taylor on the ground outside of this courthouse saying the jury is now deciding punishments. One key question is whether he acted under what's known as sudden passion. If jurors say no, he can be sentenced up to life in prison.
Listen.
If they say yes, the maximum sentence drops to a maximum of 20 years. So certainly under that threshold.
I'm not an attorney, okay? Clearly, I'm a retard with a microphone on the internet. Shouldn't these things be talked about before a verdict or not? Like, I guess like the verdict still would be guilty, but then you have to get into the, but it's just weird. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I'm just retarded. Like, I don't know why we're discussing that. Like, bottom line is, someone lost their life. Someone was killed. They determined this person was killed by another human being. They determined it wasn't self-defense. They determined that, you know, I think that I don't know if they determined it was premeditated. So then you have to look at, if you took another person's life and you're found guilty of it, I don't think that the details of like sudden passion should matter. Someone else is dead and you are the reason that person is dead and you were found guilty of murder. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Diz El Jiz says, plus side, if they lionize him, they'll have a new autograph for you to sign. Thank you, Diz El Jiz. No stabbing allowed, Karmelo. Did Karmelo show remorse? Do you think he did? I mean, I don't know. I don't think we've actually heard from him or what. Anything but taking accountability.
Obviously, jurors visiting with the media takes it to another level.
Yeah, and obviously this one is very major spotlight in terms of some national.
You okay there,
as well. So we'll see what they weigh in this.
He was coughing, man. You okay there, buddy?
As they made their final pitch, both the defense and the prosecution. And I found it interesting. The prosecution said, talking about this confrontation under this tent at the track meet, saying, quote, do not let them turn a threat into a warning. Did the way he posed that, did that potentially sway the jury?
Sure. I think obviously the jurors reacted quickly with the murder verdict. So I think it did persuade them.
Yeah, obviously the defense, if you look back on this, and the defense obviously not satisfied with this outcome, do they go back and piece together what went wrong? Would they have rather called more witnesses? Should Karmelo Anthony have testified, taking the stand himself to share his?
Okay, so we've got a blog update. Jury instructions include the issue of sudden passion. If the jury unanimously finds that the defendant caused the death under the immediate influence of sudden passion, he may be sentenced to no more than 20 years. What did I fucking say? That's not the announcement, but my prediction was 20 years. And this is the angle they're going for. They're doing this sudden passion bullshit to get 20 years, and then they'll have him out in 10. All right? That's what I fucking said. If the jury unanimously finds that the defendant did not cause death under the immediate influence of sudden passion, he may be sentenced to life imprisonment or no more than 99 years or no less than 5 years. The verdict must be unanimous on this. So that is what they are deliberating right now. 20 years is my prediction.
Are there any
not based on anything other than the social justice nonsense? They are trying to minimize the outrage. The problem is you're not going to minimize the outrage. You're never going to fucking minimize that shit. It wasn't sudden passion. This is insane.
A quick verdict of guilt on murder. How do they react in terms of the sentencing phase? Maybe they'll give some back to the defense in this phase of the trial.
That's a good point. Does the judge have any say in it if they do convict of a certain amount of years, if he feels it's too severe, too lenient? Is there anything the judge can do when they bring back a number?
No, the jury's sentencing verdict is final. The judge can't override it.
And obviously, there will likely be an appeals process by the defense, by Karmelo Anthony's team. What would that look like? Do they have any different tangents that they can go off that might have a little weight?
Well, an appeal is just a review of the record to see if the judge made improper rulings during the trial. One that comes to mind is that there were some African-American jurors struck during jury selection. I'm sure that could be a point of review on appeal as to whether or not that was racially motivated or not. Any other rulings by the court can be reviewed by the appeals court. And usually if they succeed on appeal, which is rare, the remedy is a new trial, not an acquittal and a not guilty verdict.
And just the composition of the jury, like you mentioned, is that enough to potentially have this appeal? Do you think that could be a point they point to?
Well, it depends on what was said and what reasons were given for striking the African-American jurors as to whether or not they have what's called a Batson claim, valid Batson claim. Batson was a Supreme Court case that came out a while ago dealing with the issue.
And obviously some racial overtones, some tense moments outside of the courtroom earlier today. All right, Sam, thank you so much. I appreciate your time, your insight here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, great conversation breaking down what we know in this case. Now in the sentencing portion for the punishment phase of all that's going on. Again, a live picture right now overhead in this Collin County courthouse, still awaiting. And what the jury says is final. An interesting note as they are now talking about 5 to 99 years in prison. That's what Karmelo Anthony faces, but there's a sudden passion portion of this that could lower that bar down to just 20 years. So if they do find the sudden passion component to this, it would only be 20 years as the highest amount that he could be behind bars. All right, I'm Andy Mack. We're going to keep our eyes on this for the time being, but plenty of law.
What a disaster. What a disaster. So, let's see here. Hang on just a minute. Let me see. I've got to respond to a message real quick. I'm way over. Let's see here. Okay. Did I did a doobie doo? Should I do that when I sit there and don't have when I have dead air? Stormbreaker says, Jeremy, don't you dare end the stream. You sent me $2 fucking. What the fuck do you want me to do? Fuck you want me to do? $2? That's not enough grift. Come on, man. I'm sorry. That's mean. I shouldn't have said anything about that. That's just rude, and I should never do that. What is this? Is this a new clip right here?
That's not
not necessary.
Where Tiger Woods was telling everybody to go home, and the black woman says, "Hell no."
I understand the N-word very well. We use it, we utter it, we understand. Niggas being niggas. All I'm saying,
What did he say? What?
all I'm saying, niggas being niggas. All I'm saying, all I'm saying. Like the fuck I said. It is time just see how I got a freedom of speech? You can't control it.
What's up, John freaking Murray?
And you think why we fighting each other? I'm on your side. I want Karmelo free, not locked up. So why am I sitting here fighting you? Why is another black man arguing with a black woman? Why are you out here calling people niggas and degrading each other? Like they want us to. It's like some of us out here doing something not let me tell you why. That's the best time for you to go suck a dick. Stop chasing, trolling motherfuckers out here. That's why.
Y'all, they laughing at y'all. The enemies who y'all need to be arguing with, they right there. They watching y'all, they recording y'all, they laughing at y'all. Y'all fuck them. They know this is not fuck them. They right there laughing at y'all. I got my bottle. They don't have to see us sitting in front of y'all. The enemies right there, look, he's smiling. Looking at y'all laughing, fuck him. Look at this.
Exactly. Why y'all getting consumed by me? You shouldn't be worried about me. You ain't gotta worry about me. Ignore me. Focus on justice. Don't worry about me, baby. Don't worry about me. I ain't gonna shut up for shit, little ass girl. You got to talking to me now.
I slapped that motherfucking phone out your motherfucking face. Fuck you.
This is amazing. This is amazing. All right.
You're not gonna do shit with a man, and we see that. But you're not gonna do shit with a man.
I'm not gonna do shit with
That's
anybody,
weak.
fuckhead.
That's weak. Fuckhead. 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 That's weak. You cannot do shit with a man. We see that.
What is happening?
Protect black people. Anytime a white man or a white child can go and put their hands aggressively on anybody and something like this occur, it's self-defense. It's self-defense. You put your hand on me and see how I respond. Beat your motherfucking ass. What will the Anthony family do? What will the Anthony family? What will the people that's standing behind the Anthony family do? That's the question you should ask. We're going to stand behind them and we're going to fight. That's what's going to happen.
What is your relationship with him?
I have no relationship. We're brothers. We're blacks. We're blacks. We're the indigenous people of this earth. Ain't nobody out here giving them bitch. We black. It's a repeat. Black people, black sisters and brothers, black kings and queens, we gotta stick together. This makes no goddamn sense. That young boy, he was defending his goddamn self.
Donald Trump is a goddamn bully. Donald
We
Trump
gotta
is.
stick together. We gotta stop hurting one another. Y'all don't see what's going on? Just like they doing this to Karmelo, guess what? It could be your child, little kids out here, it could be you. And I'll be out here for y'all. We gotta fight for one another. It's us. We all we got. They say that it's not about race, but there was not one goddamn black person on that jury. It was automatically about race. I don't want to hear that bullshit. Straight up.
This is the best shit ever, dude. Holy crap.
I don't know how true it is. It just broke. God damn. God damn. That's it. They said murder. They said murder. They said murder. They said no manslaughter. They said murder. I thought it was manslaughter too. They said guilty of murder on Fox right now. They said guilty of murder. They said guilty of murder.
I swear to God, I'm sick of this shit. I'm tired of it.
I'm tired. I don't give a fuck. I'm tired. That is sick.
That is fucking sick.
That is sick. That is sick. You went through the same shit.
That when they
This is fucking crazy, dude. Like, what are we doing? Holy shit, man. We're just having some fun watching the meltdowns because it's glorious. Let's see. Stormbreaker says, Jeremy, don't you dare end the stream. Thank you, Stormbreaker. John freaking Murdoch says, hey, Jeremy, you can end the stream. Sorry, I'm late. Tax. John freaking Murdoch, such a good guy. Guys, John just gave me permission. He runs the channel, by the way. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this, but John runs the channel. So, sounds like we can end. Thank you, John. Hail to you, brother. See, Sarah Miller says, just got here representing the 11% and marking my spot. Let's freaking go. Look at that Donald Trump bird. So freaking good. Wormstorm says, good afternoon. Got to show support for the 199. Thank you, Wormstorm. Appreciate it as always. Alex Tucker says, who hired all these theater kids? Yeah, it's not the first time we've seen performative bullshit out there to try to build a narrative. Vic Chavez says, don't go. Mavis Recon says, Jeremy, don't you dare end the stream. Lil Kata's computer repair says, ninja gonna ninja. TJ says, can I say ninja, but can't say SK Campia? You guys got to be careful with some of this shit. I am on YouTube still. Little Jim Salo says, yeah, I'm not seeing that. IDF says, whatever the fuck you're trying to say there, go for it. Jason Becker says, nerf herder fatigue shrugs. I dated a black chick in the military once. Smart, articulate, bright eyes, and big heart. These folks are a disgrace. Vault 90 or Vault 95 survivor. I'm used to being Vault 199 survivor. Now you changed it on YouTube, but not here. Do they act with low impulse because of 90% of them were raised by single moms, taught to act irrationally by women? And then you've got a ex-SJWs or something. And you said, lovely people are giving me a headache, and I have the luxury of controlling the volume. And of course, again, live on Rumble, live on Kick, live on YouTube. Thank you, guys. Let me check these updates as we continue to try to see if this verdict is going to be, not verdict, but sentencing is going to be read tonight. As it stands right now, sticking with my 20-year prediction. Not saying that that's what I would choose. I'm telling you that's what I think is going to happen. 20 years, and I think he'll be out in 8 to 10 because of the social justice noise surrounding the situation. That's what I think. Let's see here. Yeah. Over here, going over to the Belfast stuff real quick. A bus has been set on fire in Belfast. So that's wild. Do you remember, what was it, like a year ago or 2 years ago when we had the riots out in LA and those like Waymos were on fire over there, which was kind of crazy. But this is going on right now after the attempted beheading of an Irish man from a migrant. It's almost like migrants aren't good. It's almost like illegal immigrants aren't a good thing. It's almost like Japan has this shit figured out. You know, call me crazy. Seems like Japan has this shit figured out.
So this is a protest response, kind of like a mobile field force is what it's called in law enforcement. It's the ability to clearly communicate across a vast.
Okay. I'm not trying to make fun of this guy, but do I need to say it or can someone else say it? Holy fuck. Okay. Holy shit. That is it looks swollen, dude. Holy shit. That is crazy.
And then they don't get in trouble. And that's absolutely critical. It's clear communication and planning for the law enforcement response.
Yeah, the technology coming a long way to stop some of these getting worse and worse. We talk about it, and obviously we've seen protests break out in other communities following some incidents. Is there anything that comes to mind in your mind about experience in the Dallas-Fort Worth area about similar protests like this that could happen?
I had so many in Fort Worth, but I really, really give credit to the community leaders, the faith-based leaders. They want to work hand in hand with law enforcement, and they're not ashamed to show it. That was probably one of the greatest attributes I had and support networks I had within.
I just saw the attempted beheading video. Unedited. Holy shit. That is evil. That is straight up evil. I would not recommend going and watching that video. That is evil. I saw it on Twitter. Holy crap. Now I see why people are so unhappy. Oh my goodness. I don't want to see that video again. That is awful. That is terrifying. That is straight up evil. My goodness.
Thank you, Andy.
All right, thank you so much. All right, great conversation breaking down the
Yikes.
latest as we're still watching and monitoring some of this, the punishment phase of this case involving Karmelo Anthony. The jury coming back, rejecting that self-defense argument from their camp as the jury reaching a guilty verdict on Tuesday. Sentencing now underway. Murder carries a sentence ranging from 5 to 99 years, and there's a component called sudden passion. Well, it will lower the bar to potentially just around 20 years. So they're weighing that. Also, they did have the option to look into manslaughter. This, the jury panel did, but they ruled and they came back with a guilty verdict on murder instead of manslaughter. So it might indicate that that is not necessarily on the table for this group. So obviously this coming as Austin Metcalf was stabbed to death in the bleachers last year of a high school track meet. Most people who testified were students who described a heated exchange over Anthony's refusal to leave a tent that belonged to the team from Memorial High School in Frisco. Several schools were competing on a rainy April day when Anthony sat under that tent that was perched in the bleachers. Metcalf and others repeatedly told Anthony to leave. Witnesses testified, leading to an escalating confrontation. All right, let's take you right now out to our Fox 4 team in Dallas. Their live coverage on the ground with this case that's currently ongoing.
Fox 4 News.
Jurors deliberated close to 3 hours before finding Karmelo Anthony guilty of murder. Good evening. I'm Clarice Tinsley. Sky 4 in McKinney over the Collin County Courthouse is going to give us a view of the situation there where the jury rejected Anthony's claim that he stabbed and killed Austin Metcalf in self-defense at a Frisco track meet. The prosecution argued no reasonable person would have responded with such violence. We have several crews covering this emotional case, and right now we begin with Fox 4's Alex Boyer, who's covered this trial from the beginning. Alex.
Hey, Clarice, and we now know, of course, that the jury has sided with the prosecution and believe that the prosecution...
We got more video. Sheriff's deputies intervene after a group of Free Karmelo shirts surrounded a vehicle with Austin Metcalf supporters.
Let them go. So I can tell you that the crowd, again, has been here throughout the morning. It has ebbed and flowed, but certainly has stayed around about 100 people or so throughout the day. The jury got this case just before 11 a.m. During jury deliberations, lots of folks just eager to hear what that verdict was going to be. Many of them have been live streaming since the beginning of this case. Others have been simply waiting here, trying to find out any information they can from folks who have been able to get a pass to be inside. And others have been chanting and offering prayer to those who want it. You know, when word got out that there was a verdict, the crowd that has been here began to gather here out front. They found out that Karmelo Anthony had been convicted of murder. I can tell you that I heard some audible gasps and moans. Many people, though, stayed quiet, and they were digesting really what they learned. Then I heard a woman yell that we must stay together, and another woman began preaching over that loudspeaker. And now we've been trying to gauge from the public information officer who has been our point of contact inside of the court.
There are some there's some images that are edited out with the migrant in Belfast that's trying to behead the guy, but I'm not even going to show the edited versions of it. It's bad. It's very bad, and it's disturbing. Even the edited versions are disturbing. So it's out there if you want to see it. I mean, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem showing you some of the or showing you a tweet with it. I got to pause this video. So this right here, this is where I saw one of them. So if you guys want to, you can go right there. You can find it on that account. But it's bad, and I would just say I don't recommend going and watching the video. That's one of them. I've saw another one, but I would recommend not checking it out because it's awful. It's truly evil and disgusting.
Clarice, reaction has really been mixed emotions. And as my colleague Alex said, it's really ebbed and flowed throughout the afternoon after that guilty verdict was issued. Now, the crowd is pretty sparse now. People seem to maybe be leaving, taking breaks in their cars. I have to say it is very hot out here, so people have gathered in small groups underneath the trees for some shade. At times, we've seen people gather in much larger groups. And we do know that, as Alex mentioned, people have been live streaming this trial all throughout testimony, even though there are no cameras inside the courtroom. And this case was not live streamed. People have been outside the courthouse kind of live streaming the process before the verdict. We saw many people with their phones live streaming, and then after the verdict came down, more people live streaming with reaction. At times, those larger groups, one person would be talking to the crowd and others would have their cell phones raised, kind of recording that reaction. I got a chance to speak to people about it.
Thank you for the raid, Camelot. Appreciate it. Hail to all of his viewers. I appreciate it, man.
No winners here. On either side, they mentioned that the Metcalfs lost their son, and then the Anthonys, Karmelo Anthony, the jury is deciding his sentence right now. So that was the consensus from people that I spoke to. Now, I will say, and we know that this case has become racially charged in large.
Why is this cop talking to the white guy who's literally just standing there being yelled at and berated? I don't understand that. Why are you telling the white guy to leave who's doing nothing but standing there and getting yelled at and cussed out? That makes no fucking sense. I've noticed that a few times, and I don't have the full context of that, so maybe there's more context. But every time I've seen that clip, I've noticed that. I'm like, well, exactly. I know. Shadow says you know why. I do know why. Yes. It's kind of a rhetorical question, but the point still stands. And again, thanks, Cam, for the raid. Appreciate you, brother.
Morning. For the most part, throughout the day, they have been wearing purple, and there is a lot of purple here. And again, people are kind of coming and going. We've also seen signs that say justice for Austin. So we know supporters kind of on both sides of this case are still out here. I asked them, why are you still out here? And they told me that they want to be here when that sentence does come down, and someone who considers themselves a Carmelo Anthony supporter, told me they also want to be out here to support the youth, meaning 19-year-old Anthony in this case. But for the most part, Clarice, things are quiet. There is no more music playing. People have not gotten over the loudspeaker and started any chants or really preaching.
The internet is so fucking brutal. The internet is so savage.
Anthony, you made national headlines with that courtroom drama. Now you're headed somewhere you'll really need to stay slippery. We've got a very special prize for you.
You've just won a day's supply of premium baby oil. You're gonna need every drop where you're headed, baby.
I'm definitely gonna need this for what's coming next. That's right, young king. Stay moisturized. I'll give you the full rundown on how we do it. Slippery is the only way to survive in there.
Fucking internet, bro. Holy shit.
Started at 4:37 this afternoon.
Yeah, exactly 1 hour ago. It's now 5:37 p.m. They've been deliberating for an hour. I want to say this real quick. It'll be interesting to see how many people stay after the sun goes down if the jury has not returned with a verdict before sunset. But perhaps as the evening wears on, the crowd will perhaps dwindle in size. There will be another reaction, and that is whenever the ultimate sentence is announced. And speaking of that, in the punishment phase, there was one witness, only one witness, and that was the mother of Carmelo Anthony, Kayla Hayes. She wept on the witness stand, her son crying as his mother literally pleading with jurors for mercy for her son. You can imagine that moment between those two in court, taking nothing away from the loss of Austin Metcalf to his mother and that family. But in that moment, the only witness in the punishment phase for either side, no other character witnesses, no other person to talk about his good deeds, his good personality, his good soul, only his mother pleading for mercy.
BMC CB for 20 says Beardo spoiling shit. They need an adult over there. What the hell is he doing now? What is he doing now? Clever Luther says, wow, I think that dude has 3 noses on top of each other. If he was a superhero, his cape would be a Kleenex. What's he spoiling now?
That is meaningful, lengthy, that can begin to heal these people and community. And so we believe the jurors will work through the evening, could very well come back tonight with their final decision.
And Sean, that final decision has to be unanimous, right?
The punishment must be agreed upon by all, yes.
All right, Sean Rabb in our digital studio. Sean, thank you. Fox 4 is committed.
Just listening into our Fox 4 team doing a great job breaking down the latest as this went very expeditiously over the last week plus. It was expected to go a couple weeks, but the jury rejecting those self-defense claims by Carmelo Anthony, finding him guilty of murder. Now those same groups.
Now, we haven't had a blog update in 30 minutes, so I'm keeping an eye on the live blog as well.
To 99 years. We'll keep an eye on it here on Live Now from Fox as the sun starts to set in the Collin County area. So just about 6 o'clock local time. I'm Andy.
They might be letting, I don't know if it's a good idea to wait until the sun goes down. I'm not sure that's the best play. But I do have the live updates right now. And the last one we had was 32 minutes ago with the jury instructions of sudden passion. So that's the last update we had. So we're currently waiting to see if we're going to get this sentencing announcement tonight or not. Let's see here. Jason, I got that one. Let's see. Is it NJ Scoundrel? Says, why are blacks utterly unable to understand per capita and consequences? Also, why are they all tired? I'm so fatigued myself. Let's see. Packy Proton says, probably covered this. Trump expected to make emergency announcement at 6:30. Are you talking about the things on Iran? I covered that earlier. I don't know if there's another announcement. There's so much shit happening right now. Thank you, Kevin, for the 50. I am not going to read it, but thank you. Wormstorm says that's quite the schnauz. James Eye of the Tiger says, Jeremy, you look like you want to puke from the vid. If you're talking about the one in Belfast, you would be correct. You would absolutely be correct. Diz L Jiz, yes, I did read your super chat, your $10 super chat that came in not too long ago. Oh, we also have the Belfast stuff. Following an Islamist attempting to behead an Irishman. This is what's going on in Belfast now. It's fucking crazy, dude. Everywhere is insane. And as we get more information surrounding that story, I think it's only going to get worse. Yikes. Everything is fucking crazy. I don't know about this Trump announcement, though. I'm looking to see if there's a Trump announcement, apparently, at 6:30. I haven't heard anything. I'm looking. The world is mad. Yes, it is. Is this another one? Is this another video?
They should have both been arrested.
They should both should have been dead. The both brothers. Both of them should have been dead. You ask me? Don't record me. I asked you not to record me. I forgot, and the twin brother would have been with him. Fuck you saying?
They should have both been arrested.
This is fucking crazy, dude. This is crazy. I'm seriously probably going to remove this fucking stream from YouTube when I'm done. Like, this is wild. Oh, man. This is something else. This is something else. Good Lord. Let me refresh the blog. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. Oh, here we go. Hang on. New report says Speaker Johnson met with President Trump to try to convince him to placate the Democrats and drop Pulte. The meeting did not go well. So I saw you guys made this announcement right here. So there's that. But is this the announcement you were talking about, packing protons? There's so much shit going on. I can't keep up with all this shit. Kevin Hunts for 50. Another 50 that I'm not going to read out loud, but I do appreciate it. I will play this for you, though. This is another video from the Karmelo Anthony, free Karmelo Anthony group right here. So there you go. Damn! One more time for the people in the back. Damn! That was earlier today. I hope she's okay. We will get updates on her condition. So I'll keep you guys posted on that as soon as we find out. Super Sentai guy says the world is burning down. Prophecies are being fulfilled. If you haven't, it's time to start getting right with God. Christ is coming back soon, says Super Sentai guy. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Kevin. You've already texted me something that you certainly can't say on YouTube, so I do appreciate it. Oh man. That one I will. There. I can highlight that one, Kevin, okay? I can highlight that one, buddy. All right? There for you, okay? So oh man. No update in 37 minutes. No update. She totaled that car, you think so? What a freaking disaster. Should I play the Feeding the Ducks music so we don't have any? I want to put some gaming music on here. I don't know if I can, but we could put the Feeding the Ducks music right here. Okay. There we go. You guys like that? Gives it a good vibe, you know, some good energy. That's good. Feeding the Ducks. That's good. I like that. Got some vibing going on in here. Yeah, go to Tuesday night's main events. G one night. I would like to add some video game music and play that subtly in the background. Oh, wow. Look at this. What is this? Northern Ireland is rising. After last night's horrific events, large crowds are gathering and the people have had enough. Let's lower that a little bit right there. Turn that shit up to 11. You want it all the way up? Oh shit, which COD game is this? All right, go Ireland, go. Yeah, people are fed up, man. So, Blackish Pariah says white lives matter with a heart. Thank you. Appreciate that. It is very, very sad what we are witnessing right before our very eyes. And you've got people out there that are protesting, standing up for a convicted murderer. Someone is dead. A young man is dead. And you have these clowns that are obsessed with identity politics are just willing to stand there and go, he didn't do nothing wrong. Didn't do nothing wrong. It's insane. Mostly peaceful protests in Northern Ireland. Mostly peaceful. But we got that going for us. And the last update is that 42 minutes ago. That's the last blog update that we have right now. So I'm keeping my eye on that as soon as we get an update. But here we are at nearly 6 o'clock Central, 7 Eastern, and we have nothing. Absolutely nothing. No peace expected anymore. What's happening in Northern Ireland? So I believe it was a Somalian migrant tried to behead an Irishman. It was an attempted beheading. It's on video. It's awful. It is horrendous to watch. Even the edited version is horrendous to watch.
CENTCOM force.
So that is so there's let's see. Oh, he's from Sudan. Is that it? Okay. Same difference. Same difference. Yeah, don't watch it though. The video is absolutely horrible. Ladybug says, I saw the video. It was bad. Take Ladybug's advice right there and don't watch it. Because it's really bad. Like I said, even the edited version is bad. So yeah, don't. Yeah, I didn't watch it. Yeah, I don't recommend that. And then, of course, we have the United States of America has responded to Iran because Iran shot down a helicopter of ours. And I don't believe that our servicemen sustained any injuries. But Trump said he was going to respond. And he did respond because he's a man of his word. So there you have it. It looks like they're trying to beat us in super chats on main event. You can try, okay? But this is CobraCast. Okay, you can try to defeat CobraCast in super chats. It ain't happening, boys, okay?
Let's turn our attention right now back to
I don't care
Dallas
if you got
as they
Krista
continue
over
to
there.
wait for this punishment portion of the Karmelo Anthony trial. He was found guilty earlier today by this group of jurors. Let's take you out to this live coverage on Live Now from Fox.
situation. Lots of folks have kind of sought refuge in their cars since it's very hot and humid out here. While we wait to see if there is a sentence, I can tell you can see a handful of law enforcement officers remain here at a much more casual stance, waiting again to see if a sentence will be
The music adds so much.
or if this will go into tomorrow. So again, as you mentioned, this has been an all-day affair with some quick developments. I can tell you that the crowd began gathering here first thing this morning, as they have been since last Monday when this all started with jury selection. Then the jury got the case just before 11 a.m. after hearing those closing arguments, each side given 35 minutes. Those jury deliberations pretty quick, over 3 hours or some 3 hours later, we heard that there was a verdict.
Y'all are
We
killing
found
me.
out that the jury found Karmelo Anthony guilty of murder. That is when the crowd then kind of began to form, and they lined up here in front of the barricades, and also began to some chant. Some were live streaming on their phones. Others were using a loudspeaker to pray. So I did hear from one guy here who says that, he's been here since the beginning. He says he doesn't know anybody involved in this case, but it's just something that has always stuck with him.
This looks like an earlier update because the sun seems like it was a little more sun, but maybe they just got the correct lighting. But I'm wondering if this doesn't say live, does it? I know it's live now. It says live Fox 4 Dallas, but I don't know.
If the jury informs him that they think that they are close in reaching a decision, I'm sure he will honor that and allow them to stay, because as we know, this jury has been ordered that they will be sequestered until a sentence is ultimately reached. Steve, as you mentioned, there's a wide range there for murder, ranging from 5 years to 99 years. Of course, both families now waiting to hear exactly what that decision is.
Yeah, homing in on that number.
Somebody says they said they will continue tomorrow. Are you guys seeing that reported somewhere? Because I'm not seeing it with the blog. Are you guys just anticipating that that's what they're going to do? Because I'm not seeing anything about that. Live now loops. Yeah, I know it does. I know it's just a constant 24-hour stream. So, we got that one right there. Maybe we should just do that. Maybe I should just loop my videos. You know what I mean? Look at it. Hey, look at it. They're at a concert. Oh no, they're actually rallying for a murder. Oh, okay, my bad. My bad. I thought it was my bad. Hey, I thought it was a concert. That's my bad. I as a streamer, I should know better. I really thought that was a concert. So that's my bad right there, though. Sorry about that. That's a big mistake. I shouldn't have done that. So. Okay, we got that. If you missed this earlier from the concert right here, this happened.
Not necessary. Hold on. That's not necessary. You say the N-word very well. We use it for your niggas being niggas. All I'm saying like the fuck I said. It is time to get this first. See how I got a freedom of speech? You can't control it. And you don't why are we fighting each other? I'm on your side. I want Karmelo free, not locked up. So why am I sitting here fighting you? Why is another black man arguing with a black woman? Why are you out here calling people niggas and crazy? Like they want us to. It's like some of us out here doing something not let me tell you why. That's the best thing for you. Go suck a dick. Trolling motherfuckers out here. That's why.
Y'all, they laughing at y'all. The enemies who y'all need to be arguing with, they right there. They watching y'all, they recording y'all, they laughing at y'all. Looking at y'all laughing, fuck him. Look at him.
fooled by me. You shouldn't even be worried about me. You ain't gotta worry about me. Ignore me. Focus on justice. Don't worry about me, baby. Don't worry about me, baby. I ain't gonna stop for shit, little ass girl. You got to talking to me now. I slapped that motherfucking phone out your motherfucking face. Fuck you.
I do. Bill Herb says, what have I missed? A lot's been happening around here. I mean, we're just, we don't have a lot going on around here, but if you want to know what certain people have been up to, I'm sure we could help you out with that. In fact, let me find it right now. If I still have it. Here we go. What have I been up to? Just hanging around.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Nothing. Me? Just hanging around.
Just hanging around, man. Nothing really. What's up, Bill Herb? How you doing? You see the new PS5 game? DMs. Uh-oh. I can only imagine what you're about to send me. Oh, no. Valiant, can I play this? Valiant? I'm gonna have to watch this before I play it. Oh, no. I cannot show that. I can't show that. Nope. You can link it if you want, but I cannot show it. Here you go. I'll clip that. I'll just drop the link. Nope, I can't. But there you go, chat. It's AI, but I cannot play that one. That's funny as hell, though. There it is right there. Dude, again, Gary got hit for the Black Snape AI video. They took his whole stream down. So they took his whole stream down for it. So I certainly can't play that one. But thank you, Valiant. Hail to you. Kevin! Kevin's on one right now. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate it. It's not quartering, it's YouTube. How does he have the power to do that stuff? What a disaster this stream is. Holy shit. All right. No updates yet. Nothing still. What the hell, man? Holy shit, he can't show that. No, I can't. I can't show that one. Tree Bear says, Beardo skipped the intro and started the show in the middle of a sentence. What kind of shit show are you letting that half-wit run over there? The fact that it's even happening is the fact that the show even started, all right, is a positive. So I'm just going to give him credit for starting the show, okay? So there you have it. Inject some common sense. Person kills non-person, gets convicted, outrage, they riot. Person kills person, gets convicted, they still riot. Remember when OJ got off? Silence. Super chats have been wild tonight. Where are we at here? Rock Bottom says, play some hip hop during the sentencing or riots. George Ramirez says, Covercast direct Treehouse ambient studying music. JL93 says, Tuesday's main event sucks right now. Jarrett, they need you over there. They seem to be doing okay. They're holding a couple thousand people. That's not too bad. I know I have dead channels according to the quartering, but seems to be doing pretty good. Seems to be pretty good that we have 2 streams with 3,000 and 2,000 people and getting some super chats. So I think we're okay. I'm going to troll some lefties with stream tonight. Well, I'm not endorsing that, but if you choose to do that, you can go right ahead. There is so much crap happening. Is this another one? Hang on.
I don't know how true it is.
Oh, this is the same clip. Okay.
God damn! That's it. They saying murder. They saying murder. They saying murder. They said no manslaughter. They saying murder. I thought it was manslaughter too. I thought it was manslaughter too. They saying guilty of murder on Fox right now. They saying guilty of murder. They saying guilty of murder.
I swear to God, I'm sick of this shit. I'm tired of it. I'm tired. I don't give a fuck. I'm tired. That is sick. That is fucking sick. That is sick. That is sick. You went through the same shit.
That is liberal media poisoning people's brains, and they aren't smart enough to realize that the media has manipulated you. The media has lied to you. The media has poisoned you. The media has decided to tell you you're a victim. And instead of thinking for yourself, you have allowed the leftist media to control your emotions. That's what's happening right there. It's amazing that we're still in this situation. We got the feeding the ducks going. It's all good. Roland Martin listeners. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. There's a lot of videos right now that are being uploaded from Belfast, and it's not good. It's definitely not good. I can't play them though, unfortunately. Unless we go Rumble and Kick exclusive, I can't play them here on YouTube because the YouTube AI is ridiculous. And I would encourage all of you to follow me on Rumble and Kick because you never know what's going to happen. And just make sure you do that. White boy summer has officially begun. It's so peaceful. Oh, man. All right. 47 minutes ago. We're still sitting here. We're still waiting. The hell can take so long? Delta Dragon says, have you seen the gameplay trailer for War Dogs? I think I have. There's been so much going on that I think I have seen that one. In the stream? No, I'm not going to end the stream. We're waiting this out. We've been here for 4 hours waiting to get this sentencing. We are waiting. We are committed to this. They're either going to go home for the evening or they're going to give us the sentencing. Okay? That's the bottom line on this. I'm not fucking leaving. Bumblebee says, Jeremy, I'm tired of winning. You know what? We haven't even talked about Trump that much today. We haven't even done that. I do like this music in the background, though. It's pretty good. What does it have to do with Fortnite? I do want to play Fortnite. Tuesday's main event's going to end soon? No, it's not. No, it's not. I won't allow that. Don't worry. I will not allow that to happen. We're invested so much time waiting. Exactly. Stormbreaker says, talk about the G.I. Joe 87 movie while we wait. Oh, well, you know, the G.I. Joe 87 animated classic is a very divided movie among G.I. Joe fans. However, I personally love that movie. I love the incorporation of Cobra La. I do wish Snake Eyes had a bigger part in the movie, but however, Sergeant Slaughter, Falcon, Duke, And then, of course, Cobra La with Cobra Commander, heavily featured. I love the movie. I think it's fantastic. But a lot of Joe fans don't like it because of the lore changes it makes and things like that. And I get that. I get that concern, but they're wrong. Matt HTX says, I'm tired of this, Grandpa. I'm just too damn, it's just too damn bad. Well, excuse me. Marco says, almost there. We're almost there. We're almost. And if you remember last week, maybe this is what I'm trying to do. Maybe this is my evil plan, okay? Maybe I'm going to give you a little insight into my evil plan, okay? Because if you remember, last week, we did a Cobra Cast on Tuesday, and we almost pulled something off that we've never pulled off before. Now, I'm not saying we're going to be able to pull this off now, but if the stupid site would work, like, it's just nothing fucking working. Court system's not working. Nothing's working. So last week, I believe it was on Wednesday, Geeks and Gamers and D-Day Cobra almost pulled off the 1-2. We almost pulled it off. You go back to Tuesday, right here, we almost pulled off the 1-2. This stupid site would work. Look at that. 3 and 4 in the country. You think we can get 1 and 2 today? I don't know. Time will tell. But we're in pretty good shape right now. But we've never pulled off the 1 and 2 on the same day. It's never happened. Bronsonite says, today I learned, according to that lady yelling in the crowd, that black folks are indigenous to Earth. What about the rest of us? I know, right? Star and Wars. What's that on the thing? Oh, yeah. That is a weird hashtag. I have to look at that. I don't know where they're getting that data from. Evil plan? Yeah, of course. BMCCB for 20 says, what does Ryan think about all this? What do you think? What do you think? Beardo quit? Is he done? I don't think he's done. I think he's still around. With Beardo, not a chance. This is crazy. Like, can somebody tell the judge that I'm streaming right now and I need some answers? I mean, I don't want to be rude to make this all about me, but I am streaming right now and I do need answers. Personally, I think that we're not going to get an answer until tomorrow at this point, but maybe because of all of the attention, maybe they are actually trying to drag this out until later. Because right now, if you're in the Texas area, what is the sun completely down now? Is it dark there? Because that would be kind of interesting if that's actually what they're waiting to do, is to let the sun go down and not have a bunch of cameras and recordings and all of these people freaking out whenever they do announce whatever the verdict is. Not yet? Okay. It's McDouble says, show us the Titanfall 2 Encore trailer. That's a Tuesday night's main event thing. Why do you want to bring Titanfall up? You're just hurting me now. You're just hurting me. I don't want to talk about that's pain. That's nothing but pain. Titanfall 2 should be the most played game right now on the internet, but instead it's a dead game. It's an absolutely dead game, and it drives me crazy. It's dark outside the courthouse. I walked right into that one, didn't I? I walked right into that one. Let me see here. Sun not down here till 8:30. Really? Okay. Well, it's 7:20 Eastern right now, so that's 6:20 Central. No, not even close. CJ says, quick reminder that Tim Pool originally supported Carmelo Anthony before he saw the where the winds were blowing. Is this true? I vaguely remember this. Is the music a meme? Yeah, it's a meme. It's 100%. Pretty much everything we do is a meme. Does anybody have a clip of Tim Pool supporting Karmelo Anthony? That would be amazing. Let me see if I can find that right now. Tim Pool, Karmelo Anthony. Okay. Let's see if we can find this. Is this okay? So Tim Pool says Karmelo Anthony could claim self-defense in stabbing Austin Metcalf. Anthony was said to be skipping school, brought a knife to a track meet. Let's hear what Tim has to say here.
Anthony, who was from a rival school, who was there, and there were a bunch of kids from this town or whatever, and they got into an altercation. They told him he wasn't supposed to be there. Apparently, they had words. Karmelo Anthony pulled a knife out from his bag and said, "Touch me and see what happens." Witnesses said either he was touched or grabbed. There were different witness accounts, but that Austin Metcalf did put hands on Karmelo, who then stabbed him once in the chest before running away. According to police, Karmelo Anthony, when he got apprehended or turned himself in, however the story goes, I mean, different accounts, he asked if Austin was going to be okay and said it was self-defense. He said he grabbed me and I said self-defense. The family is arguing it was self-defense. It's strange to me that with this story, the right is adamant that this kid just killed another kid and he should go to prison forever. And I'm like, we don't even know what happened. Like, you've got witness testimony that sounds like a fight happened at a school. Then I've heard the argument, yeah, well, he shouldn't have had a knife. He brought a knife to a school, and it's like, okay, what kind of knife was it? Was it a utility knife? Was it a switchblade? Was it a machete? Like, did he have a steak knife? Was he coming back from culinary class where he had fine Japanese blades for cutting cucumbers? I have no idea. You're allowed to carry knives. I'm pretty sure in Texas, especially if it's like a utility blade.
Listen,
you're also not allowed to grab.
He's not asking crazy. Listen, we're operating under we know all the information now. We're watching when this initially broke. He's trying to be as fair as he can. It is crazy to listen to this take now that we know all the answers. But at the time, there was probably a lot that were not known. But even with that, it's kind of a virtue. It's very much a virtue signal.
Grab people. Nope.
Yeah, he's just a chef, guys. He was in culinary class, and he just accidentally had a knife on him. Like, that is crazy, bro.
Nobody knows the exact specifics of this story with Karmelo and Metcalf. Some witnesses said that Austin touched Karmelo. Some say he grabbed him. Whatever. The courts will play it out. If weapons are banned, he's going to go to jail. However, in a general self-defense context, this is why I'm saying the story I find so confusing. We have always maintained when it comes to self-defense, it is not the responsibility of the victim of an attack to determine the extent of that lethal force.
Yeah.
If they are being attacked, their perception of how far that force goes is it.
Yeah, I mean, again, we are all operating with the information we have now, but even hearing it, that is bad. Let's see here. Tim Pool continues to burn goodwill with conservatives, claiming he doesn't care about conservatives' tribal outrage. Pool claims Karmelo Anthony stabbed Austin Metcalf in self-defense and that conservatives are merely acting irrationally. So this is now after he has more information. This is after he had more information. Holy shit. Now that is really bad. Yikes. Woo. Well, what are you going to do with that one? Now let me see if I can find more. Let's see here. Now he's posting about, like, obviously he's on the anti-Karmelo side now. I don't know where that shift happened. Tim Pool calls the killing of Austin Metcalf self-defense as he sides with Karmelo Anthony, who stabbed Metcalf in the heart after being told to get out of the wrong high school's tent at a track meet. I'm confused by this story. Are we against self-defense now? Wow. there you have it. So anyway, forget Tim Pool, but that was based on the super chat that we got in. So right now we are currently waiting for the jury. And we have not had an update since 5:17 Central. So we are well over an hour now. The jury's instructions for sudden passion. Jury instructions include this issue of sudden passion. If the jury unanimously finds that the defendant caused the death under the immediate influence of sudden passion, he may be sentenced to no more than 20 years and no less than 2. No more than 20 and no less than 2. If the jury unanimously finds that the defendant did not cause death under the immediate influence of sudden passion, he may be sentenced to life imprisonment or no more than 99 years or no less than 5 years. There you have it. So we'll see what happens, but yeah, that's the latest update we had. Spencer Pratt tweeted about a duck, says drunk 3PO. Thanks for the gift, homie. Jay's in my chat. Jay, can you go save main event? Apparently Beardo's tearing it all down. It's a disaster from what I understand. CJ with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Karmelo. Matt says Karmelo wasn't attacked. He was asked many times to leave and then provoked him by saying, make me and move and I touch me. Let's see. By saying, make me move and touch me and see what happens. We also knew the day of, he said, I did it. I'm not alleged. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. Now, again, those are arguments, old arguments from Tim Pool, and he has switched, sides now. Fantastic Knox says Benny Johnson just released a video where Karmelo tried to flee the court after guilty verdict. If he's not guilty, then why would he try to do this? Okay. This is I haven't seen it, but this is clearly an AI video. Like, what are you talking about? This has got to be an AI video. Where is it? He tried to flee the court? Where? I would love to see a video where he's trying to run out of court. Like, AI is getting way too good. It really is. It's getting way too good, and it's way too scary. Even me, when I see things online now, I'm like, I don't know if this is AI. I can't find the clip you're talking about, so I don't see anything like that. Let's see here. There we go.
Karmelo! What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! Karmelo! Say his name! Karmelo! Say his name! Karmelo! What do we want? Justice!
Yeah. Looks like a lovely group of people to hang out with. Very level-headed. And we just have absolutely no updates at this point in time. So, and Jay's not even here anymore. Jay left. Jay was tired of it. We got the Feeding the Ducks music for you, Jay. Can't be mad at me. I was really, really looking forward to main event tonight, too. What is it? Is this old video? Remember this old video right here?
All right. Come on, man. Just follow back behind us. Just stay close, okay?
Karmelo, do you have anything that you'd like to say? Karmelo, do you have anything that you'd like to say to the victim, to the family of the victim? Why were you armed, sweetheart? Karmelo, why were you armed at school? Explain your self-defense. How is this self-defense?
Excuse me.
Well, you want to say to the community that's donated?
What was that head nod for? What was that? I gotta slow-mo that. What the hell is that all about? That was crazy. Oh, man.
Now, a former congressman from the Palmetto State, Joe Cunningham. Joe, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And obviously, we talk about the road to the path to becoming governor.
All right, that's not what we want to hear about right now. So, is this old? That was an old video. So that was old. I saw it on my timeline, so I figured I would play it. But that is an old video. That was not him today. He has been found guilty. We are currently waiting as the jury is deliberating on sentencing. And I have no idea how much longer it's going to be. I'm very shocked that it's taken this long, but yet here we are. So have Jay hold it down till sentencing. Jay, Beardo's doing fine. I just like messing with him. It's fun to pick on him. It's fun to pick on everybody. They're waiting for you to talk Nintendo on Tuesday night's main event. Drinky, what's up, Drinky Crow? Every time I see your super chats, I'm like, can I read this? I'm not sure if I can. Stormbreaker says, Jeremy, enlighten us. What would you actually do with $1 million? You said build G&G bigger. You mean like an actual office building theater? Yeah, I mean, there's if you're asking me seriously, if I had $1 million that somebody gave me and I would put it all into Geeks and Gamers. Obviously we're all based here in Orlando, so I would get us because I do think that we do well with remote work and everything like that, but I think we could do better if we actually had an office building to go into. We would record a ton of content. It wouldn't be just content like we're doing now, but we could also do a lot of fun content, comedic stuff like that. We could get a lot more structure together, and I would just put it all into the business. I would probably put money into our merch line, and we would run our own merch. I would get us, better servers for our website. I'd put more money into the team on the website. It's expensive these days. So, scaling a business that I want to scale to this size, it does take money, a lot. Or I could just be a single streamer like I am now, and that would be a lot easier. Like if I was just a individual streamer and just handled one stream, I would be set. But I have this huge team of people. I have this network of teams of content creators that I'm around, and I'm trying to fund so many different things. So that's why. Can I live in a van outside your office? No. Studio IDOT. It'd be called Studio 199. You could roast your own beans. That's right. Let's see. All right, nothing. Still waiting. Live in a van down by the river. Isn't that what Tim Pool was always saying he was going to do? We don't like you enough to just watch you, says Larry the IDOT. How much longer? I don't know, man. Little Orphan Funkhauser says, I skipped your super chat. Did I? No, I didn't. I don't see one from you. Are you lying to me? I respect it if you are, but I don't. Oh, there it is. Southern Passion is a common practice in Alabama. There we go. I do see it now. Cap JPS says removing life. Let's see. Badong tax. Can't say the K word. Matt Frog says sucks for Carmelo, the former basketball player. Got to change his name now. I thought about that a lot when this whole thing broke. Southern or South Perspective says, is the riots only going to happen in Texas or the whole U.S.? This year, it's going to be interesting. I mean, I do think that it's very interesting because this is in Texas, and I'm not sure that that's going to stand in Texas very long. I guess there's certain elements in Texas that it could work in, but I mean, some of the rioting that happened during George Floyd didn't happen where George Floyd, died. It was different places in leftist cities, wherever they can feel that they can get away with the most nonsense. So, Brando Jones says, my feed is Belfast and Nintendo. Lovely opposites. Isn't that a beautiful thing? Mine is Nintendo, Belfast, Trump, and the Odyssey. That's my feed on Twitter right now. Drinky says, for 50, says you should take quarterings to beaches. Do a Melanie Mac morning show. Under no, like, there's not enough super chats in the world that I'm gonna stream with Melanie Mac to hear that voice. I quartering can have her. Okay. As a matter of fact, I'll pay quartering to keep her. I would much rather him listen to that voice every day on a stream than me. So he can have at it. Heir to the Empire says, IDOT bean roaster tax. Yeah, it's like one of those things, like just getting on the other side of like having her on streams and then now hearing how like annoying her voice is, and I'm like, how did I ever stream with this chick? My goodness. But hey, it is what it is. Quartering's new show is called Mac and Cheese. Is that true? He should totally call it Mac and Cheese. Now you know how we felt when she was on your streams. You're trying to leave us. No, I'm not. I'm waiting. I'm literally waiting for the update. We're just waiting this thing. I feel like this is I'm running a whatchamacallit, a agenda-free TV stream right now. Because I do like watching Steve Luckner stuff because he's on top of like so many stories. But there's times where Steve just literally won't say anything for like 5 minutes, and I'm like, is the stream lagging? Is something going on? And I have to like, oh, okay, no, Steve's just buying some time. And then all of a sudden, there's nothing going on, okay? And it's quiet. And then all of a sudden you hear Steve go, breaking news, everyone, breaking news. You're like, whoa, oh my God. And it's just like a tweet. Like, all right, Steve, it wasn't that big of a deal. It's just like a tweet. Let's hear what Asman says on Karmelo Anthony being sentenced to life in prison.
Man, Anthony found guilty of murder. Oh, bro, no white person has ever had a jury of their peers be all black, and a black person shouldn't have to accept that either. Well, you're going to. You're going to. Again, if it was up to me, we'd put this dude in front of a fire.
Whoa! I know what he's about to say, but he said this on not YouTube. So let's get past that a little bit there.
As for Karmelo, show up to the execution. Show up.
I listen.
You can watch him die. That's what I'd do.
I don't disagree with anything Asmongold is saying, by the way. I don't.
I hate, like, anybody that's going around defending this is fucking insane.
Yes.
Like, they are an insane, literal racist.
Yes.
And also, by the way, none of these people, like, do you really think letting a knife murderer out is, like, good for black people? It's not good for anybody. Somebody that does this is going to do that to somebody else.
Yes, he is correct. I agree with everything he said. I just can't say it here on YouTube. But yeah, but unfortunately, I think he's going to get 20 years. That's my worry. And I want to be wrong. I need to be wrong. We shall see. We may not find out tonight. It doesn't seem like we are. I got to pee on top of all that. So come on, man. Hurry up. Let's get this done. Let's see. Oh. Whoa. So Conor McGregor tweeted this out. I'm gonna zoom in because you can't see the full picture, but Conor McGregor tweeted that out. And it's a picture of the migrant murdering, or at least attempting to behead, the person in Belfast. Conor McGregor says, "Say it loud, say it clear. Refugees are welcome here." Yeah, keep repeating that nonsense. Conor McGregor's pissed. He's very, very pissed, as he should be. This is so disgusting. These motherfuckers are more outraged over a fucking word than they are actual violence where people are being fucking murdered. They're more upset about a fucking word that they say every fucking day. A word that they are not actually offended over. Nobody's actually offended over a fucking word, by the way. I don't give a fuck what you say. I don't give a fuck how much you virtue signal. You are not upset over a fucking word. You want to sit there and listen to rap music every fucking day and then cry because somebody said a word that you fucking listen to all the time? Get the fuck out of here, dude. I'm so sick of this virtue signaling pussy bullshit. You got people getting killed and you don't care. It doesn't bother you. The same type of people. You had this guy that was dressed up the other day like Charlie Kirk reenacting his assassination. That same piece of shit is going to tell you he's offended over somebody saying a word. Yeah, you can reenact Charlie Kirk being murdered, but you're going to pretend that you're offended over a word. Go fuck off. I'm so sick of this shit, dude. And everybody else is too. Sick and tired of it. Nobody buys into that shit. Nobody cares. No. I don't want that. I don't want that. Gosh. Now, unfortunately, my feed, I'm getting even more of that video now because of that image I just clicked on. I hate the Twitter. I hate the Twitter algorithm. It's so bad. There's a lot of shit happening right now on my feed, and I'm trying to go through as much as I possibly can. As far as the update here, let me refresh and see if we have anything from the blog, and we have absolutely nothing. Knights of Ben says that got to give Tim Pool credit for creation of CobraCast and seeing drunk Alex. Hail the 199. Hey, I appreciate it, Tim. Tim helped create CobraCast. He did do that. He may not have meant to, but he did help create CobraCast. Ministry of Wrong Things says Asman is such a mixed bag of takes. I love it. Phil says that we will riot if you bring Melanie Mack here. Trust me, you got nothing to worry about. You got nothing to worry about. I am not concerned a bit about it. And let's see here. Got that. Nothing so far. Now they're talking about Vegas. What are they talking about Vegas for right here? What's going on in Vegas?
Bills. That might be maybe his policy above everything else, is just how much he has vetoed coming out of those Democratic-led chambers. So I think, if you ask him, he would say he's been tough on crime. He said he would get more for education, which we've seen. So I think those are two wins in his column.
And obviously you mentioned the other side, and we have some key attention for the Democrats, the state attorney general involved there, and another sheriff as well. What do we make? Who is
All right.
Aaron Ford? Who is he? What is he?
We don't care about that. We don't care. Not right now, anyway. More worried about all this other stuff going on. I did see this earlier. Not that we're going to play the whole thing, but because many of you had mentioned that you, like, not many of you, but there were a few of you, shockingly, that did not know that Kyle Busch passed away. And right here, this was on my feed right here, but Representative McDowell right here.
Mr. Speaker,
I can barely hear
I
it.
rise today
There we
to
go.
honor the life and legacy of Kyle Busch, a fierce competitor, a legendary race car driver, and most importantly, a great man. Kyle was a husband to Samantha, a father to two beautiful children. He was a brother, a son, a businessman, a driver, an entertainer, and one of the greatest competitors to ever get behind the wheel racing cars. If I sat here and listed every checkered flag that Kyle Busch ever won, my time would expire before I could finish. Kyle Busch was a winner. Kyle won 234 races across the top 3 series in NASCAR, including 63 wins at the Cup level, making him the 9th all-time winner on the Cup Series. Kyle was a fierce competitor. It was like he hated losing more than he loved winning.
So I'm really glad that they honored him right here. It's really awesome to see that. But rest in peace to Kyle Busch, man. I still can't believe he's dead. I cannot believe it. It's crazy. And his son is going to be a great race car driver. Already is a great driver in a lot of ways. But he's only 11 years old. But yeah, man. Crazy. The heck? We got nothing. What are you guys up to, chat? Oh, of course. Dustin the Grim says, regardless of his sentence, Carmelo's got quite the reception waiting for him behind bars. Yep. That is true. Should I just grift? Should I threaten my chat with bringing Melanie Mack on so I can make a lot of money for you guys to send me super chats to not bring her on? That would be cool, right? I'd be okay with that. Let's see here. Read some Rumble rants. Are there any new ones come in? Mod Eric says Savannah Hernandez was interviewing people outside the courthouse. They were saying, "We's protect ours." Yeah, I played that whole video, Eric. I was just trying to be accurate with what was said. Yeah, I played that whole video. Oh wow, did I lag out? He might actually like that. He might even put Kool-Aid mix on it. Oh God, abort mission. I think I lagged out for a minute. Am I back? Hopefully I am. Did lag out for a minute? Okay. Looks like I'm back now. So we're good. What are they talking about here?
Come November, and in this jungle primary, as it is Javier Becerra and Justin.
Man, I feel like every time I want to end this stream, because I think that this is not going to happen, I'm just like, as soon as I end it, they're going to announce the sentencing. That's what's going to happen. That's exactly what's going to happen. You know it and I know it. Jeremy can't eat until they announce the sentence. I can't jump over to main event and talk video games until then. Let's see here.
Murder in Texas is not eligible for probation to start off with. Even if the jury wanted to probate his sentence, they could not. So they will be instructed, your job is to determine the proper sentence for this case between 5 to 99 years or life in the penitentiary. The old adage is you've got to serve half of it for this type of crime. They used to call them what's called 3G offenses here in Texas, but it's got a different name now. But you've got to serve half of it. So if he gets 40, he's got to do 20. If he gets 50, he's got to do 25. A life sentence in Texas on a murder charge like this means he's got to serve at least 30 years before he is eligible for parole. That may mean that he stays in prison for the rest of his life. It may mean that he gets out at 30 years if they do give him life. So depending upon the number the jury comes back with will dictate how many years, before he's eligible for parole. And there's no predicting parole. I mean, he could have problems in jail. There could be overcrowding issues. There could be a whole lot of different things that play a part in whether or not he gets paroled at that time.
But if it's a life sentence, it's a minimum 30
Minimum
years.
of 30. They're not eligible till 30. Murder in Texas is...
Okay, so that's an interesting dynamic here. Okay, let's listen to that one more time so we can fully understand this. Okay, because my prediction was 20, and then he would get out in 8 to 10. But let's listen to that one more time.
It's not eligible for probation to start off with. Even if murder in Texas is not eligible for probation to start off with. Even if the jury wanted to probate his sentence, they could not. So they will be instructed, your job is to determine the proper sentence for this case between 5 to 99 years or life in the penitentiary. The old adage is you've got to serve half of it for this type of crime. They used to call them what's called 3G offenses here in Texas, but it's got a different name now. But you've got to serve half of it. So if he gets 40, he's got to do 20. If he gets 50, he's got to do 25. A life sentence in Texas on a murder charge like this means he's got to serve at least 30 years before he is eligible for parole. That may mean that he stays in prison for the rest of his life. It may mean that he gets out at 30 years if they do give him life. So depending upon the number the jury comes back with will dictate how many years, before he's eligible for parole. And there's no predicting parole. I mean, he could have problems in jail. There could be overcrowding issues. There could be a whole lot of different things that play a part in whether or not he gets paroled at that time.
But if it's a life sentence, it's a minimum 30
Minimum
years.
of 30. They're not.
I'm sticking with 20. He'll be out in 8 to 10. That's what I'm sticking with. Because I think that they feel like that might be the best play. Because make no mistake, man, they are operating with social justice in mind, with the reaction to all of this. And that's the whole point behind all of these riots and looting and all of this shit, is to basically impact the punishment for a criminal. Now, what do I want? What I want, I can't say on stream. But within the rules that have been placed in front of us, I obviously would want the 99 years. Based on that. What I want, though, I can't say. But let's just say, I don't think that it, this person being a burden on taxpayers is not, positive in my mind. But either way, I'm calling 20 years. He'll be out in 8 to 10. And I hope I'm wrong. But as it stands, we are still dealing with the sudden passion argument. So for those that are just tuning in, I know a lot of you have heard me read this 1,000 times already, but this is where we are. Jury instructions include the issue of sudden passion. If the jury unanimously finds that the defendant caused the death under the immediate influence of sudden passion, he may be sentenced to no more than 20 years and no less than 2 years. Now, I made my 20-year prediction even before this was brought up in the courts. So I'd already said the 20-year thing prior to this. If the jury unanimously finds that the defendant did not cause death under the immediate influence of sudden passion, he may be sentenced to life in prison or no more than 99 years or no less than 5 years. So there we have it. JB username says, if this happened in any other state, I would be really nervous, but I'm optimistic. Texas will do the right thing here. May be true. That might be true. You may be correct about that. Because that is something to consider. Drinky says, definitely don't show Melanie Max crack. Send it direct. God. Apollo says, I'd love to see him try that touch me and find out crap in prison. Fantastic Knox says Carmelo, I might have murdered him, but the knife guides towards Anthony many times. It's not my fault. I'm black. Gear Master says, here's some money to not grift Melanie Mack, for the love of God. Lapco says, so you admit that by standing, you're dragging this out and wasting all of our time? Well, there's worse places to waste an evening, I guess. Fantastic Knox says, some kangaroo money, so we never have to hear Melanie Mack on one of your streams, especially Tuesday Night's Main Event. You have my word. She's never appearing on another stream that I run. It's not going to happen. With her, the way she's acted after the quartering, false flagging channels and all of that, she's never going to be on my fucking stream ever again. So she may be on other people's streams, but not mine. So South Perspective says, I believe that Aspen is right. The next mustache man is coming from Europe again. I was asking the previous question because currently I am in Florida. I got you. Professor Savage Dad says, day one, he will be eligible to getting them cheeks clapped. Real Life Jeremy Griggs says, thoughts on Texas quarterback gambling trail. I haven't done, I've seen all the stuff surrounding that, but I don't know all the specifics and details of it. Jeremy's going to join Tuesday Night's Main Event really late and drag the show to 7 or 8 hours. You're damn right I am. If they would hurry up and do this, let's just get it done. But I got nothing. No updates. No nothing. We're just sitting here and we're waiting. Gregory says, so sick of the Middle East. This is a nice change. R.I.P. Austin. Yeah. I don't. I'm kind of like, I like to talk about things that are not direct politics. Whether it's entertainment, which I do a lot of that on the Geeks Gamers channel, or just other stuff. Maybe we can turn this to a weather channel and I can compete with Ryan Hall, y'all. And Max Velocity. Those guys do great work. I watch their channels, by the way. But I think what I should do is I should probably just stop streaming. And I've been inspired by a fellow streamer, DSP. DSP's been working out. I'm sure you guys have seen his thumbnails. Man, DSP's been working out a lot. So big shout out to DSP. If you see this right here, DSP photoshopped himself with muscles. What? He literally photoshopped himself with muscles. That's amazing, dude. This is the thumbnail. This is the... So there's a DSP is ripped. All right, just shredded. You love to see it. Oh no, are they really doing like remembering the Pulse nightclub shooting? Good Lord. Expectation versus reality. Oh, DSP's a trip. Nothing. Better than Stallone. His masturbator arm. They're trying to end before you get there. You should maybe stop streaming and come back on later. You know what? I'm just gonna hop over there for a minute. I can join both streams. So I can join both streams. So watch this. I'm gonna go on main event. I'm gonna be on main event, and I'm gonna be here. So watch. Let me get it live. Okay. I'm gonna jump on main event. Watch this. Okay. This is gonna be so confusing. Watch this.
Stuff like that. I think all that's a really big deal. So I don't know, a lot of RPGs and stuff. That was
You're also
huge.
getting Space Marines as well.
Space Marines coming to Switch too.
Space Marine, and then we also, and for a lot of people, 40K is about to blow up big.
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
well beyond anything that we've seen right now. And then obviously Kingdom Hearts 4, that's a huge fucking deal.
I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 4 just to drop like that. I mean, we've seen this.
That was a big
footage
secret.
before, but yeah, that's a huge one. So I don't know. Overall, I actually enjoyed it because I thought there's a lot of really good stuff, and then there's all the goofy Nintendo shit that all the Nintendo players like. Like a fucking potato with legs running around jumping off of shit. I was like, oh, that's like a Nintendo game for sure.
Have you guys seen the Killer Bean video game? Killer Bean action game?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
What's all this about? Who's this?
I haven't played it yet, but
what the fuck's
Jeremy's here, and he wants to talk about it.
I think his camera's frozen.
Yeah, I think so.
Sorry, we started
His
talking
camera's
about
not
it.
frozen.
He's physically frozen.
We
That's just
waited
in
an
case
hour and a
It's on a
half.
loop.
No, because he's starting
Video.
to smile a little bit. He's just
He has no self-control.
I heard a rumor that you guys are going to try to get this stream over before I got here.
Well,
trying.
Like,
we were in the middle
I
of
wasn't
wrapping up,
gonna
and then you
publicly
showed up.
I
announce
was
it.
really happy.
Somebody
sending
told
big
me
super chats.
that a certain person announced this was going to be the longest.
We were
Tuesday
actually
main event of all time.
getting super chats to end it early, so you weren't gonna show up.
Yeah.
Well, I also
Like
heard a
hundreds
rumor
of dollars.
that you guys were trying to beat Cobra Cast and super chats, which is fucking laughable.
I think we might already be at it.
I can
Our
guarantee
super
you
chats
that
I
are
got
more
100 from
sincere
Kenan.
and have
I
more
can tell
love.
you right now, Jeremy, we don't
And
have
now
to
you're
announce
not.
that stuff. We know what we're doing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How
We
much you
got
got?
100 from Nagger.
How much you got in super chat?
Kenan.
We got 100 from Keenan.
How
dude.
much do you
From
have in super
Kenan.
chats
We
right
got
now?
Keenan to drop
It
$100.
doesn't show. And I actually can look.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I don't know. They won't want to see it.
Want me to say it out loud or put it in the
Sure,
private chat?
go ahead. You can say it.
I'm not going to.
Why? You scared?
He doesn't want to say it out loud.
Why would I be fucking scared?
I'm just saying, if you're scared, say you're
I mean,
scared.
I'm not scared.
It's your
because
money.
Your hat
I'm not
says Dirty Cat.
It's more than
Currently-
$0.
Currently, I hold the record
And
for
less
the most
than
super
1
chats
million.
I
on
think
this
that got
channel.
beaten. I think that got beaten.
It did not get
Just,
beaten.
I
I
think
can
Mike
tell you
still
that.
has the record.
I think it pretty
I have
quickly
the
got
rec-
beaten.
No,
That's
I
awesome.
definitely have the record by
I
a
don't know
lot.
about that.
You
Why
guys
you
are
say
getting
you?
paid?
Just because I wasn't here?
Listen,
Yeah.
Yeah,
How
because
much?
Beardo,
How
I
much?
literally
I
announced
was reading.
Beardo
It was
Appreciation Day because I
Beardo
knew you weren't going to be there.
Appreciation Day.
Oh, you
That
were
was
Because I knew
made.
you weren't going to be there.
So that's my record.
How
That's
much
not
have
your
you
fucking-
For
made?
Beardo Appreciation Day, almost
not-
1.5, almost 1.5.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute.
Here's the thing.
That's fucking
Here's the
asshole.
thing, Beardo.
This guy.
the Beardo Appreciation Day, the gimmick is what sold it. I even told Jeremy, I was like, you cannot let Beardo show up. No matter what happens, he cannot appear on the stream.
Wow.
or else
Yeah,
the
but it was
whole
a
thing
Beardo
will be
Appreciation
ruined.
Day.
When?
It was
When was
my
that?
conception.
That's fine.
I announced
was
it
still
ahead of
about
time.
me.
I announced it on my channel. I
Well-
promoted the fuck out of that.
I appreciate that you guys were trying.
you.
I'm still live on Cobra Cast right now. This entire interaction is on Cobra Cast right now.
How is that
funnel
even
more-
possible?
He can
Hold
funnel
on,
more
come on,
super
stop.
chats
How'd
into
you
his
do
What's
that?
own
up, Cobra
channel.
Cast?
That's crazy.
What?
Come over to
Imagine-
this chat. This chat is
Kenan
better.
live.
Yeah,
We got women in this chat.
I got a power sword. The last one.
yeah. No,
That's
it's-
like that's
Always
like
bragging about
Vince
the last
McMahon
one.
leaving Raw to show up on a taping of SmackDown at the same time. And he's like, "We're getting more ratings over on Raw right now." Is it your fucking company?
I mean, pull up Cobra Cast right now. You'll see.
I don't want to fucking watch
Okay.
Cobra Cast.
That's my
right
name.
now. Pull it up right now. Pull it up,
Jamie, pull that up.
Wow.
and then share the screen.
Pull it up.
Share the screen, and then you'll see
Pull up
what
Cobra Cast.
Yeah, you'll see what Cobra Cast audience is seeing right now.
What is
JT
this?
McMurdy with a
Whoa.
$100 says to make things more interesting. You're welcome. Thank you, John freaking Murdoch with a 100 and Magnum Norse with a 50. It wasn't supposed to be gay month until Jeremy showed up.
It's June.
Thank you
This
for the
guy
50
pisses
Magnum
me
Norse.
off. You know that? I fucking
What a
hate this
scumbag.
This fucking guy. Look at
Guy,
this shit.
dude.
I'll change it to
Bullshit.
retro gaming month.
It says my name.
This looks horrible.
He's streaming against
Everything
himself.
is going so well.
Oh,
no.
no.
Deception.
This looks horrible.
Oh my gosh.
That is bad.
Oh, and you know what? I see Drinky Crow. He doesn't count. Okay. Drinky Crow doesn't count on that stream.
Half
okay?
of his super chats I haven't been able to read anyway.
I know. Dude, he has sent me a thing. I was like, I can't show this because I will get my whole channel taken down.
Yeah.
Like, you can't show. He sent me BitChute links. I'm like, I can't show this.
BitChute. Man, I forgot about that.
Fine. Okay. All right. I guess.
All right. Hey, I'm gonna jump back over here and get ready for this announcement if it's gonna happen. But yeah, I gotta go.
Show up just to talk shit and leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he does.
And not very well either.
I hate it here.
Hey,
very unprofessional.
Sorry, little guy, Kata. I didn't even see you down there. You're so little.
Yeah.
He said
My
you're
big
tiny.
Little
burpy
man.
power sword that I'm about to fill with alcohol in a couple hours.
Oh, by
He's
the
gonna
way,
hit you with his letter opener.
we found out Kata finally did build his PC. It's behind him there. It has one exhaust port.
Yeah, he forgot
the
his
entire
exhaust port. The thing's gonna blow up.
It just needs the one. It does very well. It does very well.
Just wait.
He's gonna get it from Facebook Marketplace.
Oh, it looks like I have an update on.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna get my Switch.
Get the fuck out of here.
Okay,
No
I gotta go.
big
I gotta
Bye.
go. Bye, y'all.
Bye. Later.
Why does he
He
make it
said,
sound
I gotta
like...
go, I gotta do it. Like
I
we
gotta
give a
go.
fuck.
Yeah, you could have left and not said anything.
I don't know what's about to happen there, but we got an update. We got an update, chat. Here we go. Jury reaches a decision on sentencing for Karmelo Anthony. So we have a decision right now. We have a decision. Okay. That was 1 minute ago. We have a decision. The decision is in. Let's find this out. All right. Let's see if we can get some info. Breaking news! Breaking news! Okay. And I got to give a shout out to Valiant for that because we appreciate him letting me know about that. So yeah, here we go. All right. Are they back? We're waiting. All right. So we got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. It's going to be announced. Thank you, Valiant. In 2 minutes, it's scheduled to be announced. This is exciting. Are you guys excited? I'm excited. All right. Tell me your predictions right now. I'm expecting 20 years. I hope it's 99. I'm hoping 99, but all right, here we go. Wait, what the fuck? What the hell happened? Okay.
A police pursuit that ended out with a shootout in Southern California earlier today. It was in Boyle Heights. Watch this for about 45 seconds or so. You're going to watch as this suspect, who was being pursued by police, he was leading them on a high-speed pursuit through surface streets in the Los Angeles neighborhood. You'll see him crash into a barrier there. The suspect taking off on foot. So we see the suspect, and we were watching this earlier this afternoon. We see him running away. This is not uncommon in police pursuits to see a suspect run. Here's where it gets even more scary. You start to see this suspect.
Oh,
he pulls something
shit.
out, and that's when we started to see him.
Oh, shit.
With that gun. We'll pause it right there because it was shortly after that that we saw the suspect fall to the ground, seemed to be injured by officers. The LAPD police chief, Jim McDonald, he took to the...
All right, let's see here. Waiting to see. I'm not worried about that right now. I want to make sure we don't miss, because literally right now is when we are supposed to get that announcement within any second now. Still looking at this. right. Let's see here. So any minute now, because this is who is doing the blog for CBS, I believe. So he's the guy that we need to be paying attention to right now. New update. Okay, we got that 5 minutes ago. Okay. Nothing yet. As soon as I hear something, and thank you, Valiant, for keeping me informed on everything. Appreciate you. I'm just hitting refresh like crazy. We want the announcements. You guys want that 199 years? I don't think we're going to get 199 years, but I think we can get a 99 year potentially. But maybe it's just because I've been taught to lower my expectations. So therefore, if it is at least decent news, I'm not disappointed. Hollywood has taught me that lesson to where just go in with the very lowest expectations and then you might not be disappointed. That's kind of what the current entertainment has taught me. Sadly. $40 years is not enough. We do that when watching you. That's fair. That's how it should be. That's how it should be. 25 to 30 most likely. I'm still sticking with the 20 years. 20 years. Okay. Don't forget about these upstanding citizens, though. Don't forget those upstanding citizens there. Wonderful people. Wonderful people. Very, very respectable. Chanting the name of a killer. Yep. Okay, so that's where we are at this moment. And I'm just... It should have been, we should be getting something any minute now. They're going to postpone sentencing? No, I mean, no, they've reached a decision on sentencing. According to the CBS blog, they have reached a decision. After approximately 2.5 hours of deliberating, the jury reached a decision on a sentence for Karmelo Anthony. We got nothing yet. Man, I got to add some video game music. I like having the background music on here, man. We got to get some video game music, you know? Kind of adds to the personality of everything. Did y'all know Clav got mogged by the judge? I just hate I hate the fact that I even know who Clavicular is. Like that's a depressing situation, is just the fact that I even know who that clown is. I actually saw him at Universal Studios and I completely avoided him because he was live streaming. I was like, I want nothing to do with this guy. And the word mogged. Yeah, unfortunately, I know what that means too. It looks like James Gunn Superman. He would get 30, maybe 15. I'm sticking with 20, out in 8 to 10. That's what I'm sticking with. See if we I'm just keeping the refresh going on this guy. Keep that there so you guys can see what we're dealing with here. Just refresh. You're still waiting. Gregory, I got that one. Shannon Miller says, I didn't catch this live, but here's a thank you. I appreciate it. Narco says Streamception. You love to see it. Dustin the Grim says, couldn't help hearing Epic Mike talking about 40K. Have you played any of the games? Bolt Gun and Battle Sector are pretty good. I have not played any 40K games. I have not. My prediction is 20 to life, says Valiant Renegade. Text me, Valiant, if you see something change, because I know you're keeping an eye on it. Captain JPS says, what's Az doing in California? Tokepad says that this is the first time I haven't seen liberal boomers at a protest. Van Nielsen says, might as well hang around for the celebrations afterwards. Casey Cheeto says, just imagine if those folks put that much passion into finding a job. Uh-oh, here we go. Here we go.
The Karmelo Anthony verdicts today. We are hearing from Fox 4 that the sentencing verdict is now in for Anthony. A live look outside the courthouse where we've been watching demonstrations all day. I believe we have a little bit of audio. So we hear those impassioned voices out there. Looks like Fox 4, Dallas, is in special coverage right now as we anticipate the sentencing verdict to come down any moment. Let's listen into their newscast live right now. We expect an update shortly.
And say there's no possible, hope for you to rehabilitate and ensure that you don't make this choice again. I think that it is interesting to say the one person that you called is the one person that everybody would expect to say that their child is amazing and please have mercy and please, don't throw him away. I mean, I think that that's what a mother would and should say about their own child that's just been convicted of murder. And so I think it would have been important for a jury to hear from people that are a little bit detached from Karmelo Anthony. So, a juvenile, a psycho, a neuropsychological expert. I mean, somebody that can really talk about the way that this young man's brain will ultimately develop so that he does not make this choice again. And I'm baffled really by why we didn't see any of that.
Very interesting. We've heard from a number of our attorney friends who have really said we thought we'd hear more.
Yeah.
And of course, we don't know the plan of the defense team. We don't know what they have talked about with Karmelo Anthony and his family. So we're not privy to all of that information. But I think that's why, whatever those reasons are the reasons that they only called a half dozen witnesses. And ultimately, the reason they only had one witness, in the punishment phase. So.
And I think that we truly cannot Monday night quarterback this thing. I do agree that there are countless conversations that you have with your client. There are countless conversations that you have with your client's loved ones and family. There is a tremendous amount of.
Bruce just tagged me in this shit. Nintendo announces Switch 2 price increase.
What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do at this point? What? I'm lost for it. I don't know what to do. I got 5 boys. I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more. You can't walk away no more.
Let's fucking go. That's amazing. Holy shit, that's good. That is good right there. Fucking love the internet,
better
man.
strategies, different strategies, would have done things differently, would have handled cases differently. We are wholly guided by the wishes and the desires of our client. And in this case, because he's so young, I don't doubt for 1 second that his family played a huge role in the decisions that he made.
So let me ask you this. Let's talk about now what's happening with these jurors at this moment. You've been in the seat waiting for the answer. You've been in both seats, Bree. So let's talk about what's happening with the jurors at this moment as they try to assess years of confinement.
It's really tough, I think, for the jurors, especially under these facts, because you have to remember, none of these jurors are lawyers. Most of them probably have had zero contact with the criminal justice system. And so to ask them to come up with an appropriate punishment or appropriate sentence is a huge lift because they have no basis to know where to start, right? And so one of the reasons that we call witnesses during the punishment phase is to help jurors make a decision beyond the arguments that the attorneys make about where do I begin in my deliberations for assessing punishment under these sets of facts, understanding that I'm now.
Yeah. Okay. So again, we are currently still waiting. You know, I've got everything up. I've got Valiant gonna text me, keep me posted. We've got the CBS blog writer. 16 minutes ago, he says a decision is expected, or the decision will be announced at 7:10 p.m. That was 12 minutes ago. That's 7:10 Central. So we are still waiting. We got nothing. We got absolutely nothing at the. This has been a long fucking process. Jeremy's fatiguing out. Not on streaming. Maybe on some other things. But definitely not streaming. I just want to go to main event so I can talk video games. That's all. Oh, look at here. Karmelo supporter who spent hours harassing an Austin Metcalf supporter has finally been arrested. So that guy got arrested.
Yeah, that guy just assaulted. Who assaulted somebody?
That's racist. That's racist.
You know, we thought we might be able to do that in this case because the judge has allowed that in the past, but he decided, I believe, you know, any sentence that Karmelo Anthony gets that's 10 years or less, the jury could consider probation for him because he doesn't have a criminal record. So that's a...
Oh, man, it keeps... How does it do that? Hang on.
Then it opens the door possibly for probation for Karmelo Anthony, but I don't see anyone thinking that's going to happen just because the jury came back so quick with a murder conviction. But of course, anything can happen. I'm told the attorneys are back in the court. We should know this decision pretty quickly.
All right. And as those who have been out there through the afternoon, you mentioned the heat, the passion on both sides. We have a live picture from CBS News Texas Chopper, and JD, weigh in as you see fit, but some pushing and shoving, which is apparently what we see here going on, and everybody with their cell phone raised and documenting everything on camera. You know, again, no violence per se. Andrea talked about one punch being thrown by someone earlier. Thank goodness that was it. You know, you can understand passion on both sides, but we do not want to see anything break out into some kind of violence.
Right. Yeah, you can see this happening below us. We're only about 20 yards from a skirmish right now. But, you know, one thing I've noticed about these people is, as you know, loud as they can be, as aggressive as they can be, they are fully aware that there are law enforcement officers specifically Collin County Sheriff's deputies, right next to them, watching every move, and they have been very, very careful about getting in each other's faces, jawing with each other, and screaming profanities, everything you can think of, but they are not touching each other for the most part because they are very aware that they will go to jail if they are caught assaulting anyone in this public place. And so it's moving over right next to us now. This crowd of people, it's hard to even tell who they're supporting. A lot of these people are influencers. They're people.
What are the over on Kick? What are the numbers in the chat for? I see numbers next to all of your names, or at least some of your names, and I have no idea what that means. So, if you guys can educate me on that, I don't understand what that means, but I do see numbers. Watch time level, is that really what that is? That's fucking cool. Okay, that's a cool little feature. That means how long you've been watching? Is that what it means? Like for my channel or for other channels? I don't give a fuck how much you watch other people. Only me.
We are very close, and our colleague Aaron Jones has just told us from the courtroom that Karmelo Anthony has entered the courtroom. He is, she says, crying and shaking.
Kick overall? Oh,
as
fuck.
he is about to be sentenced to prison.
Well, fuck me then, I guess, right? All right, thanks for the info, though.
Probably 5 minutes, what this sentence is going to be.
And crying and shaking, if I recall from earlier when the guilty verdict was read, a reasonable description of what was going on with Karmelo Anthony in that courtroom at that time when the guilt.
Marmillan says it's a chat interaction amount. It also adds if you're a dono, etc. Are you talking the like 1, 2, 3? Yeah, I see like 11, 17, 15 over on Kick. So that's what I was talking about, Marmillan.
His head leaning against Karmelo's head. He just kept talking to him, kept rubbing his back, obviously trying to prepare him for what was to come and also console him at the same time. You know, when this verdict was announced, when the judge read it, we saw Anthony squeeze his eyes shut. Obviously, either fighting back tears or, you know, letting that be the source of tension from what he was hearing. And then within a few minutes,
I'm going to be honest. I'm not sure how to read this one. That lady said she ain't got nothing to tell her kids no more. Ain't got your big mama tell your kids that you be victims and shit. How much damage in dollars are they going to do this time when they riot over this sentence? Respect for typing that shit out, by the way. All right. Respect for that. Thank you for the super chat. No one.
Oldest, he is my firstborn. He will always be my baby. I love him very much. And then she was asked directly, does he regret what he did? And her answer was yes. He's very sorry for what he did. And we're about to find out whether perhaps that carried any weight whatsoever with the jury.
yeah, and you would think, you know, that they might have considered putting Karmelo Anthony on the stand, at least during sentencing, after he's already found guilty and he can't really impeach himself and throw himself on the mercy of the court. Talk about how he was scared and he made a bad decision. He regrets it. You know, we'll have to wait and hopefully get those answers from his attorneys or his family or someone at some point, because I've covered so many trials, murder trials here in Collin County, and I've never seen a sentencing phase go this quickly. There were no character witnesses. There were no psychologists who can maybe try to convince the jury that something was in a child's head that's not fully formed at 17 years old, or any number of tricks or experts or, you know, pieces of evidence that defense attorneys use to try to help build their client's character or at least a defense. And and so in this case, you know, there was none of that. And that'll be one of the first questions we ask when we finally get a chance to question these defense attorneys.
Quick update, JD. My understanding from Aaron Jones in the court is that the judge has now entered chambers. He's back in the courtroom. And interestingly, Aaron points out that at the moment, Karmelo Anthony's parents are not in the courtroom. I don't know what to read into that, if anything. Maybe they're making their way. I don't know. But as of her last text, they are not in the courtroom.
Yeah, that's surprising because they've been on the front row right behind him throughout this entire trial. You know, it's
well, and they certainly may be making their way in. We don't know, obviously. For those just joining us here, it is coming up on 7:30. We're live here on CBS News Texas, and we pardon the interruption for your primetime programming tonight, but a very significant case with national implications because people around this country have weighed in on this case in so many various ways. The guilty verdict today of murder for 19-year-old Karmelo Anthony, convicted now in the murder of Austin Metcalf last year at a track meet in Frisco. We're live tonight outside the Collin County Courthouse, where thankfully some voices and tempers are flaring, but nothing dramatic as far as any kind of violence, which we're glad we can say that out loud. There's a very heavy police presence. Multiple agencies are on the scene and have been, and JD and our Andre Lucia have been watching those efforts as they've done yeoman's work, trying to allow people to say what they want to say, to allow people to be passionate where, passion prevails, but at the very same time, not have it spill over into any kind of unnecessary violence, which so far we're happy to report has been the case. We're minutes away, it would seem, from the sentence being read. JD talked a little bit earlier. Much has been made about the makeup of the jury making the decision, not only of the guilty verdict that has already come down, but also here in the sentencing phase now, not an African American on the jury, and that does not sit well with many people.
No, it doesn't. And, the defense is likely to use that to appeal this case. They cited legal rulings when the jury was selected and objected to the exclusion of 3 black female prospective jurors who were all educators. And they said that the prosecution was doing that for racial reasons, and they strongly objected to it, but the judge overruled the objection. We got our first look at the jury on Thursday, and that jury was not all white, has been misreported by any means. It was it's a jury of 11 women and 7 men. That's with 6 alternates, of course. And at least 2 of those women were of Southeast Asian origin, and 2 others.
Yeah, hey JD.
We got it. We got it.
The sudden passion claim.
We got it.
And sentenced Anthony
35 years. 35 years.
Say it one more time, slowly.
Get that, Doug?
35 years.
The jury has just sentenced Karmelo Anthony to 35 years in prison. They rejected the sudden passion defense. So he will serve 35 years in prison, which means he has to serve at least half of that before he's eligible for parole. That
means he's gonna get 17 years.
Karmelo Anthony is going to prison for 17 and a half years for the murder of Austin Metcalf.
You're watching live continuing coverage.
Some reaction here outside.
Yeah, live continuing coverage. Our JD Miles, Andre Lucia, and our team, Aaron Jones, Martin Hurst, outside the Collin County Courthouse and also inside. And the sentence just read by the court, 35 years in prison is the sentence for Karmelo Anthony. And the jury rejected the opportunity to consider what was called sudden passion, an opportunity that would have given them a sentencing range anywhere from 2 to 20 years. But again, 35 years now in prison. And as JD Miles just reported, 17 and a half will be the mandatory minimum of that 35 before he can be considered
not
for
enough.
parole. JD, stand by. Andrea Lucia, what are you hearing among the crowd outside as that 35-year prison sentence was just handed down?
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to step aside because people are just hearing this right now. I just saw a woman run down the street right here, letting everybody know 35 years, and we're seeing reactions of shock on people's faces. You can see people down there with their phones out. Again, that is where a lot of the reaction is playing out. There appears to be shock among people here. A lot of the supporters of Karmelo Anthony have stuck around. We're waiting to show their support as the sentencing continued. And this is, of course, not what they wanted to hear. They wanted him to be acquitted. They wanted him to get a lesser sentence.
Well, so here's the bottom line here. So essentially what you've done with 35 years is you've pissed everybody off. Because the people outside that courtroom were never going to be happy. But secondly, 35 years, did Austin Metcalf get 35 years with the option to, get 17. I don't recall him having an option. I don't recall him having an opportunity at life after 35 years. I don't recall that at all. And that's the bullshit surrounding this. Obviously, you know where I stand on what should happen to him, but even still, within the rules that they created, it should have gotten 99 years. It was never going to happen. I'm glad it's more than the 20 that I predicted. So I'm glad of that, because I was really worried they were going to do 20 and get him out in 8. So now he's going to be 35, get out earliest 17.
So 35 years, the sentence that was just handed down minutes ago for Karmelo Anthony, the 19-year-old who last year killed Austin Metcalf in what the jury has said was murder. The jury had first consideration was 5 to 99 years in prison. They could go anywhere within that range. And then later during the sentencing phase, the idea in the Texas law of sudden passion came into play for consideration, 2 to 20 years. And Andrea, it's interesting because the guilty verdict came fairly rapidly. It was after 3 hours of deliberation. We had talked earlier this evening about the possibility now of those same jurors now considering the life of the 19-year-old convicted of murder, but yet at the same time, Austin Metcalf's life matters greatly in all of this, obviously. But I think the sense was it may not have come so rapidly. This was a fairly quick decision, which, if you've ever been in a jury room, it could.
Well, we got that. Fun with Collector says, wow, double Jeremy. Awesome. Hail to 199. Captain JPS says, double stream tax. Carolina Lady says, anyone else checking their phones for missed calls with this background music? Kevin Spears says, rumor is skinheads have a hit on him anyway. Well, that's crazy. Daniel says, they took down the Gibson Go and minifigs case. Ethu says, happy Juneteenth, everyone. Blast Radius says, the media is acting like Karmelo is somehow the victim. Nothing about Austin's family and how they are feeling. That is a great point right there. That is a great point. Now, from what I understand, if I remember this, somebody reminded me of this the other day, but didn't Austin's dad kind of virtue signal and he's like, oh, I forgive Karmelo or some shit like this. I think, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Alex says, when you go back to the main event, act like it just started and do introductions. Mr. E says, I'm not even going to read that one. Andy says, doesn't care about other channels' view time tags. Mavis Recon says, Karmelo Anthony's parents, can someone please translate this string of impossible nonsense? GB Baylor says they should give him 47 years. Nishi says, no justice. I feel sorry for the Austin family. Me too. Cliff says if he was white, he'd get 99 years. 1,000% he would. Yes, he would. Brighton Matt says, prepare for riots in blue cities. Get ready. Get ready. Okay. It's been a good stream. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. I'm going to jump over to Tuesday night's main event if you're interested in joining me over there. Stormbreaker says, Jeremy just got home from work watching Cobra Castle on the big screen. Should have gotten 99 years. Family watching. Please say hi, Jeremy. Hello to Stormbreaker's family. I appreciate you guys tuning in and hanging out and allowing Stormbreaker to send me $500 super chats all the time. If you weren't aware of that, sorry, I spoiled that one for you. But thank you guys, and appreciate your support. Okay, I will raid main event. So if you guys want to join me over there, that's where I'm going to go. And let's keep the stream going because we want to aggravate those guys because they're not going to get off easy tonight because Cobra Cast is on the way. Bright Matt says, take care, Jeremy. Hail the 199. Thank you. I appreciate it. And yeah, it's been a fun stream. It's been a fun stream. We've had a lot to cover on this stream. And boy, oh boy, there'll be a lot more to cover tomorrow. I got more Trump news to cover tomorrow as well, along with all this other stuff. So all the people who threatened outside should be in jail. What's up, Sophie? Okay, guys, thank you so much. Have a good evening. I'll see you on main event. And we will talk to all of you later. Bye, everyone.